All right, Josh, I think we've given the that courtesy 2 minutes for everyone that these days packs their schedules very tight with Zoom meetings and the like, and probably has stuff ending right at the top of the hour. But in the interest of all the good stuff we want to get to today, let's go ahead and get started here. A huge welcome to everyone who is on the call. Welcome to the California Sumo Logic Cert Jam. The keyword I left out there, but I'll pop it back in, the virtual California Sumo Logic Cert Jam, which actually, while we love doing these in person and getting to see people's faces and interact live in the world we're in right now, it's great that we can leverage a virtual environment and actually allows a lot more folks to join. So we've already got 60 plus and counting on the call, and thank you all for investing some of your time today to learn more about Sumo Logic. That's really why we're here today. If we jump to the next slide, we have just seen amazing results from these certifications, and I say we, it's all of you on the call. This has been the feedback that we've gotten is most people, when they do post surveys, say, no, this more than doubled our ability to do the really candidly interesting stuff you can do with Sumo Logic. The place where the platform really lends its value, whether it's working on the operations side and the development side, on the security side, across all three, doing business analytics, etc. Spending this time, which is your most valuable resource, which we thank you for, it's an investment that's really going to pay off. So let's talk about who's here today really quick. I mentioned over 60 folks. We've got people from all over California, but as well, we already saw someone chime in from the UK that may work for a California firm or maybe a UK firm. Again, the advantage of it being virtual. People representing all the different areas I talked about in development, operations, security. 120 different companies have signed up for today. So looking at just seeing a lot of your faces virtually online as we go through this training. With that, I said it once, but I want to say it again. We really want to thank you for your investment today and for being part of the Sumo community. And being a part of this platform. All the feedback we get from our customers, we really leverage it to continue to design the platform. If we jump to the next slide, I speak on behalf, my name is, I didn't even introduce myself, shame on me, but Jim Hoppy, I lead the Western US in sales, but also join us on the call in and out throughout the day. We've got Scott and Justin, Richard, who heads up all our mid-market sales, as well as Marianne and Rob. And all of us are just very grateful for your continued business and partnership. And we'll look forward to connecting with you after this, hearing what you've learned and what new and interesting things we can do with Sumo Logic. But with that, it's enough hearing from a sales guy. I like to talk about these things as there's art and science to Sumo, and we're going to lead into the science. But before I hand it off, I will say following this certification jam, we do have a user group meeting. All of you are invited and encouraged to join that, please. It's a great 1-2 punch. We spend the morning doing certifications, or if it's early afternoon where you are, learning more about the queries, the dashboards, all the different things you can do with the platform. But then in the afternoon, it's a great combination in the user group of hearing from a customer with real life examples of how they put it to use. Again, a little bit of the art behind the science, as well as hearing from our product management teams on both the operations and the security side about what's coming. What things we're focused on, what we see the next opportunities to expand the Sumo environment is. All of which we're sponsoring a great charity, Meals on Wheels, but we'll hear more about that later as part of that user group. But again, I know it makes for a little bit of a long day, but I really think you'll get a lot out of it, and with both the training and then the user group at the end. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to our trainers. Let me introduce them. We're lucky today to have Josh and Jacqueline with us, two great minds that have, that old adage, they've probably forgotten more about Sumo than I know. So best to hand it off to them. But hopefully this is a great day. Please be active with your questions in the chat and participate a lot. And I'll be in and out throughout the day, but I'll definitely hopefully see all of you this afternoon for the user group. So with that, Josh, I'm going to give it to you.
Great, thanks, Jim. So let's go get started. We do have an agenda, so I just want to give you a feel for the scheduling for today. So we've broken today into 2 classes and the user group, as Jim just alluded to the user group. So in the morning, or morning for the West Coast at least, we're going to be doing the fundamentals class. So I'm going to be doing a presentation, doing a walkthrough, a demo, a little bit of everything, and going over some of the basics of Sumo. What is it? Well, what is a query? What is a dashboard? Things like that for terminology. We'll take an exam, so we'll actually be doing 2 exams today. We'll talk about those in more detail a little bit later, so don't get too worried about them, but we will be getting 2 certifications today. We'll take a break for lunch, and then we'll do Search Mastery. So in Search Mastery, we'll be going over the query language in much more detail. We'll actually be doing hands-on labs there where you'll get your hands dirty with the query language, which is a lot of fun. Then we'll take that other exam in the afternoon, and then as Jim just alluded to, we'll have the user group. So lots of stuff today, lots of fun, should be a good day, and let's dive in. As mentioned, so Jacqueline is going to be assisting me. She is going to be handling the chat and the Q&A. So throughout the day, if there's any questions, comments, feedback, whatever, just put them in the chat or the Q&A, and we'll try to answer them periodically. We got a lot of you guys and a lot of excitement, so should be a bunch of questions as well. Let's go ahead and dive in. Let's get this thing rolling here. So let me go ahead and get out of the slide deck because we don't want to look at slides all day. And what I want to start with is actually a little bit of a story or a little bit of a demo situation here. So at Sumo Logic, you know us for logs and analytics, but you may not know that we have a sister company called Troubleshoot. Now, in reality, we don't have a sister company called Troubleshoot, but for today, I want you to imagine that we do. And for today, I want you to imagine this is a production environment. And what this site allows people to do is go in and book airfare, book hotels, car rentals, all those type of things that are used for travel. And currently this site is up and running and it's going well. We get let's say we get a percentage of purchases, tickets that are purchased for airfare and hotel. So people purchase a ticket, we get revenue, business is good, things are going okay. And now let's go ahead and get a little bit deeper with our scenario. So in our scenario, I want you to envision that, I'll show you this one. Oh, sorry, there we go. I want you to envision that I get a Slack message. And what this Slack message is telling me is Sumo Logic alert, gateway response time outlier. Now, hopefully if I'm getting the Slack message, hopefully I know what it means and understand how to diagnose it and start to dig into it. But even if I don't, I'm getting some very basic information from the system. The system is letting me know there's an alert. Something related to the gateway response time outlier is odd or a little fishy, if you will. So this is helpful information, but at the same time, let's say my manager gives me a call as well, and he says, "Hey Josh, I hear people are having problems checking out of the Troubleshoot website." Well, if they can't check out, once again, they can't go ahead and book their hotel, they can't book their cars. It's a bad business experience and it's a bad customer experience. They don't get their hotels and their vacations and we don't get any revenue, which is equally bad. So my job is now to figure out what might have gone wrong. I got a secondhand message from my manager and I got a Slack message letting me know something's not right. So now I need to go ahead and figure out, well, what's going on or not going on as the case may be. So how do I do that? What do I start? What tools do I use? Well, this is where Sumo Logic is going to help me. So I'm going to go ahead and open Sumo Logic, and let me go ahead and just refresh these panels to get the latest and greatest. But what I've created here, very simply, is a dashboard. And what this dashboard is showing me is things about my organization, specifically things like reporting nodes, ELB, response times, checkout service, database issues, all these things related to my organization or my account. And I've created a very simplistic color scheme. Red, bad, green, good, keeping it very simple. And yellow or orange is kind of in between. So we see a bunch of green, which is good, but we see a bunch of red, which is bad. And if I notice with the red, I see the checkout service is red, so that's bad. I see there's been 7,000 errors related to the checkout service over the last 60 minutes, which is bad. And through that secondhand or firsthand information of my manager, I was told, hey, people are having problems checking out of the service or checking out of Sumo Logic. And this kind of tells me something with the checkout service is not quite right. My manager told me, and now I have some visual evidence that something's not quite right. Excuse me. Now, I don't know what's caused it. I don't know how to diagnose it yet, but I do have that information. And now I want to get deeper. I want to diagnose it. I need to figure out what's going on. I need to get this stuff up and running so we can make money. So I'm going to drill into this checkout service panel. I just have it kind of preloaded here. And what I've created here are more dashboards. And these panels are showing information about my Troubleshoot company. Specifically, in this case with the top left one here, we see bookings. So what we see here is, and this example is fine for right now. What I see here is at 8 o'clock or so, green is representing successful booking. So what I see here is at 8 o'clock, people are booking. 8:10, people are booking. Booking, we get revenue, they're happy, all is good. And now what I want to do is look at 8:20. I see it's orange representing fails. So what I'm saying is things were going good at 8 o'clock, and then about 8:15 or so, failed bookings started to occur. And there's a bunch of failed bookings as well as no successful bookings. So this is letting me know something around 8:15 probably went haywire, went wrong. It's certainly worth investigating. But let me get some more information from these panels before I just start digging into 8:15. What I see here are errors over the last 7 days. And what this is showing me is errors over the last 7 days for the last 60 minutes. So for the last 60 minutes, how many errors did we have today? How many errors did we have yesterday from 8:15 to 9:15? The day before from 8:15 to 9:15, and so on and so forth. And so what we can do here is, or what we're being shown here is that yesterday from 8:15 to 9:15, there were no errors. The day before that, there were no errors. The day before that, there were no errors. However, today, represented by orange, there are errors. So this is just letting me know that there are errors today, and it's not normal that we have errors, because it might just be normal that we have errors, and errors are something we deal with. But this is letting me know, hey, normally you don't have errors from this time period, but today you do. Something must be a little bit different today. A couple more panels here. Let's go over, let's go over this one, gateway latency. Because if you remember the Slack message, let me see if I can get it real fast. The Slack message mentioned something about gateway response time outlier. So what does that mean? Well, what we're seeing here, let me go ahead and refresh this. Actually, it is refreshed already. Actually, no, let me refresh it again, sorry. So what I see here is the gateway latency. And this is referencing the Slack message, or the Slack message is referencing this information. And what it's showing us is the fact that things were running fairly normal, and then things went a little wacky. Now we're going to talk about wacky because we'll get more technical with what that means. But basically what we're seeing here are things were consistent. There was a threshold of what is considered normal processing time. And then what we start to see here is a variation on that threshold in the fact that the system is now trying to determine what is normal. And this is what the outlier does. The outlier allows the system to basically say, look at things and let me know when they're not normal. Now we are going to be able to define what normal is throughout the, we'll actually be doing that probably more in the afternoon section. We'll look at the outlier specifically, but this is starting to tell us information. And that's really what I want to point out now is we're getting good information here. One more chart that I want to show, and actually, let me get another, I just wanted to update this panel a little bit because I do want to get a little bit more recent data. Let's use this one. Yeah, this one's a little bit better. Now, the last thing I wanted to show here was the CPU and total memory. And what we're seeing here are metrics related to CPU and total memory, hence the name. And what we see here is variations or different metrics on things related to CPU and total memory. Now, there's a lot of different values in here, and I don't want to look specifically at the values, but I do want to point out is the consistency of the values and then some that have variation. So what do I mean by that? Well, here, this blue line or light blue line here, this is going up and down, but it's at least within kind of a range of not really peaking and spiking too much, but it is up and down, but it's fairly level. This orange guy, same idea. It's going up and down, but it's sort of consistent within its range. But what I see over here is this guy that is spiking at about 9 o'clock. And in this instance, 9 o'clock is when we had our issue. So I see this guy going up at 9 o'clock. And that's interesting. What occurred then? Why is it going up? Why is our CPU and total memory increasing? What I'm going to do here is I'm going to drill into this metrics panel. And what I see now are the metrics related to CPU and memory usage, which I'm seeing right here. And what I was pointing out was specifically this green line, where it was pretty low, and now it's spiking at about 9 o'clock. Now, this is good to see the CPU and total memory spikes, But once again, I don't know what's causing it, and that's really what's important to me. If I don't know what's causing it, I can't really do much about it. So what I'm going to do here is, or what the system is doing for me, rather, I don't even have to do it, is in this middle portion here, we're looking at metrics. What we're doing at the very bottom at the same time is saying, go ahead and let's look at our logs. Let's try and figure out what's going on and why it's happening. And so we need logs and metrics to perform that action. So at the very bottom, what I'm doing is I'm saying, bring in my travel logs, so my logs associated with my company or my organization that have the word error or exception in them. Basically, I want to see in those logs where there are errors or exceptions because I want to try and figure out what's causing these errors. So in order to figure out what's causing the errors, I need to look at the errors. And what I see at the top of the screen in this bar here is a heat map. And the heat map is indicating to me, based on count or frequency, those messages broken out into 1-minute buckets that have errors within them. So if I look here at 850, for example, or 851, I see there has been one message that has an error or exception with it within that 1-minute range. Okay, errors are never good. One error, during 1 minute. Not great, but okay. Fast forward a little bit here to 853. I see it's a little bit darker, and I see 31 messages that have errors or exceptions. Once again, errors or exceptions are not good, but there's not too many of them. But now if I start to look at 9 o'clock, I see 194 messages that have errors, 296, 354, etc. So what this is showing me is during this time period from about 9 to 9:15, when errors are being produced, I actually see errors in my logs. And what I want to do now is start to look at those errors because I want to look at those logs to see what's going on. So what I'm going to do here is do a shift click on one of these time periods. Doesn't really matter which one. I'm just going to grab one. So what I'm looking at is now 9:04 to 9:05, and I'm looking at all the errors or exceptions within those logs for that 1 minute. And correspondingly, I see those errors down below. Error, 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 etc. The errors even give me an indication of what might have gone wrong. Here I see error processing credit payment on gateway. Here I even see error bad handshake, error SSL routine, SSL3 get server certificate, certificate verified failed. Now that's helpful to see, and the error might be related to this server certificate, but I still need more information because the server certificate didn't just have an issue on its own, something probably had to cause that issue. Maybe a bit of an assumption, but I've done this demo a few times, so I can make that assumption. So what I want to do here is I want to modify my log search in a couple different ways to get a better scope or better view of our data. The first thing I want to do is I'm going to look specifically at the checkout service because I've seen things are related to the checkout. Going back even as far as the first panel we looked at, I see checkouts are weird or wrong or broken or whatever kind of adjective you want to use. So I'm going to say just look at checkout stuff. The second thing I'm going to do is remove looking just for error or exception because it's great to see those errors or exceptions, but I want a better picture or broader picture of the story that's going on. So let me see everything to see what was going on, and then those errors should naturally occur after what was going on and should help me diagnose it a little bit better. So let me just get a broader story, a broader picture. And to finish off that broader picture, broader story, I'm going to change my time range. Right now, I'm looking at a 1 minute time period where things were bad, things were broken. And while that's helpful to see, of course, I want to see things that were not broken and then hopefully catch that transition into broken. So I'm going to say, show me the last 60 minutes because I know over the last 60 minutes, things were good as well as bad. So let me see that picture. So now I click start. And now I'm pulling in all the logs related to our checkout service over the past hour. And I see that there were 50,000 or 57,000 results, 57,000 log messages. Now, within those 57,000 log messages is going to be an indication of what went wrong, and it's my job now to find it. So how do I find possibly a unique event, maybe, maybe not, I don't know, but possibly a unique event that is possibly one out of 57,000? 2,200 pages of results. So within these results, like I said, is going to be my indication of what went wrong. It's my job to find it. So here is one way that I could go ahead and find that weird or anomalous thing. Let me look through page 1. Do I see anything unique or odd? No. Let me look through page 2. Do I see anything unique or odd? No, not really. Page 3. And now I have 2,200 pages to go. Now, normally when I say I'm going to do this manually and go through 2,200 pages, people look at me like I'm nuts, because I am. I'm not going to take the time to look through 2,200 pages. But once again, if I did, I would find that event or that unique thing. So how can I look through 2,200 pages, 57,000 messages in an easier method or mechanism? What I'm going to do here is I'm going to use what we call log reduce. I'm just going to click on this log reduce button. And what log reduce is doing is now taking those 57,000 log messages and looking through all of them and looking for patterns within those messages, and then grouping those messages based together on those patterns. And that's happening right now. Log reduce is a really important feature for Sumo Logic. We got our first patent on it, so we're pretty excited about it from that standpoint. But as you can see, it's now taking those 57,000 messages and grouping them. It's almost done, another 5 seconds or so. And as it's doing, it's taking those messages that have the most frequent pairing and placing them at the top. So what we see here is that there were, and it's still floating, but it'll be done in another second or so. We see that there were about 7,000, 8,000 messages that followed this first pattern of having a transaction ID. Well, remember, we're looking at a period of time where things were good as well as bad. So we'd expect to see some good stuff, which a transaction ID is indicative of. A transaction ID is indicative of a successful checkout or transaction, so that would be good. We see that there were 7,000 starting cart checkout process. Once again, just another step within the checkout process, and this is all good that we're starting to see these things. But if we scroll down, we start to see some of those bad things. Specifically over here, we see 1,600 of these messages, and this is the message that I referred to earlier of that SSL routine, certificate verify failed, etc. So it's good or bad, depending on how you want to look at it, but it's good to see that there were 1,600 errors. Good to see that there were 8,900 successful things. But keep in mind, I'm trying to look for that possibly unique or less frequent, certainly, event that may have occurred. Something didn't happen 8,000 times or 1,600 times to get the errors. Something probably happened, and then as a result, we got all these errors. So what I want to do here is I want to very simply just take my count and flip it upside down. Rather than looking at the most frequent, let's look at the least frequent. So just going to take the count and flip it around. This first message, while helpful, is not exactly what I wanted, but the second one is. What this message is showing is Travelogic app starting cluster. So the Travelogic app is starting. Specifically, the checkout service is starting. But look at this. The checkout service that is starting is version 1.14 dev. Well, why was development code loaded on a production environment? Oh, somebody made a mistake and they promoted the wrong version of code, which messed up the service certificates, which as a result allowed people not check out, which as a result resulted in bad customer experience. And that's kind of the big reveal, the big ta-da of this demo. So what did I just show in this demo? What I showed are essentially 3 components in this monitoring and troubleshooting demo. The first step or component was alerts. With the alerts, we allow you to be alerted of things or notified of critical events. So you don't have to sit in Sumo Logic creating a query and clicking the search button every minute or 30 seconds or what have you. You can set it up so that when something happens, good or bad, you get notified. You get an email, you get a Slack message, your ops team gets an email, whomever you want. And you can use the dashboard, as you saw I used, to very simply see if things are good or bad. And you could picture that dashboard in a command center or a knock center environment on a big screen. And anybody walking by, even if they don't know the intricacies of your infrastructure and your services, very simply, if they look at this panel or this dashboard and they see it's all green, hey, good job, guys, keep it up. If they see it's red, well, hopefully somebody's working on it and we're trying to figure out what's resolved. And so we can still get a feel for what's going on in our system without even knowing the details of it, which is quite powerful for certain users. We use metrics to identify what's going on. What was going on was that CPU spike, that the outlier related to the gateway, and we'll look at that outlier in more detail soon. And then we looked at the logs, and the logs help us identify why it was happening. And why it was happening was, once again, just due to that inappropriate code being promoted or ingested. Within Sumo Logic, there's 3 steps to data flow. We're primarily going to be talking about step 2 and 3 today, but I did want to explain step one because it's important to understand how Sumo Logic works. So with step one, or even prior to step one, your data is out there in the world. It might be in the cloud, it might be on your laptop, it might be in a server farm, it's probably in a dozen other places. And in order for Sumo Logic to help you with that data, the data needs to be brought in to Sumo Logic. It needs to be collected. And that's what step one is going over, is data collection, ingesting that data, collecting that data. I'm not going to go too much deeper on data collection today. I think I do have one more slide that I'll show, but that's something we cover primarily in the administrative course because it's usually an administrator's role to get the data into Sumo Logic. So we're going to assume for today that step one has been completed, that data is now coming into Sumo Logic. And that's where step two is going to come in and what we're going to be focusing on more in the afternoon, but certainly today, which is searching and analyzing. Because at this point you have your data, it's been collected, it's now sitting in Sumo Logic. And until you give it instructions or directions, it's really just kind of sitting there waiting for instructions. It's not going to do anything until you tell it. Now, there's very simple ways for you to tell the system how to do stuff, but until you do, it's, like I said, it's not really doing anything. And that's where searching and analyzing comes in. Using the operators to start to slice and dice your data to present it back to you. Using the charts to maybe represent the data in a better way. Maybe you want to look at raw numbers. Maybe you prefer to see a pie chart, a line chart, a bar chart, etc. And we'll play with some of those options all day. And then step three is once again that visualizing and monitoring. Being able to sit outside of Sumo Logic, or at least outside the query window, and still get a feel for what's going on using those alerts and dashboards. So this is, I feel it's important for you to know those three steps. One more, or actually two more slides. This slide is attempting to show step one of data collection. So what we're trying to show here is at the top center of the screen, we have the Sumo Logic cloud, that cloud icon that we've all come to know and love. And in this case, it's representing the destination, or the destination of where the data needs to reside. But what we're trying to show here is regardless of what type of data is being generated, it still needs to ultimately come into Sumo Logic. So maybe you're generating local files and host metrics sitting behind a firewall. Maybe you're generating syslog data, Docker information, AWS, GCP information. Regardless, once again, end result is the same. It needs to end up in Sumo Logic. And that's about all we'll talk about for collection today. Certainly if there are questions, let me know, but we don't go too much deeper just because it is a separate conversation with admins. All right, one more slide. One more slide. This last slide is around metadata. Metadata is not unique to Sumo Logic. It's not unique to Sumo Logic, but we do utilize it. So we do use it as a way for you to make it easier for you and your peers to locate data. So how do we use it? Well, when the log messages are collected, these metadata tags are automatically applied. Some of them are automatically applied. Some of them you have the ability to develop naming conventions for them. And we cover the naming conventions also a little bit more in the admin class, but I did want to go over this as well because we'll be using source categories throughout the day in our examples and want to make sure that you're clear of how they're helpful. So by default, on this list, the top four that are not bolded will be applied to your data automatically. So for example, the collector name will be tagged to your data. Now, is the collector name going to be a good way for you and your peers to locate your data? I don't know, maybe. Let me elaborate on that. Some customers have one collector. Some customers have 10 collectors, hundreds of collectors. We have customers that have thousands of collectors and even 10,000 collectors and more. Just depends on their structure and how much data they have. And there's no wrong or right answer to how many collectors they should have. But as you start to implement these collectors will traditionally or typically inherit the computer name. Now, as you start to push these out to on scale of 1,000 or 10,000, those computer names become less unique. You start to have computer name 123, and computer 457, and 4384, and so on and so forth, and usually almost just random numbers to some degree. Now, when those tags get applied, are you and your peers going to know that, hey, if I need Apache data, I should go to look at collector 9384 and collector 7725? Once again, maybe, but probably not. It's just not a very clean, conducive way to label your data. And that's why we use the source category, because what it provides is freely configured field that an administrator can use to start to label the data in something that's going to be a little more transparent or clear. So for example, we'll use the source category many times today of labs/Apache/access. And even if you don't know anything about our system, which at this point most of you don't, as far as the data we're going to use, just by looking at that name of labs Apache access, you are being told that this data is lab data versus QA data versus production data versus dev data. It's giving you a sense of the environment. It's giving you a sense that this is Apache data versus O365 data versus CloudTrail data. And it's telling you it's specifically Apache access data versus Apache Tomcat or Apache errors or some other Apache format. So source category is very important. We'll use them today. I just want to point them out. All right, let's see. Let's get out of the slide deck because no one wants to read slides all day. But what I do want to do now, let's see, time-wise, we're doing great. So let's go ahead and let me do a little bit of a tour of Sumo Logic. So let me log out of this account. Let me just use a different one that has better credentials. And we will be doing some labs today, certainly in the afternoon, but even in the morning now, probably about another half hour or so, we'll do some labs together. So let me just log in. Sorry about that. Let's use this account. And certainly, if there are questions, or go ahead and put them in the chat. I see some people are asking already. One question that came up, just to get in front of it while this is loading. The recording link will be provided at the end of the webinar. Actually, that is a question, and the answer is yes. So we'll either provide the link. Actually, we'll probably email it to you because it takes a few minutes, few hours actually for Zoom to process and make it to a link that we can share the recording. So we'll probably send that out either this evening or maybe in the morning. So now we're in Sumo Logic. Hopefully many of you have been in Sumo Logic before. If you haven't, this is the interface. And based on the poll that I used earlier, some of you have not, which is good. You know, this is the intention of today is to show you Sumo Logic. So when you first log in, this is the screen you get. It's pretty traditional as far as being a home screen. The idea to get you up and running as quickly as possible, shortcuts, things that you've recently opened, recently accessed, and we'll go over those in more detail, but you know, pretty basic idea of getting you up and running quickly. We have a Learn tab. Learn tab is great. Learning more about Sumo Logic is always great. So what we have in here are just different mechanisms for you to learn more about Sumo Logic. We have videos, we have labs, we have documentation, we have a community portal, which I'll talk about, support, just many different ways to get help. So, you know, whatever you prefer. And we will be using the labs, like I said, shortly, probably another half hour or so. And then we have a link to our certification tab. So in the certification, this is where you will go to get certified. Now, I don't want you to go there yet, of course, but we will go there twice today. So I'll talk about certification in a little bit once we get closer to it. But just as a reminder, it's free for you, free for your organization. So a great way for you to prove to yourself and your peers and maybe your manager, depending on who's asking, you know, that you now know how to do things in Sumo Logic. So all right, let's keep going with the walkthrough here. So what I'm going to do here is go back to home, and I'm going to start with doing a log search. A log search is probably the most common thing you'll do. Yeah, pretty much probably the most common thing you will do. So we're going to be focusing on that a lot today. As you'll find today, there are going to be many ways to do the same thing within Sumo Logic. So I'm going to show you one way to do it. There's probably going to be another way to do it, and I'll point out both as we go through things. We just want to give you guys control. Some people like to do things one way, some like to do another. Great, you can do it either way you want. So to start with, let's do a new log search. How do we do a new log search? Well, we click on the log search button. Or there's another way to do it. We can go to this blue button on the top of the screen and click new and go to log search. Same end result, just once again, two ways to get there. So regardless of how I get there or got there, I now get to this screen. And this is the query window. Now, when users get to this screen, they suffer from what we call blinking cursor syndrome. You see a blinking cursor, you know you should start to type something, but what do you type? Well, if you're new to the system, it, you know, admittedly so, can be a little intimidating. And today we're here to kind of demystify that, of course. But whatever you type is going to be queried. So Let's start with something really simple. I'm going to type 6 letters, Mozilla. And I'm going to click Start. I can also just hit Enter on my keyboard to run the query. But like I said, 2 ways to do the same thing. So what I've done now is I've said to the system, look through all of our data. I'm not using source categories yet, so look through all the data from the last 15 minutes. And in that data, look for the word or string of Mozilla. When you find that result, bring it back. And so what I see are there are now 80,000 or 88,000 results that have the word Mozilla. And down below, I see my results, 25 per page. So Mozilla, 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 and 88 more thousand times, which I'm not going to go through, of course. But that's what the system is doing right now by default. It's finding the keyword, showing us the message that has the keyword, and even highlighting that keyword for us. Now, there's a lot of other things going on the screen, and now we're going to go through some of those, or most of them. So let's go ahead and start with time. Time is a really important aspect in Sumo Logic. I guess it's an important aspect everywhere. But let me show you how it works and the many options you have regarding it. By default, the system is going to query the last 15 minutes worth of data, which is great, but you have the ability to customize that because you don't always want to look at 15-minute blocks. So how do you change that? Well, let me show you the ways. The first is you can go ahead and click on the time section. And when you do, you have these relative time periods that have been defined. These are just common time periods. Last 15 minutes, last 60 minutes, yesterday, today, et cetera, et cetera. So you can choose one of these. And now if I click Start for the last 60 minutes, now instead of looking at the last 15 minutes, I'm looking at the last 60 minutes. And I may see my results are about 4 times what they were, since I'm looking at about 4 times the data. Now, another way to change time or handle time is to go to this custom option. And this custom option is more like a calendaring feature to give you more granularity. So what I could say is show me data from May 11th through May 19th, from midnight on the 11th through 3 a.m. on the 19th. And I can run that, and that will get me results. So another way to handle time. Still one way, actually a couple more ways to handle time. Let me go back to the last 15 minutes. When I clicked on this last 15 minutes, you may have noticed, and if you didn't, which I don't expect you to, I'm going to point it out right now, but when I click on this last 15 minutes, I have this syntax of -15m. Well, I can utilize this syntax to use to call out specific time periods. Let's say I want to look at the last 45 minutes worth of data, -45m. Let's say I want to look at the last 4 days worth of data, -4d, d for day, m for minutes. I can even use this to segment a time period that has already happened. So what I could do is I could say, you know what, I want to look at the last 45 minutes going to the last 30 minutes. So I want to look at that 15-minute window that started 45 minutes ago and ended 30 minutes ago. Just many different options. And like I said, we give them to you. Now, let me reset myself here. And let's show one more option related to time. Now, before I show that option, I showed the log message here, but what I don't think I showed is the time that's occurring right here. So what is happening with this time is basically the system is looking at each log message, finding a time within it, usually because times are associated with log messages usually, and then extracting or parsing that time information out. So what we see here is, here's the time that this message is associated with. So this is the time that's in there. And when we search, by default, we're searching on that time. Now, we also can search on a receipt time. That's what it says right up here. I'm going to put my mouse on this. And actually, let me make my screen a little bit bigger as well while I'm doing this. Zoom in a little bit more there. So what I want to do here now is use this receipt time feature, or explain it first, rather, excuse me. So what this says is cert for messages based on when they were received, not by the dates parsed from them. So by default, we're not using receipt time, and we are not parsing, we're not using the date of when it was received, we're using the date of when it was parsed. And what you can do is you can go ahead and utilize of when it was actually received if you want. So what's the difference? Well, let me explain. Let's say you have your last 6 months worth of data in a file, let's say. And you ingest that file into Sumo Logic, bam, right now, all 6 months of data comes into the system. If you do not use receipt time, you could search on the last 6 months, the last 4 months, the last 3 hours, the last 2 weeks, all those different time ranges. However, if you use receipt time, then you would want to search on the last 5 seconds because that's actually when the data came in or was ingested into Sumo Logic. So the question is, do you want to use receipt time or not? Up to you. Probably almost close to a 50-50 split of what our customers use. Basically, if you trust the time within the log message is correct, then you probably don't need to use receipt time. If you don't care what the time of the message or what the time in the message is, and you just care, hey, when did this message actually come into the system, then using receipt time would be best. So just another example of we give you options and you decide what's best to use. All right, let me reset myself here a little bit. And let's finish talking about some of the stuff on the screen here. So let's see. And there's questions coming in and Jacqueline's answering them. So feel free to keep putting questions in there, keeping her on her toes today as well. So I want to talk about this middle bar. I don't know, we don't really have a name for it. Section, I guess, is good enough. As I create my queries, I have the ability to save them. And I have the ability to favorite them. Saving them, like with anything else, always good to save your work. And favoriting them will allow me to view them in this black nav bar, very similar to favoriting a bookmark in a browser. Very similar, but basically the same idea. So, saving things is good. Favoriting them is also good if it's going to be something that will be helpful for you. Sharing is an important feature in Sumo Logic, and I want to show you how it works and why it's helpful, besides the obvious of why it's helpful. So with the share button, let's say I create a query and I want to give this query to somebody else to use or run. Now, how do I give that query to somebody else? Well, you might say, all right, if you want to copy a query to somebody, I'm just going to go into my browser, do a Control-C, paste it, and copy it and send it to somebody via Slack or via email and tell them, hey, run this query. And of course, you'd be correct. Copying and pasting works like it does in any other system, as it should, of course. But what is a little unique with Sumo Logic is the fact that we wanted to give another sharing option or sharing mechanism. And the reason we wanted to do that is because what we found is we use, and we haven't talked about it yet, but we will shortly, is we use, oh, sorry, there we go. We use a pipe character to separate lines. And what can occur is when you go ahead and, let's say, copy this query and paste it out into Slack or something like that, is we've actually found that that pipe character will be stripped out. Which then what happens if I write a query, I send it to somebody on my team, they run that same query and it doesn't work, and they come back to me and say, hey, Josh, you were supposed to give me a query that works. And I say, well, my query works perfectly fine on my machine. And they say, well, it doesn't work on mine. And now we have to figure out what went wrong. And we want to mitigate against that. So now what happens is when you click share, you are provided with either a URL or a code snippet, and you can use either one. Very simply, you'll just go ahead and copy one of those, send it via Slack or email or whatever mechanism you use. And what somebody can do is very simply just take that code snippet, paste it in, and now they get that query as well as the time range and other aspects of the query. So it's more of an apples to apples versus if I did a Control-C here or Control-V, then I'm just copying the query, but not doing anything with the time or other aspects. So using the share is just recommended. Much better way to do things. Pinning is a helpful feature. I kind of joke that it's helpful for the end of the day, but it can be quite helpful for any time. What it allows you to do is queries are going to take different amounts of time to return. Some queries are going to be fast, some are going to take more time. Queries, and not to get into specifics, but a query that looks at 1 meg of data over 60 seconds is going to take a different amount of time to return than a query that is looking at 10 terabytes over 6 months. One's going to be faster, one's going to be longer, just is. So let's say you have a query and it comes to the end of the day and you need to run that query for your manager, and your manager comes to you and says, hey Josh, I need the results of this query before tomorrow morning. And if you run this query right now, it's going to take some time. And well, we're not commuting as much as we used to, but if you were, commuting, you know that, hey, if I run this query right now, I have to let this query run and I might miss my train, and all because I just need to get the results of this query, and I just basically need to sit there while it runs. So how can we help you with that? Well, that's what pinning is going to help you with. What you can do is you can start your query and then click the pin button. And once the pin button is clicked, the query is going to continue to run in the background in the Sumo Logic architecture. And so you can then close your browser, disconnect your internet, turn off your computer, whatever you do. The next time you log on, those results will be waiting for you. And so it's a good way for you to exactly do that. Have the system run a query and you don't need to sit there with the query screen open. Another example where this is better, I probably should have led with this example since it's a little more real world, is locations that have poor infrastructure. This can help with that. So I was doing some training over in India last year, and the environment we were in, the power and internet would just go up here throughout the day. And that was just, that's just the infrastructure that was there. And so the problem that they were having is they would run a query, they'd click start on that query, and the power might go out. And then they'd have to wait for the power to come back on or the internet to come back on, and then log back into Sumo and click start again, and kind of cross their fingers and hope it runs quickly enough to get it done. What they could do, or what they can start doing now or have been able to do, is run that query and click pin. And then if that internet goes down, that their computer goes down, whatever, when they're able to get that internet back up, they can just log back into Sumo Logic and the results for that query will be waiting for them. So just really helpful for, that's probably a better example, but certainly if you want to try and catch a train or some sort of transportation and it's the end of the day and you want to get that query running as well, then pin is adequate there, of course. Livetail. Livetail I'm going to hold off on. I'll show that in a little bit later, just because. In the center of the screen, what we have here is a histogram. So the histogram is showing us, based on the time period we selected, so in this case, the last 15 minutes, it's breaking out our data into 1 minute buckets or quantizations or whatever you want to refer them to as. And so what we see here are very simply the number of log messages that match the count for that 1 minute period. So here we see from 9:32 to 9:33, there were about 6,000 messages. Here we see the number goes up a little bit and there were more than 6,000 and so on and so forth. Sometimes this histogram is a really good way for you to visualize your data. Sometimes it's just noise and you can just hide it. So it's really just up to you if it's appropriate to use or not. Then, like I said, we see the results, so the count here. And then we have the log message down below with 25 per page. So let's go ahead and get, let's see, what should we do? Let's go a little bit more deeper. We have a few more things I want to show before break. What I want to show now is the source category, or bringing in the source category. So as of this moment, I am now searching on all Mozilla data, which is good, but what if I want to limit my search for Mozilla data? Well, this is where the source category can come in. What I can do is very simply just start to type my stuff, and the search ahead will help me with it. So I'm going to start to type source category, and as you see here, the search ahead is helping me, and I can continue to type it or just select it. And then the autocomplete is starting to help me determine or show what source categories are available. So in this case, I'm going to use the one I referred to earlier of labs/Apache/Access. Now that I've selected that source category, I'm going to rerun my query. And now I have less results because I'm now looking at a subset of data. Now, instead of looking at Mozilla data across the entire system, I'm now saying, look at Mozilla data still, but now only look at it associated with Apache Access logs. So now I'm looking at a smaller or a subset of data, which is good. That's helpful. That's what I want to do. And let's see. And so that's where the source category can be quite helpful to start to control, limit that data that you're seeing. Let's see. If there's any questions, go ahead and post them in the Q&A or chat. We won't be using audio today for attendees, just we have too many people. So still want to try and get to all those questions, of course. All right, let's go ahead now and let me go ahead and show, let me show Outlier. Yeah, I have it right here. Let's go ahead and take a look at it right now. So I alluded to this, or not alluded to, I showed this in the Travel Logic demo, but I want to go into it a little bit more detail now. And we'll go into it in more detail in the afternoon, or more detail, you'll get to play with it in the afternoon. But I did want to go through this, show it, because it's showing off a lot of good things. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and comment off each line. Commenting, not unique to Sumo Logic, it basically turns off the line. So even though I have 4 lines of text here, only the first line will run when I click start. So I'm going to go ahead and start to run things. And let me go ahead, actually, let's see, just trying to do this a couple different ways. Let me do it this way. Sorry, a little indecisive this morning. So what I have here is my log message. So here's a log message, here's a log message, here's a log message. And we're looking at Apache access data. You may know what Apache access data is. You may not. If you don't, that's perfectly fine. We just use it as an example. The way we use it is, and the way we're going to use it today is it's web server data. So basically, when you go to a website, this is a log of that transaction, or a transaction, I guess would be the proper word. So within each log message, there's going to be valuable information. Now, I kind of joke that I hope I don't have to sell you on the value of logs. You're kind of here, you know logs are important, you know there's value in them. Now here, for example, is one of the logs. Here's another one of the logs. Here's another log, and so on and so forth. Now in this log, do you see, and I'll ask it kind of theoretically, although feel free to answer in the chat, but does anybody see anything in this first log message that might be valuable for them to utilize within a query? So go ahead and think about it. Is there anything in this log message that might be helpful for me? Now, once again, like I said, logs are helpful, so hopefully you see something in there. And if you don't, I'm going to point it out, but I'll just go ahead and kind of give you a moment to peruse that. IP address, yep, there's a one. Method, yep, all right, so you guys are on the right path, but let's go ahead and explain for those that are not familiar with these messages. So the first thing I see here is an IP address. I see that as an IP address. I hope you guys recognize that as an IP address, but it certainly is an IP address. Let's see, what else do I see in here? I see the status code. Some people have found that, or HTTP status or status code, a couple different names for it. This is showing us when we go to a website, a result of that transaction. Was it successful or not? 200 is a good message, and you don't need to remember these numbers in detail, but 200 is good. If you've ever gone to a website, which you probably have before, and you've gotten a file not found or page not found, what status code do you get? 404, which is bad. And so we'll play with some of those today, but that's what we see here. We see a status code. We see some other stuff as well, and I'm not going to go over much of that stuff right now. We will after the break, but for right now, I'll just refer to it as stuff. So I see that as an IP address. You see that as an IP address, but the system doesn't, because the system doesn't know what an IP address is. Now, there's very easy ways for it to tell it, and that's what we're going to start to do, but by default, it doesn't know what an IP address is. So how do we train the system to know this thing is an IP address? Well, a couple ways to do it, and let's show one way. I have this saved. Okay. Let me just bring this over. And come on, there we go. So what I'm doing in this second line is I'm saying, I'm using regex, or regular expressions. Regex, regular expressions, is not a Sumo Logic thing by any means. It's really an international standard by now, or has been for quite a while. And what it is very simply a pattern matching system. And what it allows you to do is to tell the system, hey, using this pattern, recognize this thing as such. So let's go through this. What we're saying here, and as I start to type anything within the query window, it's going to help me doing a search ahead. So what I'm doing here is I'm saying I want to parse. I want to pull out this information. Specifically, I want to extract the complex data to create a field label. So what I want to do is I want to use regex, use that pattern matching system. Now, what I want to do here is I want to say, I want to create a field called IP_address. Now, how do I tell the system to recognize an IP address as an IP_address? That's what this pattern is doing for me. What this pattern is saying is look for number.number.number.number. More specifically, it's saying look for a digit with 1 to 3 characters, .digit with 1 to 3 characters, .digit with 1 to 3 characters, etc. So now when I click start, the system is now going to go to that log message and say, can I find essentially number. Yes, I can. Now I know this thing to be an IP address. Now let me go to the next log message. Can I find that something that has a format of an IP address? Yes, I can. There's my IP address, and so on and so forth. So what I've done now is I've parsed out this information. In that, I am going ahead and saying this field is this field is that, and so on and so forth. But in this case, I'm just doing one field. Now that I have this information parsed out, now I can start to do something with it. And now what I want to do is, and actually there was a question about doing counts of information. I want to show the count feature. So at this point, I have just these IP addresses. Now there's a bunch of IP addresses. How many IP addresses are there? Well, I don't really know. Now I do using the field browser, but I'm going to ignore this field browser just for a moment because I just want to introduce it in another second. So how many different fields of different IP addresses are there? What I can do is I can aggregate our data using count. Count is an operator, simple operator, but simple is good sometimes. Count by IP address. Now when I hit enter or hit return, I'm going to get a new tab. The new tab I get is called aggregates. And what the aggregates is showing us are the math of this tab. So what's happening here is the aggregates tab is taking all the IP addresses, showing each unique one, and showing the occurrence of them. So what I see now are there were 18 unique IP addresses, and this IP address showed up 8,000 times. This one showed up almost 16,000 times, and so on and so forth. And now I'm starting to get, information, getting some good stuff. So this is the start of counting this information. All right, let's see, just gonna take a look at the questions. Yeah, Jacqueline's going through most of them, so I think we're in pretty good shape. So now we've started to aggregate our data. Now what we can do is we can also start to take our data and put it into a chart in a better way to present it. I mentioned earlier, there's a couple different ways to view the data. Here I'm looking at the data as the raw messages, which might be perfectly suitable for me depending on what I'm looking for, even depending on my personality type. I might just want to look at raw messages. I might just want to look at the aggregation, the results of that mathematics. And this, for the right person, this might be great data. Or, you know what, for myself, I need a little bit more visualization. I see that these numbers are different, of course, but I need, just a better way of understanding the data. And so I can look at these different chart options. Maybe I want this line chart, this bar chart, line chart, pie chart, just once again, different ways to show the data. Neither is wrong or right, it's just what's going to be best for you. All right, let's go ahead and let's go back a step. Actually, sorry, a little indecisive. Let's show some more examples. Let's show outlier and mapping now, and then we'll take our break and then we'll do our labs. Yeah, I think this will be, yeah, let's do this. So let me go ahead and get back to this outlier example. Actually, before I do, let me do the field browser. I'm sorry, so much to show and not so little time. We have a lot of time today, but just want to get everything in. So I want to talk about this field browser now, which I have not talked about yet, intentionally so. What this field browser is showing us are those fields that the system is aware of, that it knows about. Now, how does it know about fields? Well, it knows about fields from parsing. Now, here, for example, we see a field for an IP address because we created a field for an IP address. So that's why we see the field. We also, by default, will see the fields for time and message. So every log message that we see will have the raw message itself and the time that's being parsed from that log message. Once again, you can turn these off if you don't want to use them, but they are there visually for you. But let me go ahead and take a step back, and I'm going to comment off these lines. So now I'm back to square one, where I'm just saying, just look for the lab Apache access data and show me all of it, which is what I see right here. Now, what I want to show here is are these hidden fields. You'll notice on the left-hand side in this field browser, there's a field for status code, which is something in the log message. There's a field for source IP or IP address. There's a field for URL and all these other fields. So the question is, how does the system know what these fields are if we haven't told the system how to find these fields. What it's doing is it's taking advantage of a feature that we call field extraction rules. And what the field extraction rules, let me actually show them. I think the visualization for this will help. Here we go. So what the field extraction rule allows you to do, and let me show one of these, the same, is create a rule that says to the system, anytime you see lab Apache Access data get ingested, automatically apply this parse statement to the data. Don't do the parsing during the log message or during the query. Do it prior to when actually the data comes into the system. And by doing so, these fields are parsed out automatically, and then you can start to utilize these fields within your query. So since I now am parsing out a field called status code, for example, that means the system knows what a status code is. More than that, it even knows how many status codes there are. So what this 8 is telling me is over the last 60 minutes in the Apache Access data, there have been 8 unique status codes that have been found. Well, what if I want to see those status codes? I can even click on this, and now I see those 8 values. So this is letting me know over the last 60 minutes, some 200s were showing, some 404s, and a bunch of other status codes. It even, to take it even a step further, it even gives me a granular breakout of some of the mathematics. So here it's showing me the approximate count of status codes for the past hour, as well as even a percentage breakout. So if my job was, if my manager came to me and says, hey Josh, you know, over the last 60 minutes, how many, what percentage of our traffic have been 404s? I can tell him that it's been 3.3%, and I barely had to even touch a keyboard to do that, which is kind of cool. So we'll look at field extraction rules a little bit more in the morning. We'll utilize them, and certainly in the afternoon as well, we'll play with them. But the advantage of using these field extraction rules is now I can also say, show me status codes that are equal to 404 in a very simple, simple language, if you will. So now I see all the status codes that are 404. Now what I'm going to do is, to kind of continue with my example here of the outlier, is I'm going to go ahead and introduce a time slice. What the time slice is, it's basically an action, an operator, a verb that is going to allow you to decide, take my data and look at it in buckets of time. So what I'm saying here is rather than looking at my last 60 minutes of data as a whole, look at my data in 1-minute buckets. Show me how much data I have from 10 o'clock to 10:01, from 10:01 to 10:02, and so on and so forth. And now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to now take those status codes, which are only going to be status codes that are 404s, and count them using that count operator that I showed earlier. And what I'm doing here is I'm saying, call the result of those counts error count and do it by time slice. So what do I get when I run all that? What I get is very simply, for each 1-minute period over the last 60 minutes, I get the amount of error counts or the amount of 404s. So this is telling me from 9:28 to 9:29, there were 139 404s, which are a bad thing. From 9:46 to 9:47, there were 129 404s, which are a bad thing, and so on and so forth. Now, here's where the outlier is going to become helpful. If I tell you that over the past minute, or in a 1-minute period, there were 139 404s that were found or logged, is that good or bad? And I'll give you kind of a second to think about that. Well, it depends. And that's, someone said bad. I'm going to say it depends, because it depends on our organization. If I have a small server in the closet and I have 139 404s in a minute, that's probably quite a lot. If I'm Google or Microsoft, that's probably a quarter of a millisecond. So it depends. And that's where the system can start to help us determine the it depends and give us values. And that's what the outlier is going to do. What I'm doing here is saying, and yes, you do agree it depends. Good. Sorry, I'm just reading the chat there. So what we're doing here with this is we're saying take the error count and perform the outlier operator against it and use all this math against the outlier. Now, I'm not going to go into the math in too much detail. Well, I might today, but certainly in the afternoon I'll go into more detail. But for right now, let's just refer to it as math. So when I run this, the system is now going to take all the math and all the values and start to develop a range that it considers to be good or bad, but certainly a range of what's considered normal. So what we see here is at 9:07, the count was 171. Based on the math, the system has determined that a normal range or an acceptable range would be between 78 and 180. 171 is within that range, and so that's considered good or normal or acceptable, whatever kind of adjective you want to use. The next minute, the math changes the range a little bit. Now the range is 75 to 189. 104 is within that range, and so that's considered good or acceptable or whatever. I'm going to scroll down a little bit further to here. Here I see the range is now 122 to 160. The actual value is 116, which is outside that range, and so that is letting the system letting us know that, yes, this is outside the range. Now this is an okay way to view this data, but it's not very clean, it's not very clear. The line chart is a better way to look at this data. Because what I now see is over the last 60 minutes, and hopefully you can see this, you should be able to. I see this dark blue line, it's kind of light, but darker blue line that is showing me the error count for the 1 minute period in time. I'm seeing this cloud above it and below it that's representing the threshold based on the math. And then I'm seeing these pink triangles, which are representing these outliers. So what this is showing me is over the last 60 minutes, we had 7 times where the amount of 404s is different than what the system was expecting, what was considered normal. Now, let's talk about these. Now I see that these, like I said, there are 4 times where we had a different amount of errors than were expected. Now, this is showing me there were 6 times that I had less 404s than were expected. Do I care that I had less 404s than were expected? Now, once again, of course, it depends, but typically, no. I want to know when I had more 404s than were expected because that's bad. But if I had less, who cares? Once again, you may care, but for the most part, I may not. So what I can do is with the math up here, I can start to modify these fields to change what the output is. So here with the direction, I'm saying look above and below the cloud to see when things are good or bad. But by removing the minus, I could say, you know what, just show me when things are above the cloud. And now what I see is over the last 60 minutes, there was one period of time where things were bad. And now I could dig into those logs and try to figure out what occurred that is giving us so many 404s during that time period. But this is what the outlier allows you to do. And like I said, we'll go over this math. I'm using kind of air quotes for math in the afternoon. I just don't want to tie things up right now. And this is all very, very thoroughly documented, what the math does, just once again, just tying. So I wanted to show that. The other thing I'll just mention about the outlier is you might come to me and say, all right, well, why don't I just put a rule that says if I have more than 200 404s, send me an alert. And we haven't talked about alerts, but we will more in the afternoon. But you might just say, why don't I just put a rule in that says if I have more than 200, let me know. Well, you could. The system fully supports that. The problem with it is that number is not dynamic. If you grow 10x traffic, you might have 10x the 404s. So, if your traffic grows 10x in a month, 200 404s might be meaningless. 2,000 404s might even be meaningless, just depending on what's important to you. So this allows for that dynamic elasticity. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but so the numbers can grow with you or shrink with you as appropriate. So let's see, one more thing I want to show before break. Yeah, let's do one more thing. Let's do maps, because this is, I don't know, it's one of my favorite things. So what I want to show is how to utilize, well, let me show you what it is, and then I'll show you how to do it. All right, let me do this. So what I'm doing here is I'm just commenting off all the lines because I just want to go line by line to explain this feature. So what I'm doing here first is I'm looking at the Lab Apache Access data again, like I showed earlier. Now what I'm doing in the second line, which I haven't shown yet actually, and I probably should have, is a different way to parse. I described the parse regex. I described and showed the parse field extraction rules, but I haven't shown parsing. We call this a parse anchor. What's occurring here is basically we're saying use this pattern to look for an IP address. Basically go to the first log message and can you find something, and then can you find a space, and then can you find a dash, and then can you find a space, then can you find a dash. If you can find that first thing before those dashes, call that a client IP. And that's what's occurring right now. So now I have a field called client IP because I'm parsing out that information. So I have client IPs. Great. What can I do with client IPs? Well, now I'm going to show you. What we're doing on this third line here is we're using a lookup table. And what we're doing is we house or we have access to geographic information. And we give you the ability to utilize that geographic information. And this is allowing you to look up this information via a lookup table. This line actually reads easier if you read it from right to left. So what I'm doing here is I'm saying, take the client IP, whatever IP there is that we found, and compare it to the IP that exists in the lookup table found at geolocation. From that lookup table, go ahead and extract the latitude and longitude. So when I run this now, what I now get for each IP address is I get a latitude and longitude. Now, how do you get a latitude and longitude? Well, this only works with public IP addresses, but basically there's an organization called Newstar, and their job is to look at geographic information around the web, and that's what's occurring here. So basically, they are able to assist us in and assist you in locating an IP address and knowing where that IP address is with a latitude and longitude pair. Now, what can I do with this latitude and longitude pair? Well, what I can do first is count it. By counting it, I'm doing that aggregation and I'm getting the results of this latitude and longitude shows up 2,000 times. This one shows up 5,000 times, and so on and so forth. Now, I always make a joke, but being on the west coast of the US, it's probably pretty obvious what latitude 22 and longitude 114 is. If we all know where that is, then we probably don't need to use a map. However, most of us do need to use a map. So how can I express this information in a better visual way? Well, I can click on the map icon. And what I now see is, over the last 15 minutes, this is where all my visitors have come from. I have people coming from, New York metro area, APAC, Tokyo, so on and so forth. And now, without doing too much work, I'm able to get a dynamic map that I can add to a dashboard, add to a big screen, and is showing me, where my users are coming from, or where my sales are coming from, or whatever it's showing. And this is, quite powerful and also quite simple to set up. And we'll play with this in the afternoon. We'll create maps together. So I wanted to show this. Also wanted to show just, since I have just a minute, a little fun fact about these maps because I find it interesting. So in the two things I want to show is these maps are dynamic and you can zoom in on them. These are made by Mapbox, and Mapbox does a great job with maps. So you'll notice here in the northeast of the US, there's 16,000 users. If I drill in, I start to see some specifics about, well, it's actually 1.4 thousand in Nova, 2,000 in Pennsylvania, 13,000 New York, New Jersey metro area. If I zoom in a little bit more, I actually see it's broken out into 7,000 users in New York and 6,000 in New Jersey. So just across the river, they are split up, but at a higher zoom level, they are lumped together. So you do have that specifics, and you can get down to street level practically. The other thing I want to show, last thing before we take our break, is just a little fun fact. You'll notice in this map that there's 3,000 users coming from the center of the United States in Kansas. Now, no offense to anybody from Kansas, it's a lovely place, but you'd expect to see 16,000 from New York, 10,000 from the Bay Area. But why do we see so many users from Kansas? Well, the reason we do is Kansas is located in the center of the United States. And when the mapping kit software or the data can't map to a specific location, it will map to the center of the United States, or the center of the country, rather, excuse me. So this mapping technology, and not Sumo Logic's technology, but mapping technology, was actually a problem for one individual, because there is somebody who lives at the center of the United States. And what was happening is legal law enforcement were using this mapping technology, once again, not Sumo Logic, but just the mapping technology in general, to say, hey, there's somebody doing something bad in the center of the United States. And so legal law enforcement actually came to the center of the United States to see what was going on. And somebody does live in the center of the United States. So one week, CIA, or one of those three-letter acronym organizations, came to this location, center of the United States. It happens to be a farm. Traditional farm, not a server farm, but just a regular old farm. And so they came to this location and said, hey, on our map, we see something bad is happening here. We have a warrant that says we can search the properties, and they searched the property and found nothing because the person's just a farmer, they're not really into computers. The next week, another legal organization came. Same thing. Look, search his farm, nothing's there. And it turns into harassment. Every week, these organizations are coming to this farmer and saying, hey, we have a warrant. This map shows us something bad's happening here. What's going on? So this farmer actually sued the organization that's in charge of this mapping technology and won. And now the center of the United States is a lake. So if anybody goes to the center of the United States and says, hey, we have a warrant for something bad happening here, they realize either they're in the wrong place or it's some James Bond underwater server farm type of thing. More likely to realize they're in the wrong place. In Japan, or Tokyo, well, in Japan, the center is the Imperial Palace for the same reason. It's someplace where nobody really is active. So I wanted to just show you that maps and give you a little map story because I think it's interesting. Why don't we go ahead and take a break? Let's do a 10-minute break. So I'm going to set up a 10-minute timer. There we go. So let's go ahead and, like I said, take a break. I'm going to throw myself on mute, just get a little beverage and refresh. But certainly if there's any questions, go ahead and throw them in. And once we get back, we'll do some labs together, which will probably be a little more, certainly be more interactive and probably a little more fun. So we'll be doing that. So yeah, we'll catch you all in about 9.5 minutes. Thank you. Oh, there was a question. Let's see, it's just to copy this code. I'll share this mapping code. And like I said, we'll go over it in more detail later, but if you want to mess around with it, by all means. All right, great. All right, everybody. So I should be back from break now. Hopefully you are. And what we're going to do now is we're going to do some labs together. So let me go ahead and give you the credentials, which I think I've already been posting in the chat, but let me share them with you. Where did I put that? Ah, there they are, sorry. So the credentials are on the screen. And so the site to log in is service.sumologic.com, which you may know, may not, but that's where we'll go to log in. The account we're going to use is training+labs@sumologic.com. So we're all going to use the same username. And then we're all going to use the same password. The password is logicmay20 with an exclamation point. The capital O, 0, so that's a 0 in there. GIC, capital MAY, 20 exclamation point. So go ahead and log in. If you need help logging in, of course, give a shout via the chat. Make sure you have 2 zeros in here because that's probably what most people get wrong, including myself sometimes. And yeah, there's a little poll as well that Jacqueline has posted. So if you, just to verify that you are able to get logged in. So go ahead and get logged in. I'll, kind of tap dancing a little bit just to make sure everybody can get in. All right, I'm going to go ahead and continue unless anybody screams. Okay, so it looks like everybody's sort of okay. So like I said, just if you have need help getting logged in, let me go ahead and put those credentials. So once again, service.sumologic.com. Sorry. And then training+labs@sumologic.com. And then the password is logicmay20 with a 0, 2 zeros in there, no O's. All right, cool. So let me go ahead and I'll go ahead and end this poll. And let's go ahead and show you what we're going to do. So once you get logged in, you should be brought to the home page. Once again, if you haven't been into Sumo Logic before, welcome. So this is the home page. You may have a lot of tabs on the top. If you want to just go ahead and close those, you can. Doesn't really matter, just up to you. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to Learn. So when we're on the home page, home tab, we'll go directly to Learn. And we're going to go to Hands-on Labs Fundamentals, and we're going to choose Lab 1, Viewing Data. So we're going to go ahead and click on that. So we should end up with two tabs. We should have our app, and we should have our lab. Good question actually from Nick. They're all good questions, of course, but Nick's question was, will the training credentials be valid after today? So yes, they'll be valid through the end of May. We change them each month. You might be able to guess what next month's password will be. But keep in mind, this is a training environment. We are sharing credentials, so the training environment gets deleted periodically, or the content in it does. Don't put anything proprietary. Don't put anything that you wouldn't want any other customers to see, things like that. So you're welcome to use it. It's a great site. As you'll see, we have lots of different sources of data in there. So I strongly encourage you to use the training site. Just be mindful of what you put in there. So we should be on Lab 1. Once again, I'll just to show the steps. So home, learn, Lab 1, viewing data. So with these labs, I'm going to do them on my screen. You'll do them on your device, and we'll learn. Now, the example we have here for Lab 1 is the example that you find yourself in right now. You're in a new system. What do you do? Where do you start? What do you look at? Well, that's what I want to show you. So the first step is signing in. We've done that step, kind of joking, kind of not, but that is the first step, is of course signing in. So we've now signed into the system. But now what do we do? Well, one thing that's probably a good idea is to see what data is available. And so what we want to show you here is a couple different ways to see what data is available. Once again, a couple different ways to do the same thing. Now, in some cases, when we're talking about what data is available, your manager might come to you and say, hey, Josh, I want you looking at Labs Apache Access data. And in that case, hey, this is what I should be looking at. But what if you don't? What if you want to see what's in the system? Well, let's go through this right now. To do this, we're going to go to the black bar. And I haven't really talked about the black bar too much. If you can't see it, if you click on the three horizontal lines, sometimes called a hamburger menu, you'll see the black bar. And the black bar just contains shortcuts, things you've saved, quick ways to get to stuff in Sumo. So for this example, we're going to go to the Manage Data option and choose Collection. And you may not have access to it. I just can't recall if you still have access to it in the training account. So if you don't, if you just want to look along, and if you do, you can see what's in there. But you do, okay, good. Thank you for confirming, Dustin. So what we see in here, very simply, are those collectors that have been set up. So here's a collector that's grabbing Amazon Kinesis data. And here's one that's grabbing, let's show you the labs one, the one we're actually going to be using today. So here's the one that we'll actually be using is Lab Apache. But what we're seeing in here are just all the different collectors that have been set up. For each collector, we also see information about it. We see the name. We see if it's a hosted or an installed collector. And we haven't talked about too much that regarding installed versus hosted. That's really more of an admin thing. Then we see a graph showing us that data is actually coming in over the last 60 minutes. So this is one way that we can see what data is in the system. Look at the collection and the collectors and see what is actively being collected. Now, there's another way to do this. Like I've said many times already, two ways to do the same thing. And the second way we want to show you how to do virtually the same thing is using a query. So what we're going to do for this example is we're going to go to the button. Once again, we can also go to Home and go to Log Search, but we want to do a new log search. And then what we're going to do is very simply in the middle of the page, or top middle portion of the page, we're just going to grab this query and copy and paste it. Now what this query is doing is very simple, but simple is good sometimes. What we're doing here is we're saying grab all the data, and that's what the wildcard is representing. Not just Lab Apache Access data, not just this source category, grab all the data. When you grab all the data, count by source category. So now when I click Start, what I get is this source category had this many log messages over the last 15 minutes. This one had this many, and so on and so forth. And by clicking on the count column, I can sort that from high to low or low to high. And now I see the largest set of data is Lab Apache Access data. The second largest is Windows data. The third is Linux, and so on and so forth. So same thing as I showed on the collection screen, just once again, two different ways to get there. And I like showing it through the query screen because now we're trying to get you comfortable with querying, which we'll do much more in the afternoon, of course. So continuing with our story here, we now see the different sets of data. And what I want you to focus on, because we'll be using it a lot today, is that Apache access. So yes, there's Apache access data in here, and good, we need that to do our job or fulfill our mission or whatever it might be. Now let's continue with the next portion of the lab. And the next portion is finding and displaying a shared dashboard. So in our story, we have access to Sumo, of course. We have access to Apache access data. Now what do? Now you might say, all right, well, now let me start writing my query. But before you do, we encourage you to look at the dashboards in the library to see what has somebody else created and what have they shared with you. Because maybe somebody in your organization has already been working with Apache access data and they've created this beautiful dashboard with these graphs and charts and all this, and maybe they've done the heavy lifting for you already. Well, let's see. So the way we check is we can go to the black bar, go to the library, and in the library, we should, hopefully, see an Apache folder. And we should, hopefully, see some Apache stuff in here, which are these dashboards. So if I click on this Apache overview, for example, I now get information. Oh, I think I had a typo on this one. let me do another one. I'm sorry about that. I think you should clean these up. Here's this one. So what I now see is all this information about my Apache access data, this map, this graph, these charts, and I didn't have to do anything because somebody already did, like I said, that heavy lifting for me. So seeing what somebody else has shared is a good starting point, because if they're sharing it, they're probably sharing it for a reason. It's probably valuable. So with our story, let's say we look at this stuff that people have shared. This is nice, it's pretty, but it's not really exactly what I wanted. It's good, but like I said, it's just not exactly what I need. So what I can do here, continuing with the lab, is utilize an app and utilize our app catalog, which I haven't talked about yet, and will right now. So what is the app catalog that I'm alluding to and the lab is alluding to? Well, if we go to the black bar and we go to the app catalog, we see the app catalog, which is what I'm alluding to, but what is it? And what are apps? Every company calls something different an app, and what do we mean by apps? So very simply, we know what log messages look like. Many people do as well. We're not that unique in that fact. We know what an Apache access message is going to look like. We know it's going to be IP address, space dash. We started to look at those formats. We know what CloudTrail data is going to look like. We know what all these things are going to look like. Because one of the good things about logs is they follow a standard format, or should follow a standard format. So what we can do here, what we're able to do is to help you with this by providing you queries and dashboards that we think will be useful for the set of data. So in this example, we're going to go ahead and look for an Apache app. We can either scroll looking for Apache, or we can just use the magnifying glass and search for Apache. But look for Apache. Then go ahead and click on the Apache app, the one with the feather, not Tomcat, that's just something else that we're not going to use today. So if we click on Apache, what it's about to provide us if we click on preview dashboards is it's about to provide us all these graphs and charts and stuff like that. And you know what, that's kind of cool, I want that. So how do I get that? Very simply, I just click add to library. When I click add to library, I need to give the app a name. Now, typically in production environments, you can probably stick with the app name, but today, since we're sharing the same account, we can't all name it Apache. So call it Apache dash your initials, Apache with a couple numbers, just something semi-unique. Once again, for today, it doesn't matter if you use somebody else's or something like that, but just to save it. And now we need to tell the system where our data is. So we want to overlay these queries and dashboards, but the system doesn't know where our Apache data is, so we need to specify. And so we're going to use the source category of labs/Apache, and spell it correctly, access. We can either type the whole thing in or let the search ahead help us. We also need to fill in this source category, which is going to be labs/Apache/error. Once I have those two fields entered, I just click add to library. At this point, the system is now taking my queries and data, or not actually taking my queries, but referencing my data, overlaying these queries and dashboards that Sumo has written, and for lack of a better phrase, smushing the two together and giving you the output. And so now what I see is if I go to my Apache, I don't know, any of these visitor access type, I now see my Apache data being expressed in, this method. I see, oh, over the past 60 minutes, a lot of people are using Macs. Well, not many people are using PCs. Maybe we don't need to, we can roll back the PC versions we're pushing out. Or these are the mobile, popular mobile device versions. Maybe we don't need to support iPhones anymore, whatever this is telling you. So apps are a really great starting point for you as a new user. Anytime, certainly if you're a new user, they're a great starting point. But the other place that they're really helpful is when you bring a new set of data in, go ahead and utilize the app to see what we think will be helpful from that data. Is the app always going to show you 100% exactly what you need? No, of course not. 90% of the time, is it? Yeah, probably. So loading the app is just a really good starting point, and that's why we included it in this lab 1, because we want you to learn how to use them. All right. The next step in this app example is we've now created our app, but what if we want to share this app with somebody else? Maybe I created this app. Granted, I didn't do much work to create it, but I did create the app. And maybe I want to share this with my manager. She would need to know what some of this information is. I can very simply click on the 3 dots and then go ahead and click on the 3 dots. Where is it? Oh, in mine, I'm sorry, in my personal folder. Go to the Apache access that I created, and then click on the 3 dots and then choose to share it. When I share this, I have a variety of different ways I can share it and with whom I share. Is there a verbal question? Okay, I'm going to keep going. So when we share this, we have a bunch of different ways that we can share it and to whom we can share it with. So we can share this with our entire organization. Everybody will get this dashboard. We can share this with a specific role. We haven't talked about roles RBAC yet, and we won't really too much today, but we have the idea of RBAC, role-based access control, in our system. So we could say we want to give this to all of our analysts and our training admins. We can also even do this by individual. So I could say, you know what, I want to share this with my analysts and my training admins, but Alexander, he was working on a project with me. I want to give him access to this as well. And I can include a note and I encourage you. So what we can do now is basically say, hey guys, sending you this dashboard, I think will be helpful for your job, and share it out to them. So sharing things, always good, always a good way to potentially help others with the work that you've put in. All right, so that's lab 1. Let's see, any questions? No, nope. I think we're okay on questions.
I believe Eric might take himself off mute. Let's see if it works and
Sure.
ask his question.
I am not on mute, but my question concerned primarily the help page you were using.
Oh, sure.
Cut and paste from.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me. So this is just the lab exercises. So when you went to home and learn, under here are the help pages that I'm using. So I was using lab 1 just now.
Thank you, Josh.
No problem. Thank you for asking. Because if you're asking, somebody else probably has the same question, just too shy to ask. So yeah, that's how we got to them. All right. Let's see. So let's go to lab 2 now. So lab 1, we're done. Now let's do lab 2. So lab 2 is now going to have a search for log data. So sort of similar as the example I was using earlier, but now we're going to take that and do it together. So in this case, we're going to search for log data. And in this case, we're going to now search for Apache access. So let's say, in our story in lab 1, we found, oh, there's Apache access data, it's there. Now let's go ahead and actually query it. So to query it, I'm going to copy the query first. You're welcome, of course, to type it out, but I'm lazy. I'm going to go to new again and log search. And now I'm going to paste my query in. And I just want to make sure I'm following the lab correctly. I'm going to set it for the last 60 minutes worth of data. So instead of last 15, last 60. And now click start. Now what's happening is the system is looking at lab Apache access data for the last 60 minutes and looking for the keyword or string of get and looking for those 3 letters in those log messages and showing us them down below. So there are now about 250,000 log messages over the past hour that have the word get in it. And that's what we're seeing here. Now we want to go ahead and we want to start to parse these messages. Now with parsing, I showed and talked about parsing using regex. I showed parsing using field extraction rules. And we'll go into these in more detail in the afternoon. You'll get hands-on with that. I showed or talked about parse anchor, where I described the star space dash space dash. But there's another way to parse. Once again, many ways to do the same thing. And that's what we want to have you do here. So I'm going to show you these steps. I want you to do them. It may take a couple tries to get it right, but let's go through what these steps are doing. What we want to do here is we want to highlight a portion of the log message. Now, it doesn't matter which log message we use because they're all following the same pattern, or should be, but they are. So we're going to highlight from the quote in get through what we recognize as a URL. So how do we do that? We're going to go to a log message. I'm going to choose the first one, but it doesn't have to be. I'm going to click my mouse on the quote in get and keep my finger down and just highlight the rest through this, what we recognize as a URL. So highlight that like I just did. And then once you've highlighted it, what you're going to do is go move your mouse on the highlighted portion and right click on it. And then there should be an option for parse the selected text. When you choose parse the selected text, you should get the portion you just highlighted exactly up here. If you did not highlight enough or too much, it's honestly just easier to cancel and just do it again. But either way, I want you to parse that out. So now we have this portion of text. Now what we're going to do is utilize this portion of text to parse out other information in there. Specifically, this thing, this thing, this thing, and this thing. Now, what are these things? Well, they're pieces of information, and they're fields that we can utilize. So the first thing here, in between the get and the HTTP, this portion, we're going to highlight. And your text might be a little bit different as far as what it says, but it should be in between get and HTTP. Highlight it, and then we're going to choose this click to extract this value button. When I do that thing I just highlighted turns into a star. The star represents a field, and what I can do or have to do down below is give that field a name. So I'm going to call that a URL. Next, I'm going to grab this 3-digit number here, highlight it, click to extract this value. Turns into a field. Now I'm going to need to give this field a name, and I'm going to call it comma status code with an underscore. I can call these fields whatever I want. I should use some terminology that makes sense to me and others, but I mean, I could have called this I don't know, a D number. There's no such thing as a D number, but I can call it whatever I want. So you should use something that, you know, is going to be helpful to you. Next, I'm going to grab this 4-digit number. This 4-digit number is representing the size. So when we visited this website, how many bytes were transferred back and forth, or I guess it's unidirectional, but how many bytes were transferred. So we're going to click to extract this value, turns into a star, do comma size. And now we're going to go into this into the quotes and grab what we recognize as a URL, click to extract this value, and call it comma referrer. So this is the page we were coming from to get to this website. So we should now have 4 stars up above and 4 fields down below. And when we click submit, the system is going to verify that we have 4 and 4. And then it's going to put that parse statement into the query screen. So at this point, you should have that in the screen. Just gonna kind of pause, make sure everyone's together. So at this point, we should now be to this step 9 here. And now if we click enter or start, what we should see is these fields being parsed out. So if we don't see them in this section, we should. If we don't, we need to go to the field browser and just enable these fields. And we're going to have some hands-on time going over this later as well. So what we're going to do here is go to the fields that we want to enable, the URL, the status code, the size, and the refer. And now for each log message, we see all this information. Go ahead and pause here just for a second. And I apologize if this is going fast. We just have a lot of information to get through. So what I would encourage you to do, or you're welcome to do, is, as mentioned, these labs will be available to you after today, as well as the training environment. So certainly, of course, pay attention as best as possible today. But certainly, if you need to go back to these later, during lunch, whenever, you're more than welcome to. So good question. Where are the hidden fields derived from, or are they previously defined fields from other queries? So they are derived from that field extraction rule that's in place. So since we have a field extraction rule for this Apache Access data, we actually don't even need to do the second step, but we wanted to show you it as well, because sometimes you may need to parse manually. So this gives you the ability to say, you know what, I want to parse this data out on my own using my own parse expressions, which some people like to do. Some people, it's scary for them. It just depends, the role and how deep you need to get it to Sumo. All right. Now with lab 2, the next step in here is saving the search. So we've now created a query. It's up to you to decide if this is a good query or not, but it's a query that we've created, we've spent time on, and we want to save it. So just as a reminder, we can go to Save As, and then we can choose to save the query. By default, you may notice, you may not, the queries, the search windows as you create them will just be sequentially numbered. Search 4, search 5, the next one I do will be search 6, so on and so forth. Now when I go to Save As, it's by default going to use the name of search 5. Now, probably I don't want to save this as search 5, because if I come to this query a month from now, am I going to remember what search 5 does? Maybe, but maybe not. So it'd probably be better to call this JB as my initials, like after parsing up the Apache or something like that, and then save it. By saving it, it now shows up in my personal folder. So now in my personal folder, I should see that thing I just saved. I also, in your case, probably see about 100 other people's stuff that was saved, so it might not be easy to find it in there, but it certainly should be in there. And now you've saved that query out. All right, yeah, let's keep going. Lab 3 is now going to show us how to chart our data. So I showed some of this, but now I want you to work with it together. So if we go back to our example, and if hopefully we're all together, if we're not, the Lab 3 gives kind of a catch up of what your query should be. So if you fell a step behind in Lab 2, if you just want to copy this and paste it in, you're now caught up. So in Lab 3, what we want to do is we want to take what we currently have and we want to start to count. We want to do that aggregation. And to do so, we're just going to add this one line here. And once again, we can type it if we want to. But we're going to add this line at the very bottom. Lines of code act sequentially. So the first line will run first. The results will be brought back. The second line will then run based on the results of the first, and so on and so forth. So with this third line, what we're saying is take everything that's from the second line, all those results, and now count by status code. When I click Start, I showed this earlier, but now I get brought to the Outgives tab, and now I see those status codes that occurred in the last 60 minutes, as well as those counts that are associated. This one showed up 176,000 times. This one showed up 400 times. Now what I want to do is show how, or I showed it again, but have you guys utilized the time slice operator? Because when I look at this data, I'm looking at this in chunks, 60 minutes worth of data, which may be perfectly suitable. It may not be. It depends on what my goal is. What if I want to look at this data in these 1-minute chunks? How many status codes did I have from 10 o'clock to 10:01, from 10:01 to 10:02? This is where the time slice will help me. So for this example, we're going to do two things. We're going to grab this line here that says time slice 1 minute, and we're going to want to paste that, above the count by line. To add an additional line, we're going to do a Shift Enter, and we're going to paste that time slice in there. Oh, good. Thank you. And Jackie's adding some additional information about time slice operators. There's a lot of documentation on it, so yeah, feel free to look at it. So in this spot, we're saying use the operator. Oh, just another question. I'm sorry. A couple people have to log out. Yes, so if you want to jump back into the webinar, you can use the same link. This link will also be used for the user group at 3 o'clock Pacific time as well. So anytime between now and about 4:30, we'll be here hanging out. So feel free to come back later. All right, sorry. For this time slice, we have the time slice here. And now we need to have the results used of the time slice operator. If we were to run this right now, in fact, I will run this right now, all we're doing is saying run the time slice operator, but we're not saying anything about utilize the results. So that's why we need to do count by underscore time slice, comma, status code. So when I run this, what I now get is kind of another dimension of time. So now what I see is from 10:20 to 10:21, because remember, these are 1-minute buckets, there were 118 302s. From 10:29 to 10:30, there were 3,800 200s, and so on and so forth. By default, you may notice things are not put in time order, and that is intentional. But we can go ahead and put them in time order, either by clicking on time and just sorting the columns. Or we could do a time slice ascending, but I'll skip over that for right now. So I have my data here. I have it now in time order to some degree, 10:56, 10:55, 10:54. But it's pretty hard to interpret, because if my job was to say, how many 404s have I had, or I want to see trends of 404s over the past hour, I mean, I could see here there were 4, here there were 150, but it's really not clean. It's not very conducive to visualization. So what I want to do here is utilize the transpose operator. The transpose operator is going to be helpful in the fact that it's going to take our data that's in, like I said, and I'm using kind of air quotes for 3 dimensions, and turn that into something that's very similar to an Excel spreadsheet, where we can use a row, we can use a column, and then we can use a cross intersection to represent the value. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this statement here and paste it in. The statement is basically saying, transpose the data and take the time slice or the time data and make that the row, take the status code information and make that the column. So now when I click start, what I should get is something like that looks like Excel. Here's my times, here's my status codes, and here's my values. Now this chart may be helpful for you. It may not be, because most of us need better visualization. And that's where we can create a chart. So what we can do here is very simply, by default, we're looking at this tabular or table view, but we can click on these other options to view these chart types. Maybe we want to view a column chart, a bar chart, a line chart, a pie chart, whatever. All these different options are available. Now I'm going to choose the line chart. I'm going to choose the line chart. You can choose the bar chart. It doesn't really matter. But the problem with these is here, for example, in this line chart, I see my 200s. I see they go up and they go down very clearly. Peaks, valleys, peak, valleys. My 304s, I see they go up and down, but it's harder to see. There's less of them, and due to scale, the visualization, there's less, the graph is smaller or shrunken, so it's hard to see. And then these other values down here, I can't make out. I mean, I see that there's 401s and other values, but I can't see if they're peaking and spiking, at least well enough to really make any judgment call about them. So how do I approach this situation? Well, there's 2 ways to handle this, like everything in Sumo. The first option is I can use the legend to actually turn off values. And I can say, you know what? I don't want to see a 200 or a 304. By clicking on the legend on those values, I turn them off. And as a result, since those are turned off, the other values and the scale of the chart is expanded. And now I can start to see those peaks and valleys of those other values. But there's another way to handle this. The other way to handle this is within the query itself. what I can do is use this where statement. I'm going to do a shift enter here and paste it in. Sorry, let me just fix my typos. Okay. What I'm doing here is I'm saying, grab the Apache data, parse through it, but now if the status code equals 200, or if the status code equals 304, which are the ones that I want to turn off, exclude those. And that's what an exclamation point is doing. It's acting as a not symbol. So it's basically saying grab everything except these two status codes. And now when I run this, these values are not even returned because I'm saying exclude them right away. So two different approaches to kind of the same problem. I can put the where statement in my query to say exclude this, or I could just run the whole query and then choose to remove them from the legend itself. Once again, give you options. All right, let's see, questions there. We're doing pretty good. Let's see, time-wise, we're doing pretty good as well. We're still going to schedule. Yeah, all right, we're doing pretty good. Let's do probably one more lab. So the last lab I think we'll do is creating sharing a dashboard. So in our scenario, we now have this query and we have this panel of data, in this case, this chart. So with this chart, this is good. You know, this is allowing me to visualize my data. But what if I want to share this with somebody else, or I want to add this to a dashboard? How do I do so? That's what this lab is going to have us do. Well, how do I add it to a dashboard? There's a big button here that says add to dashboard. I'm going to click it. Click add to dashboard. And what I need to do now is give this panel a name. And I'd encourage you to use a name. And for today, it doesn't matter. But I'd encourage you to use a name that's going to make sense to you and others, because somebody's going to look at this panel and want to use this title to recognize what the heck they're looking at, and this will be a good way to do that. And then you need to specify a dashboard. You can use an existing dashboard, but for today, I'd like you to create your own. So under the dashboard section, I'd like you to use your initials, or just some numbers, or funny word, or whatever, and then do create new dashboard with that name. And then go ahead and choose add. When you do add, what you should get is very similar to what I got. Now I have a dashboard with my panel of information. Now from here, we can go ahead and modify the look and feel, because this is good, but maybe I want to modify, like I said, the look and feel. I can do a few different things. I can go ahead and add a text panel. So I can go up here to add panel. And I'm not going to be very verbose on mine. I'm feeling a little bit lazy. This is a test. But what I could do is provide some, instructions to somebody. Hey, you're looking at this dashboard. Read this note. This will help explain what this thing is. But I can continue with the look and feel modification. I can drag this stuff around. I can move this to the left, this to the right, make this bigger. I can toggle the theme, which I highly recommend. Dark theme, much easier on the eyes, or at least my eyes. Move this around. All right. This is good. This is the way we present our data. Description on the left, panel on the right. Or maybe we flip-flop it, but you get to decide that look and feel. Let's go ahead and modify those, play around with those a little bit. Now, the last step I want to show here is an important step. It's also quite a powerful one, and I want to show you what this does. What this does. Period. So what we're going to do now is share this dashboard out. So in this scenario, we've created this dashboard. We have this look and feel the way we want it. And now we want to give this to other people. So how do we give it to other people? Well, we go to the share icon. I guess it's a share icon. We call it a share icon. And now, very similar to as I showed earlier, I would go ahead and say, I want to share this with my analysts. And I want to share this with Abhi and Frank. They're working on this project with me. And I can decide, do I want them to only view this dashboard? Do I want them to edit the dashboard? Do I want them to manage the dashboard and decide who they share it with other people with, just granular controls? Now, there is one other feature here that I want to point out. This is an important feature. It's a feature that an administrator can say you can't use, but I do want to show it because I think it's important enough to know what it is and how to be careful with it or when to be careful with it. And the option is this shareable URL. Now, like I said, this is an option that an administrator can turn off. And if they do, you probably don't even have this option. But if they leave it on, what you can do is you can take this URL and copy it. And what I can do is I can make this dashboard accessible outside my org to either a whitelist of specific IPs or the world. If I choose the world, what I can do, or as it says right here, sharing this dashboard with this setting means that anybody with the URL can view the dashboard and the contents without logging in. So if I choose to share this with the world, I can now take this dashboard, send it to somebody, regardless of if they have a Sumo account or not, they can go ahead and now view that dashboard. Now the question is, do you want anybody in the world viewing that dashboard without credentials? Maybe, maybe not. Probably more on the maybe not side, but you certainly have those controls. So this is something that an administrator can override, but I did want to point it out because it is quite powerful, for good or bad. Hopefully used for good, not for evil, but it's there, so I did want to point it out. All right, cool. So let's see. For the labs, that's all we'll do for the labs. Lab 5, yeah, the other labs will kind of play with the, actually, you know what, let's do lab, let's go to lab 6. Last lab we'll do, this is a fast one too, which is creating an alert, which I have mentioned, but I haven't shown, which I should have. So what you have the ability to do is create an alert. You also have the ability to, it's still an alert, but you have the ability to be notified as well. And let me describe the difference because that's a terrible explanation. What I can do is I can go to my query. So sharing with the world is read-only access without creds, correct? So what I can do is I can go to save this query. But what I haven't shown is this option of schedule the search. Click on it. And what I can do now is have this query run periodically. So maybe I want this query to run every hour. Every hour, this query with the status code is going to run. And then once the search is complete, maybe it will email me. You know what, maybe I also want this to email my ops team. This is about 404s, this is status codes. I think they should know, what's going on with these. And so I have the ability to do that. I can also go ahead and set up other alert types using webhooks, using ServiceNow as well. So there are other options in there. And then I can choose to save this. And what's going to happen now is every hour this will run and send these results in the form of a report to these two people or these two email addresses. What we'll show in the afternoon is the way to trigger an alert when an event happens. So this is just every hour this is going to run and send off the data. The alert we'll show in the afternoon is, what if you want to be alerted when you have more than 50 404s in a minute? You can set up that type of alert. But like I said, I'll show that in the afternoon. All right, so a lot of content we went over. Is webhook encrypted? Yeah, I believe it is. Should be. In fact, the webhooks are quite simple to set up. Basically, you just provide the webhook information that's been provided. So that's primarily what we wanted to cover for the morning session. Like I said, lots of information I know, but not but, a lot of information. But hopefully, some of it's sunk in a little bit. So what are we going to do now? Well, we're going to take an exam now. Might be a big leap for some of us, but let's go ahead and talk about it and how to do it and everything that comes along with it. So I'm going to talk about the exams. The first thing and the most important thing about the exams is we don't want you to take the exam as the training user that you logged in with, because we don't want Training Plus Labs to get credit for the exam. We want you to. So what you're going to want to do is log out of Sumo Logic, or you could use another browser, just up to you, and log in using your professional or personal Sumo Logic credentials. If you don't have any credentials, I'll actually show that in a slide deck where to get that. So once you log in, you'll go to certification, and we're going to be talking about the fundamentals exam. So you'll choose take the exam. But before you take it, let me continue talking about it and aspects of the exam in general. So we're doing fundamentals today. We'll do search mastery in the afternoon. For each exam, rather, excuse me, there's preparation. The prep is the stuff we've done today. So the quick start webinar was me for the first hour. The tutorial was the labs we just did for the past half hour. So you've accomplished the prep. And let me get to my little deck here. Here it is. So a little bit more about the certification exam. It's going to consist of 30 questions that are coming from a pool of questions. So yeah, 30 questions. You'll have 60 minutes to take it. You're not going to need 60 minutes to take it. Specifically, the fundamentals exam, most of you will probably need about 20 minutes. But we're going to start now. We're still going into lunch, so you'll have plenty of time. Time shouldn't be an issue. You'll need a 75 to pass, so you'll need to get 23, right? 22, whatever my math is. And you do have 3 attempts to take it. So certainly if you don't pass today or you're having trouble, you're welcome to take it again and again. And if you need to take it more than that, that's perfectly fine. You can just let us know at the training at sumologic.com and we can increase that for you. So like I said, you're going to want to make sure that you log out of the training account because we don't want the training account to get user for the credit for the exam. Hopefully you have your own credentials, but if you do not, you have the ability to sign up at our sign up page. So I'll go ahead and paste these in. One thing is if you don't have an account, you can sign up for an account at sumologic.com/signup. However, you do need to use you can't use a free email account. So you can't use Gmail, Yahoo. So you do need to use either a corporate domain or a private domain. If that's a problem as well, let us know. We can kind of help you with that also. So why are we taking this exam? Well, not only to kill time, totally joking, of course, but we're doing this for a few reasons. One, of course, is for you to be able to prove to yourself, your peers, others, that you understand the Sumo Logic technology and all that. For passing the exam, you will get a certificate. You can print it out, put it on your wall. You get invited to our LinkedIn group, which is kind of cool. We post some neat stuff in there. These last ones, I kind of was joking when I wrote them, but it turned out to be real. Respect of your peers, fame, fortune, and more. What we found is by taking these certifications, you are now proving that you know a new skill. New skills are valuable in the market. If you can leverage this to getting a raise or a new role or whatever, all the better. We've seen sumos do this before. Unfortunately, someone asked about sumo swag. We don't get any swag for today. This is virtual only, so I do apologize for that. But we'll catch you up next time we see you in person. We'll get you something, of course. Now, I did exclude one little fact about the exam that I feel like I should have mentioned first, kind of intentionally, just to have you stay paying attention. This exam is open book, open resource, open Google, open documentation. And this is intentionally so. It's not to make the exam easy, although some people might think so. Very simply, in the real world, when you're coming across problems and situations, you have documentation that you can use. You have resources that you can use. We want you to use those. We want you to become comfortable with the documentation. The documentation we provide or have is very good. Every company says theirs is very good. I've come from a company where theirs was not very good and they claimed it was, but here we have really good documentation. We keep our docs updated, we have a team working on them, and we want you to know that you can rely on them. So I'll let you know with the exam, I hate to say this, but I'll give you a little hint. Just about every answer or every question and answer can be found in the documentation. So that should help you through the exam and use it, please do. Let's see, that's about it for the exam. I see we have some questions, so I'm certainly going to go through some of these as well, the questions that are coming up. But other than that, let's go ahead and start the exam. So just from let's see, a couple things here. A scheduling standpoint, I don't have the slide anymore. So we are expected to basically come back at 12:30 to start again. So you'll have about an hour 15 to take the exam and take lunch, which more than enough time. So go ahead and feel free to start the exam right now, and we'll catch you at 12:30. But there are some questions, so let me go through these.
Yeah, Josh, one thing to mention is maybe the Sumo 6 for those that don't get the swag.
Absolutely, thank you for so much going on. So what Jacqueline was just alluding to is we have a new program that's coming out soon. Soon, I'll leave it at soon, which we're calling the Sumo 6. As you may have noticed, we have 6 certifications, which hence the Sumo 6. The program we're running is if you get all 6 certifications and they're current, we're going to reward you. And so what we're going to be providing is a backpack that has a Sumo Logic branding on it that we'll send to you for free. Offer good only in the US and Canada. Should put out that caveat, so I apologize to our European friend who joined us this call. But that's a promotion we're going to start running pretty soon. So this is a great initiation into getting that Sumo 6, and these are the 6 classes. So to take the exam, once again, log into Sumo Logic using your own credentials and go to certification and choose take the exam. But there are some other questions. Let me look at these. So a question about jumping ahead, but taking security certification. So you're welcome to take any of these certifications when you want, as you want. Now, certainly fundamentals is, we typically recommend first because hence the name fundamentals goes over the basics. But you're welcome to go straight to security. If you're only interested in administration, you're welcome to do that. So for today, we're going to do fundamentals and search mastery, but certainly if you want to do security on your own, you're welcome to. And on your own, there's a couple different variations of that. You can go through the prep of the webinar and the labs, and that's basically the same content as if, not basically, it is the same content if I was doing a virtual cert jam for you personally. So it's the same content. You can do that. You can attend one of our other virtual classes. So really just up to you how you want to learn the material, but we provide many different ways. Let's see, question about the corp account. Let's see, a couple of you are having a little issue, so I'll get back to those. I just want to get people kicked off on the exam. Someone asked, name's not relevant, about taking the exam later. So you're welcome to. We've set aside this time for the exam, and we're here. Jacqueline and myself will remain on the call, and if there are any questions, we can help facilitate those during the exam. But certainly if you can't take the exam or don't have time or what have you, you're welcome to take it at a later time. All right, so good. Let's see. All right, so I think I'm going to put myself on mute for right now. If there's any additional questions, still go ahead and ask them in the Q&A or the chat. These seem to be mostly one-offs. So from its time standpoint, once again, I'm going to put myself on mute, and we'll start back up at 12:30. So thank you, everybody. Hopefully you're able to join us for that as well. And as a reminder, we're going to be starting the user group at 3 o'clock as well. So hopefully we'll have you back for that as well. So all right, thank you, everybody.
Hey, Josh, it looks like you're muted.
Yeah, no, I was just getting started. Thank you. All right, so welcome back, everybody. Actually, let me go ahead and put my video back on as well. So welcome back. Hopefully everybody had a good lunch, nice little break. More importantly, hopefully you had some good experience for the morning. So in the morning, I think we're getting some new people joining us. So just a quick recap, we went over the fundamentals of Sumo Logic. The class we gave was a bit of an abbreviated one from one we would normally cover, excuse me. I noticed there were some comments in the chat and Q&A about how some of the material we didn't cover. And that's partially why, just due to time, we only had so much time to go over material. But the other reason is, as I alluded to earlier, is the fact that hopefully you saw how the documentation can be useful. It's always useful, but can help you answer those quiz and exam questions so that you can start to rely on that documentation. So somewhat unintentional, of course, to not cover those things, but maybe a little bit as well. So, but the feedback was absolutely valid, of course. Feedback is. But for the afternoon session, what we're going to do is we're going to get into search mastery. So in the morning, we did fundamentals, and I'm going to use the certification as our guide here, where we learn the basics of Sumo Logic. Now we're going to get into search mastery, which is going to be the query language. So the session is going to be very similar to the lab session that we did for the second half of this morning, where it's just going to be labs. I don't have any slides. Actually, let me rephrase that. I have slides, but I don't really utilize them. We will be sending you the decks for today, or at least a link to get to them. And I know Jacqueline was helping answer that question for a couple of people on the chat. So certainly, we will provide them, but I just don't use them too frequently. I like to just do hands-on exercises together. So for the afternoon, we're going to do search mastery, like I mentioned. And let's dive in here. Certainly, if, as before, if you guys have questions or comments, go ahead and put them in. Jacqueline's really been on top of them, so I know she's been enjoying chatting with some of you guys on the side. So, let's keep that going as well. So for search mastery, what we want to do first is we want to get back into the system. So we're going to use the same set of credentials that we used earlier. I don't expect you to have them memorized. If you do, great, go ahead and log in. But if not, these are the credentials. So once again, let's go ahead and log back in. I'm going to put that poll up to verify that people are able to get in. And let me go ahead and put the credentials in the chat as well. So once again, service.sumologic.com, training plus labs at sumologic.com. And then that password is logicmay20. The O's or zeros are zeros in there. So capital L 0, GIC, capital MAY 20 exclamation point. So go ahead again, get logged back in. Jacqueline's here to help. And I'll give everybody just a few moments, of course. And for this session, we do want to use the training account. I know you previously for the exam had logged in with your own personal or professional credentials, which, of course, we'll use later for the exam. But for now, we do want to use the training environment because that's where the sources of data are. So we'll look at a couple different sources of data today. We'll be using Apache Access again a lot, but especially if we have time, we'll delve into some other sources. All right, looks like everybody's pretty good on getting in, so I'm going to go ahead and continue. If you have questions, don't be shy, though. Jacqueline's there. She's sensitive to those questions, so just give her a shout. All right, so once you logged in, you should be brought to the home screen, which is not new. What we're going to do now is we're going to go to the labs, but we're going to go get to them a little bit differently. In the Learn tab, which I showed earlier, we use the fundamentals labs. We also have the administration labs in here, but we don't have the search mastery in here. If we go to certification, what we're going to do is we're going to go to search mastery. We're not going to take exam yet, unless you're feeling really risky, but that's your call. But what we are going to click on is the hands-on labs under the search mastery. So as a reminder, each class has its own prep work. In this case, we're doing search mastery. The webinar is what you're about to hear for the next hour and a half, and the hands-on lab are the exercises we'll be using for that next hour and a half or so. So go ahead and click on the hands-on labs, and it should open up a new tab. And like we did earlier, we'll have one tab with the labs. And let me go ahead and put the direct link in chat for these labs. So one link for the app, one link for the labs, and possibly another for Zoom. Now let me go ahead and just close these other. We don't need those anymore. Okay. So you should be on the introduction. And let's go to lab 1. So in these labs, there's 15 labs for search mastery. We're not going to get through all of them just due to time. I've kind of pick and chose my favorites, or my favorites and the ones that are most proper. Or not proper, but appropriate. Someone else, just let me go ahead and show you that link real fast. Certification, search mastery, hands-on labs. And Jacqueline will take it from there. Okay, so for this first lab, each lab has, or many of the labs have kind of subcomponents or sub-steps. So this is lab 1, but there's actually 7 kind of parts to this. So when I'm going through these, I'll be calling this lab 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, etc. So let's go ahead and start. We're going to start very simple, but simple is a good way to learn. So let's go ahead and start with this first lab. And with this first lab, one other thing I should mention is for these labs, we are going to be providing kind of a problem or a situation or just something we want to solve for. And then we will be providing the queries. So for today, we're not going to be creating our own queries, which I hope is not a disappointment. I just find this has been an effective way to learn of this is what the query does, then let's look at the query and kind of go line by line. So we will be doing that today. So for the first lab, we're going to go ahead and want to start a new query window. So we'll go up here and go to new log search. And for lab 1-1, we want to search for all messages with the source category of labs Apache Access for the last 15 minutes. So how do we do that? Well, pretty easy. I'm going to copy and paste. Going to Control C, Control V, and now we're going to run this. And we're starting with this because it's a simple query, and to remind you, by default, things run for the last 15 minutes. And as we showed this morning, just this is a good reminder of the layout of the screen. The histogram is over here, the result total is over here, the raw messages are down here, the fields, and these fields are showing up because they are parsed via field extraction rules, which we'll talk about again in a little bit, are showing up over here. One other thing to mention, well, a lot of things to mention, but is the results. So your results might not match mine one-to-one. Yours might be higher, yours might be lower, and that's perfectly fine. Keep in mind it's because your window or your time window is different from mine. When I click start, my time window is 15 minutes as such. If you click start 3 seconds later, your 15-minute window is off by mine. So for today, it's not important that your results match mine one-to-one, just really more that you understand kind of how they got there. So we did a query. Now we're going to get a little more advanced, of course. Now with 1-2, what we want to do is we want to identify client errors. The way we're going to identify client errors is by looking for 404s, which we talked about a little bit this morning as well. Of, when you go to a web page, 404, file not found, page not found is a bad thing. So how do we look for 404s? Well, here's how we do it. Here's the line. So I'm going to grab the line, go back into the app, and do a new log search. And I like to do a new log search for each step, but you don't have to. It's just really up to you. Now, when I run this, there's a bunch of things I want to talk about here. So when I click start, what I'm telling the system is to look for Apache Access data like we just did, but in this case, look for the string or the word, or it's a string, but the keyword of 404. Now, a couple of things about this. We have an end here, which is telling us or telling the system, look for this data and this data at the same time. The word end is not required. So if I remove the word end, it's going to run exactly the same way. So at this point, it's just personal preference. Do you want the end in or not? Now, for now, I'd recommend it because it's a good way to remind you of the end by actually putting it in, but the query runs the same way. Now, something else I want to point out, just in transparency, the system's not wrong by any means, but I do want to explain what's happening. In this example, we're telling the system, or we're saying, look for client errors and look for 404s. Now, as we discussed earlier, when we were talking about the 404s that are helpful, we were talking about this 404 here, this field right here, which we know is the status code. However, in this example here, when we say look for 404, we're telling the system, look for 404 anywhere in the log message. So theoretically, I'm just seeing if I have an example, I never do. If 404 showed up in the milliseconds field, this message would be retrieved because the 404 is there, and we're saying look for 404. Now, what we'll get into and what we showed a lot more this morning was end status code equals 404, where you would then only get 404s that exist right here. But I did just want to be kind of transparent that in this case, we're saying look for 404 anywhere in the log message. All right. Lab 1-3 is introducing Boolean logic to allow us to search for log lines that match multiple criteria. So let's say we want to look for log lines that have the word error. And when I say word, I mean string, but I'll refer to it as word most of today. The word error, or check out. How do we express that? Well, once again, here's the solution, but let's talk about it. Good question. Let me read the question. The question was the operators, are they case sensitive? As far as the ends and the ors, they are not case sensitive. So you could do and, you could do that, you could do capital, all the same thing. The same for keywords as well, and we'll talk about that, they are not case sensitive. But in this case, what we wanted to look for is error or check out. So what we can do is just do error or check with a star, and the check with the star or the wildcard is going to encompass check out, and that will capture those things. And now we see those keywords highlighted down below. Now in transparency, once again, just to be fair, here we're saying look for check or check out, which we're representing with check with the star. theoretically check in, check up, those would be retrieved by this. So just once again, I want to be transparent. System's correct. It's just whether or not we're looking for this specific or broader. Let's see, a couple questions in here. Is there a difference between the end and the pipe symbol? Yes, there is, and we haven't talked about it yet, but the question is very good. We'll show it in, I guess let's hold on to that question. No, actually, let's answer that question. I'm sorry. So yes, there is a difference. The end is used within one line to say, look for this and this other value. The pipe is used to separate lines. So with the pipe, and I'm just going to try and pull up a query that's a little more detailed to see if I have one. Here's one just to look at. Here we're saying first run this line, then run this line, then run this line. So they run in sequential order. Basically, when the first line runs, the system brings back results. Then when the second line runs, the system looks at those results from the first line and kind of parses things out, or not parsing, well, not parsing in the sense of fields, but limits or filters out those things, and then the third line would run. So the pipes are basically for line separation, is really where it would be. And then there was a question about force and case sensitivity, and that's where quotes can be used. So you can use force case sensitivity using quotes if you want to. All right, but back to the example. And so we were about to do lab 1-4. So with 1-4, what we want to do is we want to look at a different source category, labs Apache error data, and we want to do it for the last 45 minutes. So we're going to go ahead and just copy the line, do a new log search again, paste it in. And in this case, since we're doing the last 45 minutes, we're doing this intentionally because we want to remind you that there are other time options or ways to select time. And in this case, you would use -45M. And through these examples, I should have mentioned them, but hopefully you are doing it a little on your own. Feel free to play around with these examples in that, in this case, where I'm telling you, look for the last 45 minutes. If you want to look at the last 75 minutes or last 6 days, feel free to go ahead and play with that, either now or later. Okay, so let's see. So we got this source category. So in this case, we're now looking for a new source category, or new to us. And we have this down below here. Now what we want to do in this next lab, which is 1-5, is we want to look at 2 different source categories. We want to look at lab Apache access data as well as lab Apache error data. Now I'm going to grab the query of how to do it and paste it in. But before I do, or while I do, I want to kind of, I guess, just almost quiz you. No prizes or anything, but quiz in your own mind. So I'm going to remove the or here. Now, what would happen, this is the question I want to ask, what would happen or what will happen if I hit start or enter right now, the way I have the text on the screen? So think about it for a second. And to make it possibly easier, remember the end is here. So what is going to happen when I run this is nothing. In that, we're telling the system, look for data that resides here and at the same time resides there. Data can't reside in 2 places at the same time. So that's why nothing shows up. However, when we do or, as the lab is telling us to, we get both sets of data. Now, you might ask me, which is, I guess, would be a fair question, hey, Josh, how do I know that you're getting 2 sets of data in here? You're telling me you're getting Apache access data and error data, but I don't believe you. Hopefully a little bit nicer than that, but how do I know that? This is where the field browser can come in handy. In the field browser, I see a field for source category, and I see a value of 2, representing the system has found 2 unique source categories over the last 15 minutes that meet my criteria. If I click on the source category, I see the 2 values it found, which are error and access. And I also see that percentage breakout and count that I mentioned earlier. So if my job, which it wouldn't be a very difficult job, but if my job was, hey, Josh, over the past 15 minutes, between Apache and error data, what percentage of data has been accessed? It's been 97%. So usually the things you get asked are going to be a little more difficult than that, but not always. Sometimes this field browser is perfectly suitable for what you need to show. Now in lab 1-6, we want to show how you can express this information using a wildcard. So how can I express the same thing here without typing everything out? Well, what I can do is utilize a wildcard. When I click start, I'm now telling the system, look for labs, Apache, anything. And for the source categories, and we don't go very deep in them, think of the source categories as a file structure, a directory structure, a tree structure, really all the same thing. Where at the top, you kind of have your root. In this case, it might be in the environment, labs, production, whatever. And then you have your Apache, and then you have your access or your error. So if you think of it like that, I think that helps. Now, when I, once again, in transparency, when I run labs Apache star, I'm telling the system, look for lab Apache access, look for lab Apache error. But theoretically, if there was labs Apache random, that would show up in here. Now, once again, I can verify that it's only bringing the 2 source categories in using the field browser. But once again, like I said, just to kind of be fair, it would bring in anything that fulfills the requirement. All right. Lab 1-7, I'm going to try and show real fast, and I'll explain why I'm showing it real fast. I just set it up and then I'll explain it. Okay. I just want to make sure it's running. There we go. Okay, let me explain what I just did, and I'll also explain why I did it in a little bit of a hurry, so to speak. Now, with this query of labs Apache access 404, that's very similar to the query we ran, I think it's step 2. So when I run it, I'm telling the system, or asking from the system, go to the last 15 minutes worth of data and grab things that meet this criteria. And when I do so, I'm looking at kind of, well, I was going to say I'm using air quotes, I'm actually doing them in my office here. You are looking at old data. It's data that's come into the system, it's sat there, it's been ingested, and it's kind of waiting around. Now, old might be 30 milliseconds, but it is data that's come in and been processed, which is great. I mean, that's usually what you guys out there want to do with this data. But what if you want to look at the data as it comes in? This is where LiveTail can help you. LiveTail is very similar to a tail-f function in a Linux Unix environment. In that, it's going to show us data as it becomes ingested. So in this tab, I'm seeing that last 15 minutes worth of data. And in LiveTail, I'm now seeing Apache access data that has the query or the string of 404 in it as it comes in, coming in, you know, so on and so forth. LiveTail is great for some of you, and some of you will never use it again, and that's perfectly fine. Some people think LiveTail is the best feature we ever added, and some never look at it again. And like I said, it's perfectly fine to be on either side of the fence. But if you do want to see data as it becomes ingested into the system, this is a great way to do so. You can also run this through a terminal interface. There's a command line, a CLI for this as well that you can take advantage of and utilize. So where this becomes helpful is, and probably the last thing I'll say about it is, let's say you set up a collector and you start to bring in your data, and you go ahead and run a query, and there's no data in the system. Well, go ahead and run a LiveTail to see, is data even coming into the system? If it's not even arriving to the system, you have one problem. If it's arriving into the system and you can't find it, then you have another, and you would go down the appropriate path. So certainly wanted to point it out. Oh, and the reason I rushed to kind of do it is currently we have a limit of having or permitting 10 concurrent LiveTail sessions per an account. And there's many more than 10 of you today, so that's why. That limit also is not one that many customers hit. It may not sound like a large limit, but it's just not one that's a big problem. So we do have one in place, but that's, if you're trying to run LiveTail right now, you might be getting that message. If you want to see this on your own, which I encourage you, probably just wait about 2 minutes until we go to the next lab and then come back and take a look at it or look at it later. So great tool for those that need it. And yeah. All right, so let's go back to the lab. And we have some quiz questions. Let's do a couple of these. And you just do these to yourself. You don't have to answer out loud. Keywords are case sensitive. Excuse me. So keywords are not case sensitive. We talked, or the question came up, I talked about a little bit. You can use quotes to specify sensitivity, but by default they're not. And is implicit and or is explicit. This is true. So and is going to be implied, and or you need to actually put in before. And then this one, keywords and metadata can use wildcards for live tail. This is true. And I think this answer has actually changed in recent history. So, you can. All right, cool. Let's move on to lab 2. Looking at the schedule, time-wise, cool. Doing good. All right, lab 2. Lab 2 is a good one. Oh, they're all good ones, but lab 2 I like because it's going to have us go through similar steps that we did in the morning, but all in one lab, kind of faster. So, but not too fast. All right, so with lab 2-1, we're actually going to be continuing kind of with the lab we were just on. And what we're going to do here is we're going to grab the query. But the goal of this query is to look at the Apache and error logs for the last 15 minutes and count the results by source. So how do we do that? Copy paste. Let me just clean up a couple of these windows here as well. And this is also going to be the first example that you will have of the pipe, using the pipe for the separation of line characters. So in this case, what we're doing is looking at Labs Apache data. And what we can do here, and I'll do this periodically throughout the day, and you're welcome to, is I'll comment off the second line. Because what I want to show is this is what the first line is doing. This is what the second line is doing, and so on and so forth. So in this case, let's run the first line. We're looking at that Apache access and error data. And just to confirm, we are now. Now, if we want to count by source, the language is pretty straightforward. Count by source, using the pipe to separate the lines. When I click start, since I'm using the count operator, which is a mathematical operator, we get the aggregates tab, which is showing us the results of that mathematics. And then we see it by source. So we see this source. Now, if I comment off this line, as a reminder, we could have used the field browser on its own to get this data. There's that same information, or should be the same information, but just two different ways to handle it. Now, another thing about the pipe for the separation of line, it's intended to use, it is used for separation of lines. However, this would work exactly the same, having everything on one line with the pipe separated. So the pipe acts as a separator intended to be for separate lines, and we encourage you to actually use separate lines. Just visually, I think it's more pleasing, but technically this would be the same exact thing. So just, once again, personal preference. There was a question about, and a very good question, of how did I, or the system, know to use source? Source is one of those metadata keyword, source is metadata that is automatically reserved. It's a reserved word, basically. So when I ingest data, the source category will be applied. The source will be applied, the source host, the source name, and these are just found using _source, etc. Another way I can kind of check that is to do underscore, actually I can't do it here in a new query. I can do pipe, and as I type to anything, here I see this, these are the metadata fields that are available. The nice thing about the search ahead is, of course, it searches ahead, but it also gives you a little explanation or definition with some examples, and it makes it easy to look at the help article. So, let's get more information about this _source, this, kind of mystery. Well, here we see that it's built in metadata, and now we start to see, exactly what it is. So, good question, Steve. All right, let's see, where were we? So, we are now counting by source, or now we are. Okay, so now we've completed, this is lab 2-1. Now in 2-2, what we want to do is we want to start to parse the IP address using regex. So I showed this example earlier, or the steps earlier, but I want you to experience them. So in this case, I'm going to grab the whole query again, do a new log search. And I'm going to comment off each line once again, just to do so. Run that first line. Make sure we get our Apache access and error data, or any data at all, at least something. And now we can utilize the regex. So with the parsing of this regex, or regex parsing, we're saying create a field called IP_address and use this pattern. Now, the name we give the field is totally up to us. We could call this, and we can't use any spaces, but we could call it an IP address, we could call it an address, you know, anything we want. But we should use, once again, I mentioned this morning, use terminology that's friendly to the organization and that's known. Especially if you're going to share queries, I don't want somebody having to speculate, is this an IP address? Is it a IP6 number? You know, what is it? It's pretty clear what it is. You call it what it is. And then this is the pattern of regex. So when I click start, I should get a field called IP address. If I don't get a field displayed here, it should show up in the field browser, and it may show up as a hidden field. One issue we have when we do these trainings is we're all using a shared account. Well, if you turn on one of the fields and I turn off one of the fields and 3 other people do something else, then the status is kind of not messed up, but kind of. So if you don't see the field, just go ahead and probably need to add it from the hidden fields into the display fields. So now we have IP addresses, and now we can go ahead and count them. The query language, keep it simple. If you want to count by what? By IP address. When I click start, now I should get the aggregates tab, and I should have all those IP addresses with the occurrence or frequency or count of them. And if I click on the count, I can sort them high to low or low to high. All right, now lab 3, 2-3, excuse me. We're going to use the filter operator. I showed it this morning, but you'll get a little more hands-on with it now. So let's say in this list, we see all these different IPs. This one shows up 7,000 times, this one shows up 94 times. Well, that's good, but let's say we only want to see those counts that show up or that are greater than 2,500, or less than 2,500, or greater than 200, or whatever. This is how we can do so. Very simply, add a new line where, in this case, we're going to use underscore count because the count is an operator, is a reserved word, and the results of that operator are represented by underscore count. So this is just, like I said, just kind of a reserved word. And then what we can do is go ahead and say greater than 2,500. So now when I click start, the system's going to go through the list. If it's above 2,500, it will keep it. If it's below it, it will drop it. Conversely, of course, if you flip the arrow the other way, it will do less than 2,500. Question not directly about this, but still a good question from William. Can you do calculations on field? For example, if you parse out a field and want to add some mathematics to it, can you? Yes, you can. I think we show an example shortly. So we'll see that soon. Now, in this case, we have our values of less than 2,500 or greater than 2,500, whatever value we're playing with. But once again, we want to remind you that there are other charting options, and we started to look at those this morning. Today, or now, we're going to use the pie chart. So we can go ahead and click on the pie chart. Technically, it's more of a donut chart. One question I'm going to answer just to get ahead of, because it always gets asked, and it's a great question. In this view of the graph or the chart, I see the values around the ring. And in this view, I see the values in the legend. Why? It's really just a function of the zooming in of your browser. So if I zoom out, then I see the values. There was a question, can you do IP address equals something? Depending on how you're asking that, yes. So you could actually absolutely say, just show me IP address that's equal to either a specific one, or you could do IP address equal to 78.235.star and do anything in those with the octets or whatever. So yes, I think if I answered the question correctly, Juan. If not, go ahead and just re-ask and Jackie will take it. All right. Now in lab 2-4, we're actually going to do some of the mathematics. Sort of, actually not as deep as I thought, but a little bit of mathematics here as well. So in this case, in this query, and in this question, or this lab, I like to read this one as kind of like a word problem. Now we're providing you with the answer, so it makes the word problem quite easy to solve. But in this case, we're saying we want to look for the top 10 source IP addresses by bandwidth usage. So what this tells me, even without reading the next sentence, is I need to tell the system how to recognize an IP address. I need to tell the system how to calculate bandwidth usage. and I need to figure out how to tell the system to do the top 10 of those. So if we're using kind of like algebraic terms, it would kind of be X, Y's, and Z's, sort of. And as it says here, this will require parsing the byte sizes as well as the source IP. So we're going to need to parse out this and this. So how do we do that? Well, write the line, or the whole thing, and paste it in. Now for here, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to comment all these lines. I'm going to show you how to do this. Some of you might think this is the most valuable thing you learned today. And if you do think that, that's no offense, but I want to show it because it's kind of cool. What I want to do is show you how to take all these lines and do that. Comment multiple lines off at one time. So how did I do that? What you want to do is you want to go to the first line that you want to comment and just click your mouse on the front of that line. Once your mouse is clicked on that line, hold down the Alt button on your keyboard. And when you do, the mouse cursor should turn into crosshairs. What you can then do is while your finger is held down on the Alt button, drag down with the mouse, and then let go of the Alt button and the mouse button. And then anything you type is replicated on all the lines, including 2 backslashes that represent comments. So that's how to comment multiple lines off. But in this example, we're going to look at the Apache access data. And then we're going to parse for the IP address like we did earlier. Now in this case, or this next case, what we want to do is we want to get the size. Now, the size is located, where is it? Oh, here it is, sorry. Right here. Here's the size. This 4-digit number represents the size in bytes. So how do we tell the system to look for that spot? Now, we showed you earlier that we could do that through the UI, where I highlighted the whole line and then did parse selected text. We showed you how you, briefly, but showed you the field extraction rule, where that parsing is actually occurring automatically. But what we can do here is we can use the parse anchor to recognize that this is the thing we want to look at. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to look for a 200 first. 200 means a successful connection. So what we want to tell the system is look for a successful connection. If you find it, look for a space, and then that next thing will be the size. And that's what this third line is doing, saying, look for a space, look for a 200, oh, sorry. Look for a space, look for a 200, look for another space, look for that thing as the size, and then go ahead and look for another space. And if you find those, that would be referencing this. So when I click start now, what I should get are a whole bunch of sizes. And if I go to my field browser and my size, now I get these sizes. So now I have IP addresses and sizes. But now I need to use the mathematics to put these together because I needed to find top 10 source IP addresses by bandwidth usage. So what I'm going to do here is say take the sizes and add them up. That's just what the sum operator is doing, very simple. Call the results of that math total bytes and do it by each IP address, excuse me. So what I see now is when I click start, I get aggregates, I get math, and I get the results of that math. This IP address had all those different sizes added up and totals this. This IP address, all the sizes up, adds up to that. And I get 18 IP addresses with a bunch of different sizes. Now that's good, but the goal was to find the top 10 IP addresses by bandwidth usage. And that's what the last line does for me. Top is an operator. Top X, top what? Top 10. What do I want to find the top 10 of? The top 10 IP addresses. Do I want to find those top 10 IP addresses by count? No, I want to find them by total bytes. So when I click start, basically the system is going to take the total bytes column. It's going to sort them, going to keep the top 10 and drop the bottom 7 or 8. And now we've fulfilled the lab. Cool. Any questions? Looks like Jacqueline's doing a great job of answering them. So I'm going to keep rolling here a little bit. Lab 3 is next. I'm going to probably not do all of Lab 3, but there are a couple things I want to point out, particularly the first one. So Lab 3-1. And 3-1, 3-2 go together. I'm going to really more show these rather than do them as labs, but you're welcome to do them as labs. But let me just show you and then build down. I find this is a little more effective than just doing the lab itself. So what I want to do here and what I was building up to is looking at a new set of data. Very exciting, I know. This data is going to be CloudTrail data. We've been using Apache data all day. Well, now we're going to use the CloudTrail data. What we get here when I run this is CloudTrail data. And what I want to point out here is, and you may notice, it may be obvious, it may not be either, so that's okay, but these log messages come out in a different format. When we're looking at Apache messages, they come out in this format. But in CloudTrail, they come out in this format. And if you notice in here, these log messages have field names and values associated with them. So for example, here's a source IP address, and here's that value. This is AWS data, so here's the AWS region, and here's that value, and so on and so forth. Event version, a bunch of other stuff in here. Now let's say I wanted to parse out the source IP addresses, because I want to do, like I did in the previous example, maybe a count by source IP. How do I tell the system to look for this information and recognize this as a source IP address? Well, we've looked at a few different ways already. We can do a parse regex, where we say look for number, dot number, dot number, dot number. We could do a parse anchor, which is what we were just talking about, which is saying look for source IP address colon space quote, and whatever's in the quotes, that's the IP address. We could use a field extraction rule, but we can do something here that's much simpler than all of that. These log messages are in a JSON format. You may know that these are in a JSON format because you might recognize that this field value pattern is just indicative of JSON. You may just natively know that CloudTrail, or not natively, but you know that CloudTrails are natively JSON files. Or you might see this big clue over here that says expand JSON. Since these are in a JSON format, to parse out the fields, you can do something much easier than anything we've shown today. And what you can do is do very simply JSON, which is an operator, auto. Before I run this, if you notice my field browser, oh, actually I have a field extraction rule in here that's doing these. But if I do JSON auto right now, should have put that up first. Now, I have a field for AWS region. I have a field for event version, for source IP address, and all these other components that exist within this log message, or in these fields. So JSON auto is a great way for you to parse your data automatically if they're in a JSON format. This feature is, I've used the word obvious a few times today, I probably use it too much, but in this case, it's so obvious for you to use that we are actually going to remove the need for you to even run the operator. So in the very near future, and this is actually in beta, it's probably partially GA right now, the next time you log into the system with CloudTrail data, the system will automatically parse out this data for you. So you won't even need to do the JSON auto. But now that we have these fields, now if I want to count by AWS region, and now I get that information. So if you're ever given the option of what file format you would like your logs to be in, this is a great reason to utilize JSON. Now, to be fair, there are reasons why you may not want to utilize JSON. I believe they're more verbose, meaning they're bigger, meaning they take up more space. But this is one reason, certainly, why you pro JSON, if you would. So wanted to show that because for those of you that touch JSON files, this removes the need to parse really, which is great. Always helpful. All right, let's go back to lab 3. I might skip a couple of these just in the interest of time. Let's see, do I want to skip any of these? Sorry. Actually, let's go through these. We still have a little bit of time. We're doing okay. Yeah, let's go through some of these. Lab 3-3, 4, 5, and 6 all go together. I'm going to also show them like I just did, just kind of as a more of a walkthrough. But feel free to do them. But let me show you how these work and what we're trying to show here, because it's an important thing to be aware of related to the search language. So let me comment on. So in the first line, I'm going to look at Apache error data, which we looked at just for a second earlier. So this is Apache error data. What I want to show here is the fact that, let me just get this ready. The fact that some of these log messages or all these log messages have the word error. So all of them have bracket, error, bracket. But some of them have, after the error, bracket, client, space, and an IP address. And some of them do not. So these do, these don't. And there's, do, don't, so on and so forth. Now, what I want to run here is I want to parse out those IP addresses using a parse anchor. So what I'm doing or telling the system is to look for bracket, look for the word client, look for a space. That next thing you find will be called a client IP. And we could call this an IP address, we can call it whatever we want. Now, when I run this, what results are going to come back? Will this result come back? Will this result come back? And just think about it for a second. When I click start, what happens is the system now utilizes this pattern in the log message. It goes to the first log message and says, can I find this pattern? If it can, it brings the result back with the IP address. Goes to the next log message. However, if it finds a result that does not match the criteria, it drops it because it does not match the pattern. It only brings back those that match the pattern. So that's why we only see things with client IP address and we don't see those others that did not have one. Now, this is good and it's acting correctly. And if we wanted to see those messages that were dropped, we can request that from the system as well. And to do so, all we add is very simply the string, or we call it an option of no drop. And what no drop tells the system is look for a pattern. And if you can find the pattern, display the pattern. If you can't find the pattern, still retrieve the log message, but just don't show a result for that field because there is none to show. So no drop is going to be helpful for you in a couple places. It's really going to be a few places, but the one major place is as you start to create your queries, to verify that your queries are correct and you're getting the data you expect. So let me elaborate on that. What if I accidentally took this parse statement, this client space IP address, and I add an extra space, but I don't realize I added that extra space. And now I run this with the no drop, and I'm expecting to get a bunch of client IPs. And I'm not seeing any. Wait, that's weird. Why are no client IPs being returned? Let me remove the pattern matching portion, no drop. And now, if I'm still not getting any results, then it should kind of dawn on me, oh, something must be wrong with this parse statement. And then I could possibly try to troubleshoot it and then realize, oh, I had that extra space in there. Question?
Yeah, Prakash, did you have a question still? You just have to take yourself off mute. Well, he had raised his hand. Let's see if he still has a question.
I'll go ahead and continue. And I guess maybe if you can get the question. Yeah.
You bet.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Jacqueline. And Prakash, we will help you. Just so this is what the no drop does, is it allows you to go ahead and start to see what matches the pattern as well as what doesn't match the pattern, which can sometimes be more helpful even. Now I'm going to skip the third line, just I don't really want to talk about it right now, but I do want to show the fourth line, which is the is blank capability. We have is blank, is empty, is null. They're all kind of the same thing. But what they allow me to do here, specifically in this situation, is almost do the inverse or the opposite of the no drop. So now when I run this of where is blank client IP, what it's going to show me are only those places that do not have a client IP. So like I said, it's almost showing the opposite there. Now, is blank is probably not something you'll use every day, or you may, depending on your role or how you query, but I did want to show it just because I like putting it in there as well. So, all right, let's see, let's do a couple more. Yeah, let's keep doing it. All right, labs 3-7 and 3-8 go together. I'm just going to take 3-8 and talk through it like I've been doing. Of course, feel free to play with it. And what I want to show with this example is parsing a field and then parsing it further. So I'm going to go ahead and comment off. And in this case, we're going to use GitHub data. GitHub, I feel like most of you probably know what it is, but if you don't, that's fine. Not a Sumo Logic thing. What it is, it's a place for coders to upload and download code and changes are tracked, and kind of a community environment for sharing code. And so what I've done is I've pulled the logs here. And within these logs, we have information about the committer. We see their name, we see email address, and the username. Now, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to parse out these email addresses, because let's say I want to see all the people that have committed code over the last 15 minutes, and I want their email addresses for whatever reason. I want to send them a thank you. What I'm doing here with this parse expression is I'm saying, look for quote, look for the word email, look for the close quote, look for the colon, look for the open quote. Whatever's in there is going to be called an email. So now when I click start, I should get a value for email. And so I do email, 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 etc. Now this is good. I got my emails. But what I want to show here is how to take this email and split it up into 2 additional fields. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to take that email and utilize the @ symbol as the anchor, essentially, and say, look before the @ symbol and call that a user or users or whatever I want to call it. Look after the @ symbol and call that a domain. So now when I run this, the system's going to look at the email. It's going to look for an @ symbol. Anything it finds before the @ symbol, it's going to call a user or users. Anything after, it'll call a domain. So now when I click start, I see users and domains. And what I could do now is I could say count by domain. And so now what I've done is taken all those different domains and placed them into its own chart, or in this case, table. So what this is really helpful for is taking a field and parsing it even further. Email address is a good example. Another good example is, let's say you have your you have IP addresses come back as IP address colon port, and you want to separate IP address and port. You can go ahead and do so. Very good question from Scotland. That's his name, not his location, although maybe. He's asking about field extraction rules, and he mentions that we tell you to look at, he's in Atlanta, sorry. The documentation says to look for the field extraction rules in managed data settings field extraction rules, and he's noticing, as you may as well, there's only managed data logs field extraction rules. And as Jacqueline just pointed out in the chat, we've just modified that UI recently and haven't modified the documentation yet. This just happened, I think, yesterday, the day before. So good catch. We need to adjust it. But yeah, very good observation. All right. Cool. Let's keep going then. So that's lab 8, is really that ability to parse out and parse even further. Lab 9 is a good one. I keep saying good one. They're all good ones. But this is another one where I want to show you what happens. Yeah, let's just show what happens. And actually, I kind of want to quiz you on what's going to happen as well. In this case, we're going to look at a new set of data, or new to us. It's called snort data. Fun to say, snort. This is security event data, but not Sumo. It's just some outside system doing this security event detection. And what I see in here is a couple things, but what I want to focus on is the fact that each one of these log messages has 2 IP addresses in it. 2 IPs, 2 IPs, 2, so on and so forth. Now, what are the 2 IPs for today? I don't really care. Could be IP1, IP2, remote destination, host, whatever. But there are 2 IPs there. Now, if I tell the system to parse using regex to look for an IP address using the syntax of number.number.number, when I click start, what am I going to get? In that, am I going to get 1 IP returned? Am I going to get 2 IPs returned? Or am I going to get no IPs returned? Or maybe some other weird value. So maybe think about it just for a second. And now let me show you what it does and then how to do other things with it. What's going to happen is it's going to look for the first IP. It's going to find the first IP in the first log message, and it's going to say, basically, my mission is complete. I've done what you tasked me to. Then it's going to go to the next log message. Can it find an IP? Yes, there's that first IP, found it. Go to the next log message, find the first IP, so on and so forth. The problem, and it's not a problem, it's correct behavior, is it's ignoring the second IP because it found the first one, it did its mission and moves on. And that's proper behavior. But what if you want to include that second IP? You want to recognize that as an IP address. How do you do that? Well, this is what the option of multi allows you to do. So when I add the option of multi to the end of the message, what it does is it basically says, look for one IP, look for another IP in that same log message, even look for another one until it can't find any more, and then goes to the next log message. Now, the behavior of it is correct. It's also a little odd. So let me show you how it works and why it is correct, but let me show you it. So now when I click start, here's the first log message, and the first IP is 54.76, and there it is. The second IP is 10.120, and here it is. First IP, second IP, first IP, second IP. So what it's doing is it's actually duplicating each log message, but showing the IP as the uniqueness. IP1, IP2, IP1, IP2. So even though the system says there are about 2,900 results, in reality, there's about 1,400, 1,500 unique log messages. So the behavior is not incorrect. It just might not be what you expect. And that's why I wanted to show the multi. This is perfect behavior if you want to treat an IP address as an IP address as an IP address, then it's working perfectly fine. However, if you want to treat this as IP1 and this IP2, or this host, this remote, then you have to come across this, or come at this scenario a little bit differently. And this is an example where using the parse anchor would be more appropriate. So what I would do is I would use this TCP as the brackets and the anchor. And I would say, okay, this is going to be source IP. I'm going to do this at one time, source port, dest IP, dest port. And now when I click submit, what did I do wrong? Oh, I forgot the comma. Or I did, I put the underscore. So now when I run this, this is probably a little bit more what you would expect, where now for each log message, I have source IP, source port, destination IP, destination port. And now I could do something like, say, count destination IPs. So both are correct. It's just which you prefer. Do you want to treat an IP as an IP, or do you want to give those fields different names? And you could actually, through regex, use both. In that you could make a regex that says, this is the first IP and this is the second IP, but it just gets a little more complicated. All right, let's go ahead and keep going. And finally, we're going to look at field extraction rules again. Now, we've talked about them. You've had questions on them, even though you couldn't even find them in the UI. But I do just want to review them because they are kind of that important. Yeah, let me go ahead and just grab this and talk through it. And let me try this first. We'll look up the error data first. Just want to see if this. Okay, no, this isn't that much better. But what I was trying to show is when I run this source category, there are the display fields of time and message. Those are always going to be shown. There are the hidden fields of those metadata fields that we were talking about earlier. And then typically there would not be any more. And that's because there is no parsing taking place. As I start to parse in here, these fields become available to me. So let me see. Oops. There's a point to this. Let's go back. So as I start to parse, I start to get those fields in the field browser. So the field browser is showing me those fields Sumo Logic is aware of. Now, when I do the Lab Apache access data, that is why I have a field for status code, a field for source IP, a field for URL, size, refer, all these other fields we've looked at, is because the field extraction rule is working for me. So the field extraction rule can be found, as correctly noticed, under Manage Data Logs. And this is where it's set up. In the real world, you may not have access to this. An administrator can remove access or not. It's really up to them. A case could be made for either one, of course. So if you don't have access, this is why you don't have access. Not having access or not utilizing the field extraction rules just doesn't parse the data automatically. You can still do it manually, just it doesn't do it automatically. The other thing to keep in mind about this, and this is really probably more for an administrator, is the fact that the field extraction rules are not retroactive. So when you implement them, they will affect your data going forward. They will not affect the data previously. So ideally, you want to set those rules, set them correctly, and then have it impact your future ingestion. But you can't go back retroactively to do so. So those are field extraction rules, pretty important, probably a little more important for an admin type, but still I want you to be aware of them and be aware that you can utilize them. So, and seeing them in that field browser before running any part of the query tells you that field extraction rule is working. All right, good. Let's see. So that's lab 3. Let's see. I'm going to skip around a little bit now, just in essence of time, and I might actually come back to some of these. But let's do plotting clients on a map. I showed this morning and got very excited about it, but now I want you to play with it a little bit. So this is the map operator that I showed. The query is right here, and let's go ahead and play with it. So I'm going to go ahead and paste it in. And all right, okay. So we saw this already, but now I want you to experience it because it's more fun having it hands-on. So I'm going to do the commenting of lines again, like I've done previously. Running the Apache access data first. Parsing out the IP address next. Now, once again, as I just mentioned, I think I mentioned this morning, technically we don't need this second step. This IP address is already being parsed out for us for the field extraction rule. But in this example, let's assume the field extraction rule either isn't working or is just not available. So that's why the second line is going to be helpful. When we run that, we should now have a client IP. Now, what do we do with these client IPs? Now, here's where the geographic lookup table can be helpful. Here we're saying, and I mentioned this morning, read this right to left. Take the client IP, that value, and look it up against the geolocation lookup table, which is that new star data. And from it, grab latitude and longitude. Now, you can grab a lot more than just that, latitude and longitude. You can grab city, you can grab state, zip, region, country, continent, something else. But in this case, specifically for the maps, we only need latitude and longitude. And it's not only we need latitude and longitude, we have to have latitude and longitude. Those are required to plot on a map. So now that we have latitude and longitude, we just want to aggregate them. And we're going to use the count to do so. And now that we have latitude and longitude, as I joked earlier, we may know where this latitude longitude is in the world, but we probably need a map to show us. And that's where we can just click on the map icon. And now we see, here's all of our visitors. Now, let's see, any questions about that? Okay. I'm going to show something, I got a few more minutes till break. So let me show something you'll see it in the security class, but I want to show it because it's cool. So what I want to show here is another lookup table that you can have access to. And the lookup table I want to reference is our threat intelligence lookup. And I'm going to grab this example. I'm going to talk through it just to show it. So what am I talking? Sorry, lock switch. So what I want to do in this scenario is I want to imagine that I have an IP address that I've seen show up in my logs. And I want to get some more information about that IP address. Now, I don't care about the latitude and longitude of that IP address, although it might be interesting to see where that user is if they're doing something malicious. But I want to find out some more threat intelligence information about them. What I can do is I can utilize a secondary lookup table, not the not the map geolocation information, but CrowdStrike data. CrowdStrike, for those of you not familiar, is an organization or company that, as other companies specialize in mapping or logs, they specialize in threat intelligence. So what they're doing as an organization or company is monitoring the internet and looking for hacks and bad things and threats and all that, and categorizing them and cataloging them. And what we give you the ability to do is utilize that data to see what is occurring in your environment. So let's continue with the story. I see this IP address at 84.112 show up in my logs. And they're doing something that's kind of suspicious. I don't know if they're bad or not, but the behavior is a little bit odd. Well, I could, of course, make a judgment call of, maybe I should just blacklist them or not, but I want some more information. I don't know what that IP is. It's not familiar to me. So what I can do here is I can utilize this lookup table. Instead of looking up geo, we're looking up threats. So what we're doing here is we're saying, take my threat, which is equal to the value of 84.112, and compare it to the threat that exists in the threat CrowdStrike database. From that database, don't grab latitude and longitude and country. Grab things that are more appropriate to threats, type, actor, raw, threat levels, all things that are relevant to that use case. Now when I click start, what I see, or should see, is now the system has told me that this IP address has a low malicious confidence, meaning that it's not likely to be malicious. If this had said it was a high malicious confidence, well, then maybe I do want to go ahead and blacklist that user or turn off their account or block them or monitor them and see where they go. But so this CrowdStrike database gives you the ability to start to see what this secondary organization thinks of this stuff and use that in your evaluations. So very helpful, and wanted to point it out. We go into more detail, not too much more detail, a little more detail into the security class itself with this, but I did just want to show it because I think it's interesting. A good question of how can we see the lookup table itself and know what data fields are available to look up? So this is an example where our documentation has all this. So under, there it is, under here are the different IOCs that you can look up. So you can look up by IP address, domain, email address, Bitcoin address, hashes, etc. So just it's in the documentation. Cool. So I wanted to show that. I hope that piqued someone's interest, but security, we go in more detail in it. All right, why don't we go ahead and let's take a break now. We have one coming up, so let's take it now and kind of get it out of the way. Let's do a 10-minute break. Certainly, if there are questions, go ahead and ask them. I'm going to just step away for a second, but Jacqueline's been diligently going over them. So let me set up the clock. Let's do 12-minute timer. All right, 11:47. All right, so you have 11 minutes. So we'll come back in 11 minutes. We'll continue with some labs, and then we'll take an exam probably about a half an hour from now. Then we have a lot more planned for you today. So then we have the user group, which will be fun. So I'm going to put myself on mute, but thanks, and get a little snack and talk to you in a few minutes. All right, everybody. Hopefully you're back and enjoyed a little snack or beverage, and let's go ahead and pick up. Give everybody a second to catch back up. But so what we're going to do is we're going to finish up with doing some more labs. We have probably about another 20 or 30 minutes of labs. So let's do them. So let's go back to the labs. I know I jumped around, but let's go back to lab 6, which is the last one we did, which was the map before I showed the geolocation. And what I want to do now is I want to pick out a couple of good ones to just continue, showing you things that can be done in Sumo Logic. Lab 8 is one I want to show. And with Lab 8, I'm going to skip over Lab 8-1 and do Lab 8-2 just because they're very, very similar. But what we want to introduce here is log reduce. I mentioned it this morning when I was doing the first Travel Logic demo. And I want to show you how it works because it's really cool. It's really helpful, and we're really proud of this feature. So I'm going to go ahead and grab it, but let's, before I run it, let's talk about it and see what it does. So I'm going to do a log search, a new one again. And I'm going to go ahead and run the set of data again, just to show what set of data we have. And in this case, this is that snort data, which we looked at a few moments ago for the different IP addresses in it, which was interesting. But in this case, I want to point out something else about this data. This data, I did mention, is security event data or network intrusion type data. But what I want to focus here on is this classification. So each log line has a classification that it's been placed in by some outside system. This is not Sumo doing this. So we see detection of a network scan, attempted information leak, successful administrator privilege gain, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm going to do just the last 60 minutes of data. I just want to get a little more data just for this demonstration. So now I have all these different classifications of different security events that have taken place, 6,000 of them. Now, what if I wanted to go ahead and get a quick, and quick's kind of the key word here, but a quick understanding of those different classifications? How many of them have been, how many of there, and how many of them are there, and what are they? Well, I have a couple of ways I can approach this. I could do this through a query in that I could go ahead and parse out classification : space, and then whatever's in here is the classification, and I could say count by classification, and that would work, and would be the probably more correct way to handle this. But this is a quicker way to handle this. This is where log reduce comes in. What I can do is I can either type log reduce in the query window or click on the button, same difference. And when I do, it's going to run the log reduce. And as I mentioned this morning, log reduce is something we created where we take, or the system takes, those messages, 6,000 or whatever X amount of messages, and looks through them very quickly and looks for patterns within them and then groups them together in said patterns. So for example, here, we had 6,000 security events. Well, just by clicking log reduce, I now know that 3,000 of them were classifications of attempted information leak. Now, I've asked this question a few times today and I've gotten different answers, but if I were to tell you that there were 3,000 attempted information leaks in the past hour, is that good or bad? Well, you don't really know, but at least now you could start to relay it to know that at least it's been half of the attempts. So this is where log reduce comes in, taking a set of data and looking for patterns within it, and then grouping them based on said patterns and displaying the results. The pattern recognition is all proprietary. It's all algorithms and secret sauce and special fancy words. But basically it's just doing simple, not simple pattern matching, advanced pattern matching, but that's what it's doing. And that's what we wanted to show in Lab 8 is that how to find that needle in the haystack. So how to find possibly a singular event or less frequent event out of many. Now, the next portion of this lab, this feature surrounding messages does not have to be done in a log reduce. I think some of you even had a quiz question about it already. It was one of those things that just there's so much to show in the morning that only had so much time. But I do want to show it here because it is a neat little feature. Really for some of you. Well, it's a feature for all of you, but some of you will really find it handy. And so it's called surrounding messages. And what I want to do is use an example of how it works. Oh, there was a question here about relevance. What the relevance is doing is basically the scoring. So it's trying to grade itself on how good of a job it's doing. You can ignore the relevance for the most part. It's really more just kind of, not math speak, I mean, but I wouldn't focus on it. But it is documented how it's calculated. But it's like I said, it's really just the score, 10 being the best, 0 worst. Oh, so the surrounding messages that I want to show. So here's an example that I want to use. It's a little bit of a story, not a long one, but I think it illustrates the example of the feature. So let's say I see this network Trojan was detected, which is a bad thing, obviously. Or just not obviously, but it's not a good thing. Now, what if I want to find out some more information about it? In that this network Trojan was detected. In fact, if we're going to be specific, 39 of them were detected in the past hour. But what if I wanted to get more information about that particular event or one of those events and possibly see if I can find any kind of correlation or causation in there? What I can do is go to one of those examples. By clicking on the count, it's now going to show me all of those messages that have a network Trojan was detected. I'm just going to pick one just for today's example. What I can do is go to the surrounding messages and basically say, when this message occurred at 1:48, show me the messages that occurred plus or minus 5 minutes before that. Essentially go to 1:43 and grab all the messages from 1:53 and bring back all that data or all those log messages. And where the surrounding messages can help me and what I could start to do potentially is I can start to see a story within my data. And here's the example I wanted to use. Now I don't have the data to back up this story, but if you use your imagination, you'll get it. Let's say I see that network Trojan was detected and I go and do the surrounding messages and I see 3 logs come back. I see Bob logged into the system. I see network Trojan was detected, and then I see Bob logged out of the system. Well, in my mind, not even in my mind, to my manager, I should probably be asking, well, what the heck was Bob doing in the system? Now, are your stories always going to be that clear cut of this thing happened immediately after this thing happened and you can piece it together? No, but as you start to know your data, you will start to see those stories where you will start to see and visually see and understand, oh, these things were occurring, then this event happened, and then these things occurred. And this surrounding messages feature can help you piece that together to see what was going on in a certain time range. So not something you'll use, every day, I don't think, but for the right examples, it can be quite helpful, especially as you start to know your data a little bit better, which you will. You might think you never will, but you will. As you start to look at it through Sumo or any lens, it becomes familiar. Now, Lab 9 I want to show as well because it's not a continuation, but it's a continuation of the log reduce feature. It's called log compare. Now, let's go ahead and this example is good enough too. So let me go ahead and let's do it this way. Actually, I'm going to use a different example. I'm going to use the same example I was using in Lab 8. So feel free to go through Lab 9, but I think I'm just going to carry over from Lab 8 the story or the explanation of this feature. So I hope that's not too confusing. So let me get back to where we were. We have our snort data for the last 60 minutes. We do our log reduce because we want to see what different classifications of security events are taking place or have taken place in the previous 60 minutes. And let's say now, as I did earlier, that this classification of attempted information leak occurred 3,200 times out of 6,300. So just about half the time attempted information leaks have occurred. Now, as I've asked earlier, is 3,200 attempted information leaks in 1 hour period a lot or a little? Should you be concerned about it? Well, as you've answered me before, it depends. It may be a lot, it may be a little. It's really hard to say. I need some other value to compare it to. I can't just in a vacuum say this is high or low. I need some other comparison feature. And that's where log compare comes in. When I click on log compare, what the system is going to do is automatically a 24-hour time shift. And it's going to look at that previous 24-hour period and look at those log messages and group those together based on patterns and then show us the difference. So essentially what we're doing right now is we're looking at 1 to 2 o'clock today, 1 to 2 o'clock yesterday, and seeing the comparison of those messages. So what we're seeing is actually today, we're seeing a decrease of 3% of attempted information leaks, meaning yesterday there were 3% more. So that's actually good. We're actually seeing less of those than we saw in the past. Conversely, we're seeing more web application attacks. Well, that might be concerning, and this is starting to help us understand that. The 24-hour time shift is automatic in 24 hours, but you can customize that. Maybe comparing Wednesday and Thursday doesn't make sense. Maybe comparing this Thursday and last Thursday makes more sense. What we can do is just convert this instead of 24H, 7D, and now we're comparing 1 to 2 o'clock today, Thursday, to last Thursday, 1 to 2 o'clock. So log compare is really helpful for that capability. The other thing it's going to show you, and I hope I have an example in here, is, yeah, I do, good, perfect. It's going to show you those messages that are new, as well as those messages that are gone. What new means is yesterday from 1 to 2, or actually in this case, last Thursday from 1 to 2, there was not a suspicious file name was detected, but today there is. Conversely, last Thursday, there was a successful administrator privilege gain found, and today there's not. And usually you guys want to know when things are new. New is not usually good. Sometimes it is, depending on what it is, but usually new is not something you want to be made aware of, and this can help you become aware of that. So I'll go back to lab 9. And what you can do is you can also start to filter based on these percentages. So for example, do I care that something increased by 0.03%? Once again, it depends. I may very well care, or maybe I don't. You know what? Maybe I just want to know if something increased by 25% or decreased by 25%. I can go ahead and utilize that. This is the delta percentage, and I can take the absolute value of that delta percentage and say, show me where it's greater than 25. Things that have increased by 25% or more, or decreased by negative 25% or less. And now these numbers might be more meaningful to me. Maybe I want to see it at 100%, 200%, whatever, I can put those values in. The other thing I can do in reference to those things that are new, where you guys want to see those, is I can also just say, show me where is new. And now what it's going to show me are only those things that are new that occurred in this 60-minute window that did not occur in that 60-minute window 7 days ago. So wanted to show these to you. Log reduce is great. Log compare is really helpful to give you some more background on the log reduce. And then the is new is a great way to start to filter for only, in this case, those things that are new. And what we'll do, let me just make sure we do it. Yeah, and let me show it now, actually, just in case we run out of time. We're getting close. What you can do with these is you can also turn these into alerts. So what I can do is I can choose to save this, and I can choose to schedule this search. Now, previously, I showed you how to schedule this search so that it runs, what did I show you? I showed you how to run it, basically every hour this report will run and send you a report. With this query is going to be a little bit different, because what we're saying is to look for when it is new. And what we can do is we can have it run in real time and show us when the following condition is met, meaning there is something new. So now, rather than being alerted every hour, we can be alerted sometimes, the time that something is new, that can just send off or trigger its own alert. So now, instead of getting in a report every hour with stuff that may be helpful or may not, we can get this message when something new comes in, and you can go ahead and look at it. So if something new comes in on a Saturday morning or Sunday night, you can get this message. You know, oh, hey, something new is not good. I need to go check it out. Check it out. Hopefully it is something okay, and then continue on with your time. But this is a great way to set an alert to keep you, almost ironically, outside of Sumo Logic. And that's why we push, and we'll do one more lab here with the alerts, of utilizing those alerts, utilizing those dashboards, because they're just a great way for you or anybody to get information about what's going on and not sit in the query window clicking query or start every 30 seconds for the rest of your life. So wanted to show that as well. All right, let's see, I think we have time for one last lab. Actually, let's do 2 more. We'll be okay. Lab 10 I want to show. Because Lab 10 is the outlier, which I showed, but I wanted you to have a little bit of experience of time utilizing it. So let's go through it kind of quickly, not too quick. So in this case, I'm going to grab the whole query and then just talk through it. But what the outlier is letting us do is identify those out of the ordinary events. So let's go ahead and grab this in, new, paste, comment lines, and run through this, hopefully not too quickly. So in the first line, we're saying, look at Apache access data again. In this case, look at status codes that are equal to 404. In this case, we're saying specifically 404, not 404 anything, specifically status code equals 404. Now we're going to use the time slice because I want to take my data and we're going to look at it in granular time. And what I want to find here, the goal of this is to see how many 404s we're experiencing and let us know or be notified when we hit that limit or that range. The last part of this is I'm going to take the status codes, which are going to only be 404s, and count them and call the result error count and do it by time slice. So once I run that third line, now I get the aggregates, I get the math tab, I get the time periods, 1 minute segments, and I get the number of error counts of 112 or whatever numbers again. Now here's where I can implement the outlier. Here I'm saying take the error count and perform the math against it. And now I'll go, in a few minutes, I'll discuss the math kind of quickly. So what we're doing here is we're going to go ahead and say, use the math to develop the range. But let's talk about the math real quick. Start with the window. The window is telling the system for the math how many previous data points to utilize. So if we're saying use a window of 10 and 1 minute time slices, we're basically saying go back 10 minutes, go back 9 minutes, 8 minutes, etc. Grab all those values and start to use them to calculate the range. The threshold is going to allow us to control the, it's essentially the standard deviation, which controls the threshold. I know that's the definition of a definition, but by modifying this, this allows us to change the range. So currently I have this threshold set to 3. If I change this to 1, I go from having 0 bad points over the past 15 minutes, now having 4. My values haven't changed, just the calculation I'm using to look at those values has. And that's where the math allows you to customize it. And then with the direction, I can go ahead and say, show me above, below, or both above and below that threshold. And so it's really going to be up to you to decide what values are appropriate here. Certainly sticking with the defaults is a great start, but really you're going to want to let the system run and decide, are you being alerted too frequently? Maybe change this value. Are you not being alerted frequently enough? Maybe change the value. And so it does take a little trial and error to kind of find that sweet spot. This is how to do it. So using the outlier is a great way to let the system start to calculate this. And then what you can have happen, and we'll actually look at this with this last lab starting in just a moment, is then you can be notified off of that. So when I'm outside the range, notify me. So the next time I have more 404s than are expected, send an email to my ops team or send a page to my security director or whoever needs to get things like that. All right. Last lab is lab 15. And as you're noticing, we're going to skip over some labs just due to time. I wish we could go through all of them. I wish we could go through more of them.
Hey, Josh.
Yes.
There was a question asked in the chat, and he says, I may be jumping ahead here, but are variables available for metric-based alerts?
Yeah, so we don't really go into metrics too much today. I wish we could. We're just running out of time, unfortunately. But yes, you can set up metric-based alerts. So yes, short answer.
Okay, I'll see if I can find something to send them a link on that.
Yeah, it should be in the documentation. We also have, which may be more appropriate for him or for any of you, is we do have a metrics course called Metrics Mastery. So typically in this class, we would cover some metrics, but due to time, I just don't have enough time to do it. And I don't want to rush through it too quickly. I feel I wouldn't be doing it justice. So we are going to skip it today. Not that it's not important or anything like that, just due to time, unfortunately. So, But let's go into lab 15, because lab 15 is a good way to wrap things up. What we're going to do in lab 15 is we're going to create a meaningful alert. Well, how are we going to do it? Well, we'll show you. But what we want to do here is create something that's useful. We've been looking at some queries which may or may not be useful. Of course, hopefully they are. But this is something that is going to take a bunch of the labs we've looked at and some that we didn't and kind of tie them all together into one query that you could use right away. So let's go ahead and look at it. What we want to do in this lab is rather than alerting on simple counts, we want to create an alert that's going to notify us when our 404s increase at a higher rate than our overall traffic. So rather than just saying, if we have 1,000 404s, that's bad, we want to say, well, how many 404s do we have? How many 200s do we have? What is the ratio of that? Is it going up? Is it going down? And start to make that value more tangible, I guess. So this is the query to do so, and I'm just going to go line by line. Like I said, most of this you've seen. A couple of it we've skipped over just due to time, but it will still make sense. Or it's my job to make it make sense, so let's see how I do. So here's the query. Let me go ahead and comment off a whole bunch of it and just go line by line. So in the first line, we're going to look at the Apache access records again, as we keep doing. But in this case, we're going to go ahead and look at 200s or 404s. And we're going to look at them in a very binary way. We're looking at 200s or 404s in this case. If it's a 302, if it's a 406, I don't care about it right now. I just want 200s and 404s. And for this conversation, 200 good, 404 bad. Also, you can kind of think of it binary. I'm going to implement my time slice here because eventually I want to time slice this data so I'm into buckets. So I'm going to just use the operator here. I could technically put this operator down here as well. Same difference. Now, this is a feature that we didn't go over. This is in lab 4, but I want to show it. Just one because it's part of the query. What we're doing here is we're saying if the status code is equal to 200, create a column called successes, and then do a tally of a 1 or a 0, a binary, a true or a false, based on if that matches. So here's my status code. Is that a 200? Yeah, it's a 200. Is that a success? Yes, it is. Here's a 404. Is that a 200? No, it's not. It's a 404. So it's not a success, so it's a 0. This next line is going to do exactly the same thing, but we're going to do it for 404s and fails. So now for each status code, we're only going to have a 200 or 404. We're either going to have a 1 in the success column or a 1 in the fail column, and then a 0 in the opposite. So 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and here's a 404 where we have a 1 in the fails and a 0 in the successes. Now we're going to use these, just use some math. We're going to say take the success column and add it up, sum it, and call it success count. Take the fail column and add it up and call it fail count, but do it by time slice. So now for each 1 minute period, we should have successes and fails. And there we go. So here we see at 156, there were 3,000 successes and 152 fails. Is that good or bad? I don't know. If I tell you that at 152, we had 2,400 successes and 112 fails, is that better or worse than this one? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I could take a guess, do some quick kind of percentage thing, but it's hard to say. And we want the system to tell us. I don't want to have to figure it out in my head. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take these success counts and fail counts and just turn them into a ratio. Take the fail count, divide it by the success count plus the fail count, and multiply it by 100. And that's going to give me what I'm going to call the failure rate percentage. And this is now going to allow me to start to compare apples to apples. Here, I have a failure rate percentage of 4.6. Here I have a 4.3. One is better than the other, and now I can start to compare them. So now I have this failure rate percentage that I can use as that kind of measuring stick or that commonality between all the times. Now I'm going to use the outlier. So now I'm going to say, take that failure rate percentage, use the math, and start to calculate if it's within the range or not. Here, for example, the failure rate percentage is 4.7. The range is 3.8 to 4.3. 4.7 is above that range, and so that's bad. If I put this in the line chart, now I can start to see those values. And in this case, I just have one bad value. I'm going to go to the threshold and change this to a 2, just because I want to get just a touch more data, or a better representation of the data. So what I now see is over the past 60 minutes, there have been 3 bad times, 3 times where the failure rate percentage is greater than the threshold. Now that's good to know. We certainly want to know when those bad times occurred, but the goal here was to create a meaningful alert. Right now I have data. I got helpful data, but I don't have a meaningful alert, and that's what I want to add now. To add this, I'm going to do one line that's going to serve 2 purposes. But let me show you that line. Go back to the table view, and I'm going to paste this line in. And what this line says is, show me where the failure rate percentage indicator is greater than 0. Meaning, look for those places where it's outside the threshold, that's represented by these, and basically just show those. So now when I click start, I should only see those times, or time 1 minute periods, that are outside the range that the outlier has determined. So I should see 3 of these now. And I do. Now I have meaningful information, but I don't have that alert component. And that's the last thing we want to wrap up this section with. Creating that alert. I can now go to Save As, and I can now choose to schedule this search. I can now set this in real time, and now I can go ahead and say, if the following condition is met, meaning that the failure rate percentage indicator is greater than 0, go ahead and send me an email, or send me a Slack, or do whatever I want to do with it, or I want to communicate that. Who do I want to communicate it to? What do I want to even include in that communication? Do I want to include the search query, the results? I have these options. And so this is a nice way to finish up, because this is a real example, and you could take this example if you wanted to, plug it in and it would work, but it allows you to, as I was mentioning earlier, benefit from Sumo Logic by staying outside of Sumo Logic a touch, almost ironically, so that you can still know what's going on, or be alerted, or what have you, and not have to just sit in the window, clicking the query button all day. So this is a nice way for the alerts for you to still be made aware of what's going on. So that primarily covers the content that I want to go over. Let's see if we have a couple questions. Yeah, we've got one question. The question was, does it matter where I enter the where clause, top or bottom? It does, because the query is going to run from the top to the bottom. So if I was to put this, and remember, it's using this failure rate percentage indicator. So if I was to put it, for example, at the very top, just to go to extremes, this doesn't really make sense to the system, because this system doesn't know what a failure rate percentage is yet. So we have to wait until it knows what a failure rate percentage is, and then we can take advantage of that failure rate percentage indicator. So short answer is yes, it matters where you put the where. Sometimes it may not, in that the results might be the same regardless of where you put it, but there is just there is some logic to where it goes. But sometimes it can go anywhere as well. So let's see. For this last meaningful alert, no, not that one. So the question was, for the one that I showed, this one, is there a way to do 200s and 201s as successes? So yeah, I could have just done, comma won't work, but essentially this type of syntax. Something like that. So you can absolutely, I'm just spacing on the syntax right now. It's been a long day, but you can absolutely. You could, if you want to get more complicated, you could reference an array table, and you can get quite detailed with adding more than one value. So short answer is yes, you can. Let's see. Question about tagging alerts and batching them. Short answer is no. So the alerts we have are, they are kind of binary, and if you set it up, they get sent out. You can't really group them together right now. We're working on improving that behavior, so we feel your pain on that one, tagging alerts, but right now they are separate mechanisms, I guess you could say. All right. Just keeping an eye on the chat. Okay. So what I want to do now is have you guys start the exam and then be ready for the user group that's going to start promptly at 3. So just to kind of go over the steps again, and I know we have some people who joined not late, but came for the second half, which is great. So what we're going to do now is we're going to log out of the training account we use, because once again, we don't want the training user to get credit for the exam. We want you to. And we're going to log back in using our corporate or professional account. If you need help with that, reach out in the chat. Jacqueline can assist. Actually, yeah, Jacqueline can assist. I'll put the site to sign up for an account in, just in case anybody needs that as well. Okay, so what we're going to do is just go ahead and log into the system using your account, your personal one or professional. Go to certification, and we'll do the Search Mastery exam. Same rules apply as previously. So I'll just run through them quickly. Same thing, 30 questions coming from pool of questions, 60 minutes to take it, 75 to pass, 3 attempts, open book, open resource, open documentation. Some people find the first exam harder, some people find the second one. I think the first one's a little harder because you kind of are fresher to Sumo, where this is, you've already, you build your knowledge a little bit through the day, but you can let me know what you think of it, of course. So we're going to go ahead and start the exam now. And then 3 o'clock, we'll start the user group. Certainly, if you're still taking the exam while the user group starts, you're welcome to continue. Granted, it might be just a little noisy, but feel free to continue. Nothing will kick you out or knock you out or anything like that. All right, so see if there's any more questions. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put myself on mute for a little bit. And let me put the timer just to remind you guys of the start at 3 o'clock. So can I find a 38-minute timer? Yes, I can. All right, so the user group will start in roughly 37 minutes. So thank you again for attending today. One question, and there's a few questions that I'll just answer as they come up, but feel free to ignore me if you're ready to take the exam. The labs for the Search Mastery, so when you go ahead and log into the system, under certification, they're right there. Under hands-on labs, under Search Mastery. And for those, Zully, I guess was a little distracted. Yeah, we're going to start the exam right now. So, yeah. All right. So best of luck, everybody. And I'm going to put myself on mute. And but Jacqueline will be here for a few more, or the whole time, and I'll come back as well. And then 3 o'clock we'll start the fun. Although hopefully this was fun for you. We will also be following up. I think I mentioned it, but it bears repeating. With an email that has a link to a survey, a link to slides, documentation, that type of stuff. So you'll be getting a lot of reference material, even though I don't use it too much personally. We have some good stuff for you, so we'll send it over. All right, great. Thank you, everybody.
All right, quick test. I've just rejoined. Josh, you out there? Or Tram? Someone with a sound check here.
The sound is good.
All right, there we go. Good. You never know with these Zoom calls, folks. You jump on, and you're like, okay, I think I'm here. Anyway, great to rejoin everyone. Looks like we still have quite a few participants, which is just fantastic. I hope that everyone has had a great day of knowledge gain in Josh's great hands, and looking forward to now the final part of our program, having done the 2 certifications. As we said at the start of the day, now is the art that comes in with the science, where we get to enjoy our user group, and this needs to be an opportunity where we can share thoughts, share ideas. Please raise raise your hand in the chat to ask questions so we can make it as interactive as possible, even though we're spread out all over the state and beyond the state of California. Try and make it as collaborative as we can. So a little bit about what we're going to be talking about and who's going to be your presenters. If we could jump to the next slide. Once again, I'm Jim Hoppe. I lead sales for the West. We're also joined by Michael Marfis, who heads up our product management team, as well as a senior member of his team, Abhi Khanna. Very excited to have Michael and Abhi on, and they'll both be talking more on the operations side of the platform, although they are aware of stuff going on throughout the platform. But then on the security side, we're joined today by Eric von der Linden. I'm very excited to have Eric on board as well. So we've got a great group of Sumos to talk about things we're developing in the platform and the solution, and where we see the puck going, as they say, and what we're trying to build and grow for you guys. We also are very grateful to have Aaron Cooper on. Aaron is a 20-year veteran of the IT industry with a focus on security. I'll give a little bit more of his background right before he speaks, but he is our guest customer speaker today. And then, of course, one thing we've started doing with these user groups is, instead of investing money in swag, and we know everyone loves their t-shirts and mugs and whatnot, but especially in a virtual setting, it's hard to get them out. And we thought, what if instead we took some of those dollars we have and we invested in a great social cause on behalf of everyone, on behalf of all of you, our customer family. And it's something I really love that we do. So we do choose different charitable organizations to work with for the different Cert Jams and user groups. Today, we're honored to be partnering with Meals on Wheels. And so as we wrap up this session this afternoon, we're going to have Jessica Sweedler on, who's, as you can see there, the Chief Development Officer at Meals on Wheels. She'll talk a little bit about their mission and how beyond today we can also be a part of it, because it's amazing work that they're doing. So with that, let's talk about the agenda for the user group. We will, as I said, we're going to lead off with a focus on DevOps and the things we're doing in that arena, then jump into security, followed by our guest customers. I said Roku. Aaron's going to be talking to us about all the great things they're doing there with the Sumo Logic platform. And then we'll wrap up with Meals on Wheels. We'll have some time for Q&A at the end. And then we'll send you off on your Thursday after a long but hopefully very fruitful day. So with that, I'm going to throw it over to Michael. We got to, I forgot the legalese, guys. Got to always have it. But take a second, read that. I'd like to jokingly say, don't read that, but I really should say, please read that. It just says, again, we're going to talk about things forward-looking. Things can change. As you know, a lot of you are in the technology world. You know how roadmaps and things can change. But
levels in the room, and I'm sure all of you are somewhat familiar with what we call our continuous intelligence platform. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide, but what I want to focus on is how we think about platform and what it means to us, and I think more importantly, what we believe it means to you. When we set out on this journey, over 10 years ago, we really were taking advantage of a lot of the new technologies, and I don't think we even quite knew what types of products and services we were going to ultimately build on this platform. But we did take a platform mindset from day one, which was we need to build an underlying reliable service with some core capabilities that can stream data, at high rates of velocity, ingest data, be able to be flexible in terms of the types of information it brings in and the rate at which customers are going to want to analyze that information. And that is still the core foundation of everything we do today, whether it be log data, metric data, tracing data, whether it's for security use cases, business use case, operational use cases, or business use cases. The core fundamental of our product is about data. It's about scaling to be able to ingest that data, analyze that data, deliver you real-time information, insights from that data, and then building on top of that all the things you would expect from a platform, from what I call the enterprise-ilities, the role-based access control, the openness, the APIs to be able to build your own products and services on top of this and integrate it into your ecosystem, as well as the ability to give us opportunity and our partners opportunity to build new applications that we never thought about 3 or 4 years ago. take point, you're going to hear a little bit about our security solution. And we made that acquisition last year, and now we're fully integrating that into our platform. And the good news is, though it's effort, our platform was designed to do that. It was designed to be able to integrate new products or existing products fairly easily. I mean, it doesn't mean it's a no-brainer, but I would say if we didn't take a platform approach to our vision and strategy, we wouldn't have even been able to consider doing what we've been doing recently with some of our acquisitions and integrating those products. And then as the data continues to grow, we're always looking for ways, obviously, to make it easier for you to get insights out of it. So investing in things like our data science and our what we call our global intelligence, which is our set of data science capabilities to allow you to not only monitor your apps, but understand what peers of yours are doing and how their similar apps or this infrastructures and technologies that they're using are performing as well. So you can benchmark yourself against them. And we've got a number of new products and new things we're investing in that area that you'll hear more about in user groups and user conferences and things like that. But that's also been a very key aspect of our investment, is making sure we're not just building you tools to bring data in and analyze, but we're giving you the knowledge of the thousands of customers that we work with to bring insights that you can take advantage of. Okay, next slide. Oh, thank you. Won't spend a lot of time on this slide. I always keep it in any of my presentations just to show this is a rolling 6-month kind of backward looking view of all the things that we've delivered to our customers and to the market. And it's kind of organized in 4 buckets: our operational intelligence, our security intelligence, and then global intelligence, which I was just speaking about, and then all the things we're doing on the platform. So I'm just going to highlight a couple of things here. And obviously you can, you can learn about a lot of this stuff within the product and on our help site, or obviously talk to some of our, representatives from Sumo Logic, but we're constantly, releasing stuff on a continuous basis. Abby, a little bit in a few moments, is going to talk about our new dashboards, something we're very excited about. It's not just really about new dashboards and visualizations, but how we're rethinking the end-to-end process of integrating various applications and logs and metrics and traces together to give you insights into your products and services. We also have recently introduced something called our infrequent data tier, which is an ability to bring data in at a fraction of the cost for on-demand searching. So if you're just looking for use cases or have use cases where you don't need real-time alerting and analytics, but you have data that you may need to search at some point in time to troubleshoot or look at an issue, you can bring that data in and not stick it somewhere, or not even stick it anywhere, quite frankly. Maybe you're not even bringing it in any analytics system. So it gives you an ability to put all of the data that's important to your business in one location and have flexibility to use different aspects of the product based on that sort of use case. So those are a couple things on this list that I think you'll be excited to take advantage of. And there's a lot of other things, of course, in terms of new applications, new global intelligence services as well. Okay, let me spend a couple minutes talking a little bit about operational intelligence, or I think Jim referred to it a second ago in terms of DevOps. So you'll see on the screen, let me just kind of move this out. I have a screen in the way here, so I can't quite see what I'm presenting here. So let me just talk a little bit about what we're doing in this space of DevOps, or operational intelligence. So the 3 things you'll see on the screen are infrastructure, and then we'll talk a little bit about applications in a second. So last year, we did a pretty big launch around Kubernetes and support for the Kubernetes ecosystem. Thus far been very, very successful, and we've got a lot of great feedback from our customers that participated both in the beta process as well as since we've released it as a GA product. We want to continue building out capabilities within the ecosystem of monitoring these modern microservice-based applications. And so what we're going to be doing this year is going deeper and building integrations in the other aspects around the Kubernetes control plane, other components and applications that surround that. So there's a lot of other services that are being used in conjunction with Kubernetes that we want to be able to bring the metrics and data in and integrate with that. We're also going to expand our coverage for OpenShift. So OpenShift Kubernetes is growing and is a big part of the enterprise presence, and we want to make sure that we're integrating with all the associated apps and infrastructure and service meshes related to that. On the app monitoring side, in addition to having comprehensive Kubernetes observability, we're also improving our alerting framework. So many of you know we've got various ways to do alerting in the product today, both on the metric side and on the log side. We're actually taking a step back and looking at building a unified way of doing alerting across all of the services that we build, both logs, metrics, and tracing. And we'll talk a little bit more about tracing in a moment, with the ultimate goal of streamlining the troubleshooting process. So ultimately, what our customers want is faster time to resolution, faster time to identifying issues, and hopefully course correcting those. And so our focus is making sure that we build all the capabilities that you need, both around monitoring and troubleshooting from a logs perspective, using metrics and tracing as a way to indicate issues of investigation, but ultimately stitching all of that together so that you can quickly pivot and analyze that information to get to resolving those issues. And then the last bullet on that slide is really talking about, what a lot of you I'm sure have thought about or heard about and maybe adopted, which is reliability by objective, allowing you to set SLI and SLO level thresholds and alerting on your system so that you can troubleshoot based on the customer experience, reduce the signal to noise ratio, and focus on the things that really matter, that are identifying issues that your customers are facing with a product or service, and building your alerting and your analysis based on that. And then the last bucket over to the right is really around transaction monitoring, or what a lot of people call tracing. So it's one of the, if you've heard of the 3 pillars of observability, this is one of those pillars. It's the one that up until this year we hadn't provided an out-of-the-box capability for, though we had done some integrations with companies like Lightstep, and now we're building this natively into the product. So we're building a tracing analysis backend where you'll be able to consume tracing data produced by open source technologies like OpenTelemetry, OpenTracing, OpenCensus. We believe in really embracing the open source approach to this and break the whole black box vendor lock-in model that a lot of companies have taken today. We're currently in beta or in early preview of this. We've got a couple customers that are already using this in their environments. We're going to continue to work on this quarter, and then around the early fall time, we'll have some new announcements about integrating this together with our complete stack of observability products, meaning our logs, our metrics, the new alerting capabilities, the new dashboards, which Abhi's going to show you in a moment, as well as new end-to-end experience of how all of this fits together. Okay, I'll take a pause there, and obviously I'll look at chat for questions while I turn it over to. Oh, do we have one more slide in there? I think that's it, right? We got the security slide?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. I'll turn it over to Eric.
All right, so good afternoon. So Eric von Erlinden, Senior Director of Sales Engineering here at Sumo. Came over as part of the acquisition of JASK, which is now the Cloud SIEM Enterprise. So as Michael had alluded to, the integration is well underway, right, with a lot of the data pipeline pieces already being completely integrated, right? And there's a few more additional steps that are sort of outlined here as some of the things that we're doing. So some of the things that we've been working on will be between the unified single sign-on, right, and some of the security and alliance pieces as we merge the platforms together into a single unified platform. Again, it's really the focus right now is about usability for the end user, right? How can I detect something within Cloud SIEM Enterprise, be able to pivot through and search within Sumo Logic itself to be able to pull up additional information, as well as use the existing infrastructure to be able to generate alerts into the Cloud SIEM Enterprise. And so as we move forward, right over into some of the security investments and detection enhancements, a lot of work has been done around the rules engine, for stateful and threshold alerts, right? So, how do I get better at being able to detect items within my environment? How do I be able to go through and do rule prototyping? So, hey, if I want to build a rule, what does it mean, right? What am I going to see out of it? Am I going to see one instance? Am I going to see 10,000? Right? Just helping the analysts be better at being able to develop, rules that are ultimately going to make their job easier. I mentioned a little bit about signals generated from the CI platform, something that rolled out a few months ago. We see a lot of use cases around outlier detection. I'll call it superhuman abilities, right? So why is someone logging in from Los Angeles, but then 5 minutes later logging in from somewhere in Japan, right? So being able to understand some of those fringe use cases that would potentially identify that a system or credentials have been compromised within the environment. And so, as we continue, right, there's been a big focus on AWS, Google GCP, pulling information in there, being able to monitor those systems. We recognize that this is sort of the next frontier, if you will. There's a lot of use cases where we see a lot of users who have moved to these platforms but aren't necessarily monitoring them, or alternatively are trying to monitor them but are finding themselves doing so in 2 or 3 places, which isn't necessarily optimal. So how do I pull in content from Google and Azure as well as AWS into a single space where I'm also monitoring my on-premise items? So it gives me one place to go, one workflow to follow, just allows my team to be more efficient. And so, custom parsers and mappings is something that has been requested from our customers, right, to be able to build their own content. Today, it's something that we will build for you. So it's not necessarily something you have to worry about, but we are going to be rolling out a new interface to allow people to be able to build their own content and mappings, as necessary, right? If you have a web application or something else that you want to, be able to leverage within your environment. Record search, right? Again, that ability to pivot and look deeper, right? Hey, I see this particular incident. Where else have I seen this file? Where else have I, who else has clicked on this email, right? So tracking down those phishing campaigns, right? Making it very easy for an analyst to not only identify that single incident, but be able to then identify where else in the environment I need to have concerns and where I need to remediate. Again, with the idea of how do I automate as many steps as possible within this workflow so that my analysts can be more effective, and that I can start to up level their work and make them tier 2, tier 3 analysts instead of just being a tier 1 triage type effort. Additional response automation actions and integrations. So we continue to integrate with more and more security orchestration systems as well as ticketing systems. We've seen some interesting use cases as of late. It allows us to be able to, one-click send over to an additional system where I may have workflows, some automated steps taking to remediate the potential threats that we see within the environment. We continue to build out those, as well as advanced reporting. I had a conversation with a customer yesterday whose comment was, yep, on the last weekend of every month, it takes me a couple hours to be able to build a report that shows, hey, who went to prohibited websites within the environment. And it takes me some time to be able to put these together, right? How do we turn our common everyday reports into something that I can just print out and be able to provide, or better yet, just provide a link to those who want to see it, and tying it back to the security analyst workflow. So that's my piece here. Michael, I'll throw it back over to you.
Well, again, this is Jim. I'll just chime in. Any questions from all of our customers and users? Anything that particularly stood out in either the operational intelligence and security intelligence, portfolios, or anything that you'd specifically like to see? The dangerous question, right, for Eric and Michael.
Thanks for asking that, Jim.
Wish list. Anyway, if you have questions, please feel free to raise your hand, throw them in the chat, and we will address them. If not, let's maybe take a quick look at, I think we want to spend just a couple minutes looking at the dashboards, and then we're going to be ready to hear from Roku. Is that correct? Or are we showing dashboards?
We're going to show a little demo. We're going to talk about it and then show a demo.
Gotcha. Looks like there's a question here on what are itemized real-time alerts?
So that's a good question. I would want to dig in a little bit more to the context to it. But from a Cloud SIEM enterprise perspective, one of the things that we're trying to do is take multiple alerts and turn them into something that someone needs to pay attention to. So, a lot of people will say, hey, I need to find the needle within the haystack, right? A lot of people will say, I need to find the needle within the needle, within the stack of needles, right? So, one of the things that we're trying to do is start to pull those all together so that an analyst can be more effective, right? I use a use case quite often, right? Hey, why did someone clear event security logs? Yeah, that's something that would be very interesting to know, but I'd rather know the first 10 things that happened before that actually came to fruition, right? And having a system pull that together means my analyst doesn't have to spend 20, 30, 40 minutes trying to figure out what happened. And let's be honest, a lot of times people spend that time and then get to the root cause and realize, oh, hey, that was legitimate action, right? I just lost 40 minutes, now on to the next thing. So, itemizing those real-time alerts, right? Trying to bring them in a way that's a little bit more meaningful for analysts to be able to take action against them.
Excellent, excellent. All right, thanks. We got a couple more from Greg Saunier. Greg, first, great to see you on here. See a familiar name there. Will we get a chance to dive into custom parsers and mappings? We have time to talk to
not on this call. That's not something I think we'll do here. It would be a perfect opportunity for us to follow up and talk about how we do that.
All right, so I'll actually take that. Greg, we'll reach out to you and we'll get that set up so you can see those things. And if others would like it, I'm jhoppy@sumologic.com. Feel free to reach out to me and we'll get you those deeper dives if you're interested. And then Manasa had a question here with the GDR requirement for ingesting data from the EU. Are logs considered customer data as defined under GDPR rules? That could be for either of you.
Yeah, so there actually is a GDPR statement out on the Sumo website. I will look to publish it. It actually goes through the entire GDPR statement in terms of how the data is held. Interestingly enough, from a security perspective, right, it's a topic that we typically talk about in many of our conversations. There are a lot of security attestations and a very severe focus or heavy focus on the security aspects. So I'll look to share that link with you to answer the question specifically about GDPR, but I don't know right off the top of my head as it relates to that particular question, because there's different variations in terms of our, not interpretations, but different levels of data from a GDPR perspective.
All right, great. We gotta thank you on that one. So good answer. There's a question here that actually I can let you technical experts take a breather on. I think I know the answer to this one, that the sales guy gets to participate. And it says it's an odd question, but the question was, is there any special meaning to the name Sumo Logic? I'm curious of the significance there. So I can tell you that in my sales speak, I love to say that what is tougher to wrestle than a sumo? They're huge, they're complex, but if you can use your power and your intelligence and leverage it, then you can win and have victory wrestling that logic. And that would sound really like a good marketing speak type of thing. And the reality is that Sumo is the name of one of the founder's dogs, who he's very fond of. And the company's name originally came from the founder's dog, back when there were just two people sitting around saying, I got an idea for a company.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, was actually a Chihuahua too. So it's not like
yeah, exactly. There's even more.
Hey, they're mean dogs.
yes. But anyway, I see on here a couple things coming in. This is great. I love the more interactive. Can you talk about plans to have an instance of your platform in China? Michael, you can comment on that, but I don't believe we can talk about that today, because there's a lot behind that question.
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is we definitely, have some requests for that. We evaluate new regions, based on a lot of criteria, but the most important one is demand. So I think it really comes down to making sure we have enough demand to cost justify putting it in a new region. And so that's one on the list, but it's not one we've committed to yet.
Perfect, thank you. And then a request for the Sumo dolls. We do love those Sumo dolls. I would be remiss if I didn't say I've got mine right here that stares at me every day as I'm working from home. Please feel free to ping your sales rep or your CSM if you are interested and you need another Sumo doll for a kid or yourself or whoever, and we will get that out to you. And it looks like that's it for questions right now. So let's quick in the interest of moving this along, although we're doing really well time-wise. But let's take a look at some of these new dashboards, and then very excited to hear from Aaron. So Aaron, you're on ready standby here.
Perfect.
So
Thanks,
Abhi,
Jim.
share a couple things.
Perfect. Quick intro. I'm Abhi Khanna, Senior Product Manager here at Sumo, working on dashboards. With the new dashboard framework, what we really wanted to take a step back and focus on was how do we give you, the user, back control? How do we give you guys control over how the data is visualized, how you're able to tell that visual story for your monitoring and troubleshooting needs? And so that way, regardless of the data stream, whether it's coming from logs, metrics, and future traces, you're able to really construct the story that helps you troubleshoot the problem as quickly as possible. Further, we wanted to add in more connectedness and workflows through these dashboards so that you're able to actually jump through the data and pivot around the data rather than having to kind of find the right dashboard or figure out how to write the right query, really making a far more interactive and far more kind of visually appealing story for you. So with that, if you go ahead and go to the next slide, I'm going to go ahead and steal the screen share if you don't mind, and we'll go ahead and dive into a demo.
All yours, Abhi. Go for it.
Thank you so much. Can you guys see my screen here?
Yes.
Going to
Yep,
assume
we can
yes.
see it. Looks good.
Perfect. So with the brand new dashboard framework, we've tried to bring out dashboards as much more of a first-class citizen. So you're able to get dashboards directly from this plus new menu. You're able to launch right in. And this launches you into a kind of a blank dashboard state where you're able to add in different types of visualizations. You're able to create your own template variables, and you're able to have a inline dashboard editing experience. Let's go ahead and create a time series panel here. We'll be able to see that we've got a brand new metrics query builder. You're able to add in a metrics panel directly into the dashboard. You've got all the same type of chart types regardless of data stream. So whether it's a metrics query, whether it's a logs query, all the data types or all the chart types are shared. So you're able to construct that visual story regardless of the data type where your information is coming from. We can go ahead and add quickly a metrics query in here. Going to go ahead and pull from Kubernetes data. Go ahead and just do a quick read on it. You see we're able to create this metrics query without having to actually fully understand the language. We got a nice query builder that's helping us create the full query for us. And the best part here is we're able to actually take that metrics query, layer on other metrics queries, or even logs queries that we might want to add onto here. So you might want to compare signals that are coming from logs and metrics. You might want to actually graph them on the same panel, be able to correlate across them. You're now able to do that really, really easily. Just plop in a logs query right on top of a metrics query, and you're able to see that chart come alive right afterwards. So here we're going to just go ahead and grab an error. We're going to go ahead and time slice that error. We're going to just go ahead and countify it so we can quickly graph it. And we'll see that we've got our error count right here, and we've got our CPU seconds total. And going back to that control concept, we've not only given you all the controls for the overall chart, so from that chart type and the variety that you have available there, as well as from the color palettes to the display types to every single type of font size and axis label. You also have the ability to override each individual time series itself, just like in this case where it's actually more useful to see these two metrics on different axes. You're able to actually go ahead and grab each and every query, alias them. Of course, you have a full range of properties available to you as well. We're going to go ahead and grab this and put it on the secondary axis, and now we're able to see these two queries side by side. We're able to evaluate if there's actually a correlation between them very, very effectively. Go ahead and give it a title. And of course, in addition to time series panels, we've also got distribution types, which enables us to now have a broader range of visualizations, including scatter charts, bubble charts, and your standard set of column bars for logs and metrics, as well as log and metrics. You've got your single values, your honeycomb charts, your maps, and your text panels. Let's go ahead and dive quickly into a honeycomb chart as well. Honeycomb charts are fantastic for looking at a swath of objects. So if you're in a Kubernetes cluster, you might want to look at all the pods in your Kubernetes cluster and compare the CPU utilization or the memory utilization across these entities, and be able to find kind of the hot spotting items. So the pods that are running here are a little bit hotter than the others. You're able to quickly identify that by just looking at which ones are red or which ones are kind of darker colored than others. We can go ahead and construct this very quickly, but I also have an example open right here, so I thought we'll just jump into that. So you'll see right here, this is a honeycomb chart of pods running. We're able to very quickly kind of identify which pods here are in the not running state versus the ones that are in the running state. And through the tooltip, we're able to get extra information about that life cycle of that chart as well. Going back to the connectedness concept, what we wanted to do is enable every single chart here to be clickable, to be able to drive that context forward, to help you kind of guide your troubleshooting to the next step without having to rediscover exactly what you're looking at. So if I go ahead and click on this, you'll see that we've introduced this new drill down menu concept where not only can you pivot to logs and dive right into the logs underlying this specific pod or this specific object that you're looking at, but you can also get other recommended dashboards that are connected to this and utilize that as a pivot point to go further investigate what might be going on. We clicked on a pod here, so we could go ahead and drill down to the actual pod dashboard itself. We'd be able to see that it's automatically filtered down to this pod, and now we can start investigating what's going on with this pod that might be making it not start up. As you can see here, it's back off restarting failed container, and that kind of gives us the next starting point to go dig in further. So that was a quick overview of kind of what we're bringing in the new dashboards. A lot more in terms of visual control coming your way, a lot more in terms of connectedness and the ability to workflow through these dashboards. And we're excited to see where we can continue to take this going forward. With that, I'm going to give the sharing of the screen back to you, Stacy. As we look to kind of continue improving and iterating on this functionality and adding in more value, some of the top of the line items here that we're looking to do is providing the ability for you to export your dashboards as PNGs and PDFs. We've heard this time and time again that customers want a way to actually take dashboards they've built inside of Sumo, use them as external reports that they can share with executives, that they can share with other non-logged in members of their staff, be able to take that information and use it as collateral throughout their organization. We're hard at work at this, and this will also be kind of coming soon as a part of this new dashboard framework. Of course, there's advantages with repeating panels, the ability to kind of graph these entities each as their own, dynamically resizing depending on the size of your stack. So as you grow the number of nodes, as you grow the number of pods, as you grow the number of containers or EC2 instances, you can kind of continue to see the growth of the number of panels you see on that dashboard, enabling you to get a kind of unique viewpoint on each and every one of them. Of course, everyone's favorite dark theme is in the works and coming for the new dashboard framework as well. And of course, the ability to easily migrate your current dashboards you might have inside of Sumo Logic into the new dashboard framework. With that, I'll pause if there are any questions. Otherwise, I'll hand it back to Michael.
I think it's going to Jim.
Well, we got one more question, so you're not off the hot seat yet there, guys. It was a little follow-on from the China question, but a good one because it really could apply to other regions as well. In terms of ingesting data, specifically from the region in Hong Kong, and ingesting cloud metrics from that region into Sumo, that was a question posed by a customer.
I'll have to follow up on that question.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's a little nuanced, so I need to follow up with a few more questions.
We got a great customer group on this list. We got to expect a few curveballs. They're going to push us and challenge us, which is great. All good stuff. And speaking of great customers, I'm very excited to introduce our next one. Aaron Cooper has a long career working in the security space. He's worked with a lot of large corporations and everything from retail to finance, certainly technology, healthcare. He's been a SOC manager, a security engineer. He currently heads up site reliability engineering there at Roku, and he was responsible for bringing Sumo in there to solve some of their the challenges they were having. He's got a lot of familiarity with different SIEMs, ranging from QRadar, ArcSight, Splunk, some of the ones that are out there. But today he leverages Sumo Logic, and very excited to have you share your story of why you choose Sumo and the value you're getting from it, and take some questions from the audience as well if some of the themes resonate. So with that, Aaron, I'll throw it to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the great introduction there. So as mentioned, my name is Aaron Cooper, and I am leading the effort for monitoring and security remediation for events for the enterprise security within Roku. And as we start this conversation, I want to pause a little bit back and talk about what Roku is and why Sumo was such an easy fit for Roku, based upon our growth potential, how we're growing so quickly, and the ability to be agile and quick with implementation, and still get this sort of visibility and remediation for security events and for some DevOps work that we're trying to push towards in the very, very near future. So let's hop on to the next slide real quick. So this is kind of our synopsis, and what we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about the Roku business. We're going to talk a little bit about the enterprise infrastructure that I'm, from a security standpoint, and for the most part responsible for. We're going to talk slightly about the Kubernetes infrastructure and what we're doing there, and how we're trying to bring Sumo on as the main visibility and alerting indicator for that. And that is a POC, but we're really excited. And what we see there is kind of beyond anything else that the tool sets that we have. And I want to give you some feedback of what our engineers are saying, the people responsible for this. And then we'll go on to a little bit about volumes, the challenges, limitations, and how security incident response is such an easy thing using Sumo Logic, and the speed upon which it works, and the ability to create custom queries and templated queries to get a historical data that might be relevant for any security incidents. Next slide. So if you didn't know, Roku is America's #1 TV streaming platform. And so what we do is a number of things. We started out simply by making boxes that will stream data, TV data, or movies in this case, from the internet onto your TV. So when you wanted to watch a movie, you don't need to do it on your laptop, you do it on the TV. It seems really commonplace now, but when Roku was first formed back in 2007, no one's doing that. What you actually had to do is you had to get an adapter from your laptop or computer and put it on your TV, and that's what I was having to do. So Roku is actually a break off from Netflix. And the first Roku box was built inside Netflix, and Netflix said, hey, we're not really in the hardware business. We don't know what to do with it. What do we do? And our founder made a good use for that, and we've grown and grown and grown since then. Next slide. So currently, this amount has grown just a little bit since this template was created back in January, but currently we have closer to, I think it's 40 or even more active 40 million active accounts within the streaming platform. And we have 11 billion hours of, we have 11 billion streamed hours in Q4 and 2019 alone. And what that's telling you is it's a metric that we use to compare ourselves to the competitors and to see really how we're growing. And right now, Roku is just taking away from other competitors, mainly as we're looking at Xbox, PlayStation, and then Amazon Fire, which is kind of our biggest competitor right now. We're taking off, whereas they're starting to level out, and in many cases going down. Next slide.
Aaron, just as we're switching slides, those numbers are just amazing.
Yeah.
Just absolutely unbelievable growth you guys have had. Anyway,
yeah,
my side commentary. Back to you.
Yeah, no problem. We're doing quite well, and in fact, because of the COVID, we're doing and people are staying home and watching more TV. We're doing well with that as well. It's not the sort of thing that we're happy about, right? But we'll take it. Go ahead. So right now, when you look at the smart TVs sold in the United States, 1 in 3 of all the smart TVs have the Roku software built into it. And that's a huge business model for us. We not only sell the sticks for your legacy TVs, or if you're using something like a Samsung smart TV that never really worked well, really, we are integrated into each TV, and we do the testing and product for that as well. And whenever it comes to our competitors, when we're reviewed by CNET or any online review center, we take those reviews very seriously, and we're consistently rated #1. One more time. And this shows really the growth that we've been having quarter after quarter. And it's just getting better and better as more people hear about Roku, merge onto the platform. And so what I'm really creating is a foundation for why Sumo is so important to us. Because when you have very agile companies like Roku, who are growing very, very quickly, we need a solution that's ready to go. And for those who, I don't know, we have, let's see, 67 people on the call. If you haven't integrated Sumo yet, and you're still kind of learning about it, one of the things that really drove my attention to the product after working with all the major SIMs and all the major log correlation engines and elk stacks in the past is just the time to implement, the months, or even, and sometimes potentially, depending on your team, up to a year that it takes to create a working functional platform that's doing all the correlation, all the alerting for us was under a month with the right sales and production support. It was absolutely incredible. And so when I started the POC, and a month later, I can show these incredible dashboards with real useful data that's ready to go. And it was a huge win for me. And it was a huge win for the corporation. And now as we're continuing on, being agile and getting tier 1 support to start using the platform, using training like what we just had earlier in the day, my guys have already got the first level of a certification. So we're really excited about that. And getting them up to speed with the platform is something that is really one of Sumo's strengths. So so that's why we chose it, and we have no regrets going forward. And the price compared to things like QRadar or ArcSight or especially Splunk and the Splunk's cloud solution, the price was something that your competitors couldn't touch. Let's go forward one. So a little bit about our infrastructure and how it changes. Roku is really on the forefront of cloud adoption. And from the production side, we split out the production from the enterprise side pretty efficiently. And we have 2 different teams that work on both. And we're trying to merge both teams into the Sumo platform for some sort of visibility. And we'll talk about how the Kubernetes infrastructure works on that. But we have a combination of the traditional AD infrastructure, and then we have a large cloud infrastructure that we're migrating towards even more as we're trying to do what a appropriate and responsible modern company does, and that is try to get yourself off AD, building zero trust infrastructures, and trying to have as little collateral internal to the company as possible and move everything out to the cloud. And as you do that, you really need a platform that can adapt with that. And Sumo has been really helpful with that as we use, our federated service is all cloud-based, our storage systems are all cloud-based. Our HR, everything that we try to do is cloud-based, except for a few small things that we keep internal, which we're actually considering to move cloud-based. Using Sumo as a collector for that has been really important for us. And as we mentioned, we have an ongoing migration towards zero trust. If you're not familiar with the term zero trust, look it up. As a security professional, it's something that you want to work toward. And it's essentially saying, I don't care what single point or metric that you can give me to verify who you are. I need multiple. And that goes between authentication, location, so on and so forth, that we are saying all the systems and all the resources within the organization need to have multiple ways of authenticating and verifying who you are, and to ensure that you have the right appropriate access to get to the resource. And as you have more and more blockers within your organization to represent or to implement zero trust, the logging and the ability to correlate between those logs becomes very, very important. And Sumo has been very helpful with us. And then the new Kubernetes infrastructure is ongoing. The production side of Roku runs off AWS, and that's where Kubernetes is very, very important to manage that infrastructure. Next slide. So currently, our main infrastructure is for enterprise engineering. Let me go back. Is for enterprise security and incident response. So this goes back to what we're using it for instance, phishing mitigation and phishing response as users are succumb to a phishing attack, viruses, and understanding how viruses are propagated throughout our environment, and how to understand who may have fallen victim to a virus or who may have fallen victim to a phishing attack by going back in our infrastructure and saying, I see that record right there that shows that you have, you are infected, or you potentially are infected, and we could use other things to go back historically and verify whether that's true or not. If you guys aren't familiar with CrowdStrike and the correlation queries that we can get off that, that's a big KPI for me that I can show through third-party reputational lookups what my current clients are doing, and show how we're blocking that, or if we have to allow it, the time to remediation that I use to fix that going forward. So CrowdStrike was a big win for me. Back when my old traditional SIM days, I was looking at Sumo Logic, and I didn't see the strong benefit of it back then. And how this company has grown and integrating that bit of informational metrics is really important to me from a security professional. That it's something else that I could use, that I could lean on, and it comes with the product. And then we could talk about our log retention needs. And really, we talked about how Roku is a very fast, very agile company, and we needed right away a way to capture logs, not only from the cloud, but from our internal resources as well. And we went back and forth of whether we should build something ourselves and not. And it turns out that building this ourselves, if we were to build this Elk stack in an AWS infrastructure or anything we needed to do, was just going to take so much time to integrate that with APIs that can pull off of our cloud infrastructure as well, our cloud vendors as well. And so, so for legal, for compliance, and for security, Sumo has been very, very helpful with that. Now, what we've also done, which I highly recommend that you do as you're pulling forward, Sumo, can store for a certain period of time. Like I believe it was 30 days that the infrastructure can go on unless you want to pay extra. So Sumo also has the ability to take that data and with a built-in interface within the product, put that into an S3 collector. And then it's your responsibility, if you're smart and you want to keep that for maybe a year, that can migrate over time to what's called a Glacier, AWS Glacier, which is a very, very low cost storage solution through AWS. It's hard to get things out of there, but it's there when you need it. All right, next slide.
And just to jump in there, yes, you're correct. Generally, we start out with a 30-day kind of standard retention on all of our data sources, but we do a variable retention within Sumo Logic, so you can assign different sources, different amounts of retention based on your needs, and then leverage a hierarchical storage management game plan like Aaron articulated is the best practice.
Absolutely, absolutely. So if you guys are in the security infrastructure, you know that a lot of things have changed since people started working from home more often. And in order to ensure that your infrastructure, and in particular your VPN infrastructure, stays healthy, we've had to make a couple changes which have affected our daily metrics, if you will. So right now we're averaging roughly about 60 gigs a day. And that was much higher before COVID. Right now it's hovering around 60 gigs. It really depends on what's been misconfigured or not. Sometimes you can spike up, and if there is a misconfiguration, one time we had the wrong login level on a VPN collector, and it was taking up like half the system. And one of the nice things about Sumo is you kind of understand that could happen, and they're not going to turn you off. They're not going to reduce your output. They kind of average it out throughout the month. So it's a nice kind of partnership that they've given us. And that happened once in the past, and we were able to fix it once we started paying attention to what we were doing. And what we're doing here, kind of our largest log sources, we have our firewall logs, we have our VPN and our DNS logs. Really good idea if you have DNS logging to merge DNS into your Sumo environment. Your log correlation and the ability to take that off of CrowdStrike is really important as well. And then Windows events as well. And these come through a number of different sources, including mainly the Sumo collector, which we're using as a syslog collector. I'm running off a hypervisor. We are running Windows events, which are our clients. And a lot of these other things are just syslog coming in or cloud-based systems coming in as well. Next question, next slide. Okay, so what we're using it for. We use it for security monitoring, incident response, log retention, Kubernetes dashboard. But I want to talk a little bit about, in particular, the security incident response. Now, one of the nice things that Sumo does that really wasn't we weren't aware of when we started using it is how nicely this integrates with third-party tools. In particular, the ability to take a Sumo event and merge that into PagerDuty or merge it into Slack. Or, which is really nice, you can take it from those two places or directly from Sumo and merge it into a Lambda function. And so what we've been able to do, which is a great function in terms of automation, another thing we're really big on, is take that Lambda function and say, hey, we have a particular event and we've identified the user that event is for. Let's create a small Lambda script that pushes that back onto Slack. And the Slack user says, yes, I intended to do this, or I didn't intend to do this. So we get kind of an automation. As anyone who's been in security knows, the ability to contact users and do a short interview with the user to validate whether a security event is a false positive or actual positive is really important. So if we can automate that interview, it makes things hugely easy for us. So some examples of that might be, yes, I did properly install our endpoint protection. Yes, I did log into Office 365 from these two diverse locations, or the same thing goes for the federated service things. Yes, I did log in from X position, X, Y, and Z. So we can automate that interview where they just click a button through Slack and say, yes, this is real or not. And based upon whether they click that button, it can go into a JIRA ticket. So it's a really nice function that we could add on to Sumo, that the flexibility of the platform gives us some ease that maybe wasn't even intended for, but we can use that the way we see fit. We're continuing to build on that automation as well. And that goes back to the infrastructure alerting. Let's go to the next slide. So one of the easiest ways that an attacker can gain access to environments is through phishing. And we have many different little hops and tools that an attacker has to get through in order to successfully phish a user. And you can have email proxies like Proofpoint or Barracuda as one example, but oftentimes this actually does happen. And so one of the things that Sumo does in a very, very easy way is it gives us the ability to categorize and retain all the different IP addresses, URLs, DNS entries that all the users go to within that 30-day period and pull that back really, really quickly. So if a user gets phished, what would end up happening is our process is they send that phish off to me, and I look at the original source of that. I would take whatever virus or whatever destination that phish goes to. I let myself be phished in a sandbox environment, and I pull down that virus, and then I look at exactly what the virus is doing. What calls does it go to? What IP address does it go to? What URLs does it go to? Or DNS lookups? And from there, I can take a historical reading of Sumo Logic and identify all the users who successfully, who succumbed to that phishing attack. And that's my base. That's really challenging to do. In old SIMs, it was not really something that we could easily do. They really couldn't even alert us to something like that. So that's a huge win for us. And the phishing remediation toolbooks and playbooks that we have is a big win for us. Other things that we like to look at is our top login failures. So within the cloud-based environment, within our federated systems, within Office 365, and all the other ones that we get into, including the Amazon console, we can see where people are logging in from, what countries they're logging in from, the top failures. And then, if I see a top failure based upon username, I can see, okay, is that one user? Does he have a misconfiguration? Or if I see top failures based upon IP address, then I know that's an IP address targeting our infrastructure. And then I could look for things like, show me that IP address and successful login. There we have a compromised account. Very, very easy to do, very, very easy to drill down to get into that. Another one that is a great templated search when you guys start using Sumo is called the superhuman anomalies. So what it does is you can create a login authentication event based upon IP address, and it'll tell you where in the world that user logged in from. And then it'll take another event from that same user from a different IP address. If those are two IP addresses based upon the geographical location, which Sumo looks up, are too far away, because, hey, this guy's acting like Superman. He's logging in 2 or 3 places from once, and they're 2,000 miles away. We know this is a potentially compromised account. And that's one of the things that we try to do with automation. So we see, is the person logging in from a VPN? And we could whitelist those VPNs as well. We talked earlier about the malware sandbox investigation as part of the phishing remediation. And we also talked about the automated user response, Lambda function, the logins for endpoint protection, really understanding what users are doing and trusting your users for that interview. Because we are a technology company, we're mostly engineers. So when the users say, yes, I intended to do that, there's not a problem, I'm not infected, we can close the incident much faster based upon that. All right, next slide. So the key takeaways and where Sumo really comes in above the rest, and we had the option to choose almost any tool we want. So the built-in application support really helps with your time to implementation, your time to be successful. Getting all the logs from Azure, from Office 365 was a matter of minutes. It was just a matter of minutes, and the dashboards it created right off the bat were just blown away from. The easy integration for unknown devices. So I think earlier on in your presentation, or a few minutes ago, there was a question about parsing and creating custom parsing statements. It's simple, very, very easy to do. I'm doing that for our endpoint protection that is coming in through an API into the collector, and all the endpoint protection relevant logs and the ability to parse that, it comes automatically after I do some simple work. It's there for in the future. And it's very, very easy to do when you built it based upon source or source category. I don't want to talk trash about any other vendors, But we, like I said, we were going through all sorts of SIMs. We had to do POCs with your competitors. One of your main competitors, which has you using this AI model, we wouldn't even consider them after a short period of time because their sales support was so bad. Jim, your guys are awesome. I mean, just awesome.
Thank you.
Tom Lee, Alex Klein, who are my people, they are top-notch guys. And that makes a huge difference as you're deciding on a partner, as you're deciding on a vendor. Are they going to be there for you? When you call them, do they pick up the phone, or instead of leaving on hold, do they answer the emails? Sumo is, I guess it's within the culture. They're fantastic in that way. And that was a big draw and a big reason why we chose Sumo over any other competitors that we stopped even considering, because they just sometimes weren't even showing up to meetings. And then the time to implementation. This is a cloud-based solution. If you want to implement Splunk, you got to build your own environment. You got to hire someone to manage that environment. You got to hire a very well-paid expert. Splunk Cloud is kind of equally difficult. And then Splunk, to get what we wanted to do was just unbelievably expensive and much more complicated than it needed to be. So all in all, Sumo made sense for us, and we're very, very pleased with that. All right, is there another slide? I don't remember. There you go, Roku, stream happy, guys.
Do you guys have any questions for Aaron?
Yeah, you covered a lot there, and that was fantastic. A lot of different ways you're getting value. Looks like we're answering some in the chat directly on integration with G Suite and whatnot. Any other questions to pose here? No, we're getting later.
I'm reading the one about correction. Netflix is a streaming platform versus home user Internet of Things software. Am I wrong? So let's clarify that. So although Roku, we do have our own channel called the Roku channel, or TRC. What Roku does is we bring in all the different streaming providers into one interface that you can easily browse and have it work off your TV. So instead of traditional TV where you turn it on, you click the channels, with a Roku device, you turn it on and you see the listing of all the streaming platforms that you either subscribe to or want to subscribe to, or that are free. So you click to what you want to do with the world's simplest, most easy to use remote, and that's what you get to. So we are not a competitor to Netflix. We are a partner for all these different devices that come in with us. And Samsung, works quite well. Yeah, so they might work well for Netflix or anything else. I had a Samsung TV, and if you compare the two, there's no question. The reason Netflix is so popular is because of the speed, the easy interface, and comparing that to the Samsung Smart TV is not worth your time.
Very good.
Philip, there is a pre-built dashboards and security use cases that are native in every environment. You retain the right to tweak your specific. Okay, I think that's been answered actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll stay on board because we do have some Q&A. We have another period, so people are formulating their questions or thinking of things. But a huge thank you, Aaron. Great stuff, and I do appreciate you calling out the culture of the Salesforce. One of our 5 principles, our core values, if you will, at Sumo is we're in it with our customers. That's the first one. So we strive for that. It's wonderful to hear when we're achieving what we aim for. So loved your comments there. Appreciate it. We're also trying to be in it with more than our customers, but with the overall community at large. And as I said at the start of this user group, right about an hour ago, we've gone away from spending money on swag when people have kind of told us we've got one too many t-shirts or coffee mugs or the like, and instead said, let's take that money and on behalf of all of the users that are a part of this community and that have spent their time with us today, on all of our behalf, we make a donation to the organizations out there that are really trying to do some good in the world. And one of those is certainly Meals on Wheels. So I'm honored to welcome Jessica to our meeting today, to our online meeting.
Thank you.
And,
thank you.
Jessica Swedler is, as I said, the Chief Development Officer there, and I will hand it to you to share a few words about the great work you guys are doing.
Thank you so much, Jim. And I have to say, it was so nice to come in right after Aaron's comments about what a community it felt like at Sumo Logic, and what great response he got from the team. Because for us at Meals on Wheels, it really is all about relationships. So I was thrilled to be in touch with Stephanie and Stacy and Beth, and for them to give me this opportunity to just thank you all and tell you a little bit about what we do here at Meals on Wheels. But I know that this is a difficult time for everybody. So, you know, just make sure everybody's being kind to themselves, realize that you have to continue to do your work, and realize that your support of Meals on Wheels makes a huge difference. I know people feel very sort of constrained where they are, and this is a really nice way to participate in your community without having to leave your house, with still being safe. So I know I only have 5 minutes, so I'm a very quick talker, but I can answer any questions. I think most people think they know what Meals on Wheels is. They intuitively know, they've heard the name, you know, their entire lives. But I always feel like once I do one of these things, people learn a little bit more about us and how much we do. So if I could go to the next slide. So Meals on Wheels has been around for 50 years. We're celebrating our 50th year here in San Francisco. We are a San Francisco quote unquote chapter, but we have chapters all over California, and we work very closely together to provide meals for homebound seniors. So that is the first thing I want to make sure that everybody understands, is what we do is we provide meals and services to homebound seniors. There are a lot of other organizations that provide meals for other types of people in need, but we serve seniors. And right now, in the period that we're in with COVID, that's so much more important now than ever, because we have our own base of clients that we've had for years. We serve over 2 million meals. You can see here, we serve every neighborhood in San Francisco, but all of a sudden, the people that need to stay home, the people that are not able to go out, are seniors. And so they need our services more than ever. So this is just a little bit of history about us and what we do on a yearly basis. We serve 1.2 million meals out of a kitchen in San Francisco. We produce all our own meals. We hire all our own kitchen staff. We hire all our own drivers. Everybody is there. Again, back to your point about relationships. We know everybody that's touching our food. We know everybody that's touching our clients. And in this day and age, that has been so important to control quality and safety. We serve every neighborhood in San Francisco, like I said. We also, one of the things that I don't think many people know about us is we have 13 social workers on staff and 3 nutritionists on staff. So we like to say that the meal is sort of the calling card for all the other services that we provide. Next slide, please. And this is just a little bit of a snapshot of what a lot of our clients are dealing with in San Francisco. Sorry about that. You know, people that live here in San Francisco that are elderly, are poor, they live on a very low income, they don't live with other people, they don't have the support that so many other people have. And these are the people that, you know, we are able to help, not only with meals, but with a social work visit, with a nutritionist. We have a friendly volunteer program where people will go and visit with these people. And the situation is that, you know, what really leaves people in a desperate situation when they're old and alone isn't nutrition, it's loneliness. It's connecting with other people. So being able to have a driver visit them every single day, check in on them every single day, makes all the difference in the world. And even more than that, whenever we have a client where a driver isn't able to see them or doesn't have eyes on them, there is a whole system in place that we notify the next of kin, we notify their emergency contact. And if by the end of the day, we have not been able to figure out what's going on with this client, we'll call the paramedics and we'll break down the door, basically. And that can be for reasons that somebody has passed away, it could be somebody's just out, or it could be somebody that's incapacitated. So, you know, we really are a true safety net organization in San Francisco. The next slide, I sort of already touched on this a little bit, but this is sort of a snapshot of seniors in San Francisco. I just figured as a group of web, you know, based people that are working with data all the time, you might appreciate a little bit of data about who we serve, how our meals impact people, what a huge difference it makes. So, and I mean, I just think this one data point is so interesting because $900 a month, that's what the majority of people that we serve live on. So just for a minute, just think about that and how you're going to pay your rent, how you're going to get your food, how you're going to get your medicine. So, you know, it really is a desperate situation for so many of these people, especially now. All right, next slide, and then I can talk a little bit about what we've been able to do during this time, as well as what your support is really helping us do. So when the shelter in place was put in place on March 16th, we immediately put into effect a sort of task force of people. We adjusted all of our delivery routes. We leased a second kitchen so we could have safe distancing. We're an essential service, so we have to be there. We have to be operating. I am very happy and proud to say that we did not have one blip in our service. We were able to continue to serve all of our 4,700 people every single day. And then we've added 20% of people on there. And what we've done is because there are so many people out there trying to provide food for people, what we've done is we've really tried to take people that we think will be staying on the program. So these are people that are over 60, people that we think aren't going to be able to secure food in their own way once this crisis is over, because unfortunately, I hope this isn't the case with Sumo. I'm looking forward to a long relationship, but unfortunately, I think there are a lot of organizations out there that are going to support right now in the crisis, and then in 6 months, they're going to go away. And these people are still going to need food, service, companionship, and friendly visitors. So we have been able to ensure that all of our clients are safe. We've instituted a no contact policy delivery service. We've instituted an entire phone bank of volunteers that check on the clients every day, since the drivers are not able to see them and talk to them face to face. We have added an additional meal with some additional funding from FEMA, so we can ensure that people don't need to go out. We have worked with the food bank to deliver grocery bags on Friday. We've been able to take all kinds of food donations to incorporate into that. So, you know, we have really sort of been able to step up. And I have to reiterate, the main reason we've been able to do that is because we've been here for so long. We know every single person that works in our office. We know every single person that works in our kitchen. We know every single person that delivers the meals. And every single social worker is tied to every single one of those 4,700 clients. So it really has sort of created a safety net that could not be replicated. And in this time right now with the COVID crisis, there is no way that these people would have been able to survive during this time. So I want to thank you so much for your support. I don't know if I put my contact information on there or our email, or our website, but we're in San Francisco. We have a lot of great opportunities to volunteer. And, you know, I just would like to say this on behalf of Meals on Wheels and all the nonprofits is right now, we are definitely in a crisis, but this is something that's been going on for a long time. So if you get involved, stay involved for the long haul. Thank you guys so much.
Well, thank you, Jessica, and that is a great and powerful message that it's not just a point in time. It might seem worse now, but it's always something we need to work on. That's what you guys have been doing for so long, and I think we're all grateful for what you and your team are doing. So with that, guys, thank you everyone for staying on. If there's any last questions, we're shooting to wrap up around 4:15 or so today, but any last questions for any of the group here? For Aaron, who, you know, I'll thank Aaron again for his awesome words about all the great stuff going on at Roku. For Jessica, or for Michael, Eric, or Abby on the Sumo team, any last things? Watching the chat. I'm sure it's been a long day for all of you. There was a question in the chat, Jessica, about getting a link out for direct donations to Meals on Wheels. So I think we send out a follow-up survey on the day. So perhaps, Stacy, we could work to include that link when we send out that thank you email, so they get it all at once. And then if they choose to add additional donations, that would be great.
That would be great. I mean, it's pretty basic. It's MOWSF.org, just like Meals on Wheels San Francisco.org.
MOWSF.org. That is straightforward. Yep. I like simple ones like that. That's great. So you have it there verbally. And actually, I'll put it in the chat here. But I'm seeing some thank yous in the chat, which is wonderful. There was a question, really quick, Aaron, using Kubernetes at Roku, and are you using Sumo for that yet?
So we are still in a POC phase for that, and I can't speak too much into it, but I can tell you that the feedback so far has been overwhelmingly positive, and it has solved a number of use cases that that they've been looking for. The main feedback that I've gotten so far is that they have the functionality that they're looking for and able to visualize, monitor, and get real-time alerts. They were able to, like I said, for the other tools, bring this up in just a few hours or days, whereas they were working on custom tools through Elk and other visualization tools that was taking them a quarter. So they're very pleased about that, and then having the support in the back end to get that done is very easy. One of the things that was really nice, and once again, I'm far from the Kubernetes expert. In fact, I barely know anything about it. But one of the things that we really like about it is how Sumo's broken out the metrics versus the logging in terms of the licensing. And so the metrics side of it, which is what the DevOps guys are using more and more of, is a fraction of the price of the logging. So as we bring that portion up, the cost is not very high at all. It's barely even worth talking about to get the cost of the Kubernetes stack into the environment. So they're pleased about that as well.
Awesome, fantastic. Yeah, we do have a lot of our new customers are really enjoying the visualization and the ease of use and the simplicity of getting it up and running with Kubernetes, and it's of course taken off. So we're excited to be able to assist customers with keeping their eyes on it and getting the insights they need to operate effectively with it. It looks like that's about it. We're about a minute or so past our time, but I'll start the day, or I'll end the day, pardon me, where I started the day with, on behalf of all the Sumos here, both product side, sales side, otherwise. Thank you so much for your time today. Hopefully, it was a good investment on your part. You learned a lot, a little bit of the science, a little bit of the art, and can get that much more value out of your Sumo Logic platform moving forward. So wishing you all a very happy and safe Memorial Day weekend coming up. And thanks again for joining us today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Aaron.
Bye-bye. Thank you.